This man was the strongest golden-ranked warrior among humans. He led the most elite team of the new era human race, the highest level of monster kills. Life was not a dream. Only one final step remained. That was also when Feng Liao could reclaim the territory for the people, and his system continuously warned of danger. Gimbula, SSS-ranked Demon King, he let out a panicked roar. Even if he died, he had to take others with him. The moment the Demon King exploded was also the moment Feng Liao realized that he was done for this time. The system displayed that his life only had a few minutes left. Congratulations to the host for making a great contribution to the human race. You are chosen for a chance at rebirth. Feng Liao was no longer whole, his lower half was gone. He dragged his fading strength to press the rebirth button on the screen. The moment he woke up, he knew he had truly been reborn. With an unfamiliar body, the young man jumped up and laughed heartily. Damn Demon King, you cannot destroy me. Right after that, he froze for 5 seconds because he felt something was wrong. The male lead had a thoughtful gaze, a disdainful expression. Why am I in this ugly mass of demonic humans? Liao Tai, a C-rank archer, turned to look at the Blue Guild approaching. We won't make it if we don't run. The young man scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Are you talking to me, old man?" He saw a mirror beside him. He took a look and was shocked to see that he had turned into a demon race. He was an E-rank demon soldier named Ganli. Before he could compose himself, the young man screamed like a madman, calling the system, asking wasn't rebirth supposed to happen. Now you made me like this. The surrounding crowd looked at him with questioning eyes. What's wrong with this kid? The system awkwardly explained. You were reborn at the exact moment the North appeared. He yelled, you handle it. The system stammered an apology, saying it could not be fixed. The young man was so angry he wanted to tear the system apart, asking, is this the service? I want to file a complaint. The system cried out an apology, but said it had prepared another chance for him to be reborn. The screen displayed a notification. As long as he was killed once more, he could be reborn as a human. Note, suicide is useless. The system disappeared, leaving Gan Li standing there dumbfounded. People in the room discussed in confusion. Why did Gan Li wake up so crazy? Liao Tai growled, he's always like this. He gets scared at the first sign of trouble. Another added, the human army is about to attack. He won't escape. Gan Li didn't care at all, only sniffled and asked, my fiancée won't remarry, will she? The D-rank mage Mei Er clasped her hands to probe. I can sense them now. The 12 people of the Blue Guild have arrived. Other than the prince with B+ rank strength, none of us are a match. We must escape quickly. If the Cruel Guild catches us, they will skin us alive and pull out our sinews. Hearing about the Blue Guild, Gan Li was startled because they were humans, but now he was a demon. He let out a creepy demonic smile. Haha, if the humans destroy me, I will be reborn, right? The young man resolutely walked straight outside, causing everyone to panic. The group called out to ask him what he was doing. Are you crazy? The humans are in that passage. Gan Li sighed. Hiding doesn't solve the problem. I will hold off the humans alone. You all can run. After his bold declaration, the demon race was suddenly moved. Does he want to sacrifice himself to protect us? Is this the cowardly Gan Li we know? Suddenly, many large rocks fell from above. Gan Li looked up, bewildered. A meteor shower? A spell formation? This series of rocks fell and blocked the only exit. How could this be? The Demon Lord's daughter, a B-rank stellar mage, stepped forward and declared, in this time of crisis, we cannot afford to lose anyone. She had good intentions, but Gan Li went crazy. Don't you dare stop me from living again. He turned around and roared, don't think about me. The young man punched the rock, but they did not budge, and his arm hurt like his soul was leaving. Gan Li's face was full of annoyance. It's so rude to meddle in others' affairs, you stupid woman. Bing Yi heard this and fell silent, panicked inside. You call me a stupid woman? Tai Zhai pointed a finger at him and scolded. How dare you speak to Her Highness like that? Gan Li grimaced, looked back and said, don't underestimate a man's resolve. Bing Yi blushed when she heard that, thinking, why didn't I notice before that Gan Li had this masculine aura? The other demonic beings made sour faces. Let's go, don't mind him. If he wants to die, let him. Gan Li was still stubborn. He only knew how to run before. What's so scary about humans? As a brave demon, please let me go out in honor. He was so bold, but the moment he turned around, the young man only hoped that this time, no one would stop him anymore. Bing Yi was moved to tears after hearing this, her face full of shock. Liao Tai still clenched his fists and said, Your Highness, let us leave. Gan Li rushed out quickly as if he had just been freed. After running for a while, he immediately encountered the Blue Dragon squad. Young Master Jiang opened his arms wide. Come here, my loves. Any man among you, come and strike me with a 99 damage slash. Master stepped out with the experience pack. The human race immediately ran over to grab a bowl. Gan Li, happy to be on the verge of rebirth, shouted loudly, Human race, I am about to return. Suddenly an arrow flew in. Next, countless arrows rained down. The Blue Dragon squad caused them countless casualties. Liao Tai entered a state of valor. Demon race instantly became fervent, their combat power enhanced. It could even provide a permanent stat increase. He declared, 3 years have passed. I have almost forgotten the feeling of marching out under the Demon Lord. After the victory, the human race continuously seized our lands. Because there was no resistance, they slaughtered, plundered, and treated the demon race like weeds. In constant compromise, we forgot how strong we once were. Liao Tai patted Gan Li on the shoulder to console him, but having just lost his chance to die, Gan Li now hated him intensely. One by one, the demon men stepped forward forward, their aura fierce, each one full of valor. Bing Yi declared that today was the day for the demon race to resist. The members of the Blue Guild cried out in fear, "What is this?" Stanley was also startled. He thought to himself, could it be that this group of demons was not provoked by me? E-rank Star Mage evolves to A-rank State of Valor, Bing Yi declared. We cannot afford to lose even a single person. Human race was about to pee their pants in panic. Clearly all demons were B-rank, so how could there be an A-rank? This was a cross-rank strategy. Bing Yi created a supermassive ice sphere. A heavenly fire judgment stone descended, caused a violent earthquake, and just like that, the once renowned Blue Guild was wiped out. Gan Li stood frozen, all emotion drained from him. Not only did he not die, but he also leveled up. Defeated the Blue Guild, gained 10 to 30 experience points shared, rose 10 levels, promoted to intermediate demon. On his first day as a demon, his plan to die could be considered a complete failure. In the capital of Cloud Nation, inside the Huo family palace, a soldier hurried in to report. The Thinker, one of the 3 Greyman decrees, said seriously that the suspension bridge plan had failed greatly. That is correct, Huoyan. We calculated the timing very carefully. We planned that when Her Highness was surrounded by the Blue Wax Guild, everyone would fall into despair. Young Master Wu Jun would then lead the demon race troops to rescue her, creating a scene of the hero saving the beauty. Finally, stepping onto the corpses of the human race, he would hold Her Highness in his arms. Thanks to the suspension bridge effect, Her Highness would develop feelings for young Master Wu Jun. But who would have thought in the moment of crisis, Her Highness would enter a state of valor and defeat the Blue Guild? It is said she even awakened the power of the Queen. The Thinker asked Huoan, so what should we do? Huoan rested his hand on his chin, sneered once, the military authority is all in my hands. With our status as the 3 Greyman decrees, we will directly pressure her into marrying my son, who would dare object. Summon my son tonight, lead the army to propose marriage tomorrow. I have always known this damn suspension bridge effect was useless. In another development, they did not know the suspension bridge effect was useful, but it was useful for someone else. Bing Yi did not stop thinking about Gan Li for a single moment. Mayor, bring Gan Li here later, okay? I want to reward him. The little maid covered her mouth and giggled. Reward, huh? This servant understands. This servant will go right away. Bing Yi was stunned, not understanding why the maid was more excited about her rewarding someone than she herself was. In another development, Gan Li sat dejectedly drinking wine. The system prompted, skills not selected, 120 attribute points not allocated. Thinking of this, he went mad and cursed, only a ghost would allocate them. Once allocated, it would be harder for me to die. Shut up. Immediately after, his front display showed D-rank Elite Demon, base stats multiplied by 400%, Strength 56, Speed 41, Stamina 61, Elemental Power 9, Spirit Power 11. He thought D-rank should be easy to kill, but this life was too far from the human race. Who could deal with me? Just then, the little maid nervously ran over and opened the door, smiling sinisterly. Gan Li, Her Highness is looking for you. The young man turned his stoned, average face. May error, I am coming right now. Seeing him like that, the maid was terrified. What was he planning to do? He was crazy. Pulling May Er into the room, he said bluntly, hurry up. Only you can help me, quickly beg me. He had no idea what that little girl was thinking, that her face turned bright red, and then she even acted shy. Really, he thought to herself, Gan Li, who usually doesn't say a word, gets this wild when he's drunk. But today was not the time. Today you belong to His Highness. Immediately, the young man was granted an audience with His Highness. Bing Ye coquettishly twisted her body. Gan Li, for your performance today, I specifically appoint you as a first-class merit warrior. From now on, you can freely enter and leave the palace. On the other hand, I specially reward you with the Slaughter King's armor. It will help you become a true hero. Mayor's eyes lit up. His Highness's reward was the holy battle armor of the previous demon lord. This was a treasure even His Highness herself couldn't bear to use. The Slaughter King's armor was the battle armor of the previous demon lord who had conquered the 4 corners. Its effects were over-level, wide area, and strategically strengthened the wearer. He looked at it with a vacant expression, having no idea what it did. Holding the reward in his hand, the young man turned and walked toward the door, saying ruthlessly, if there's nothing else, I'll go first. Bing Yi and May Er's eyes widened, not expecting him to be so calm. This very thing made Bing Yi even more puzzled. He had really changed a lot, too calm. Seeing him walk out, she turned back. As one of the 3 great demon commanders of Cloud Kingdom, Wei Ming was annoyed. No wonder he was summoned to the palace in the middle of the night. It was to give divine armor to this grunt. This kind of reward should be presented before the demon god. Sneaking around like this is unbefitting of a monarch's conduct. After saying that, he felt aggrieved. I have devoted my entire life to Cloud Kingdom. Why do you act as if you don't see it, without even a bit of praise? This is forcing me to defect to Huo An's side starting tomorrow. Seeing him, Gan Li casually called out, oh, old man. Hearing himself addressed that way, Wei Ming was furious. What? You want to act high and mighty with me, do you? Alright, you shameless little brat. You're still so cheeky. Just as he was thinking ill of him, Gan Li did something that shocked him. He directly handed the armor to the old man. Here, I'm giving this armor to you. Wei Ming was shocked even more so. He yelled, what? Giving it to me? Ganli replied sincerely, that's right, he truly wanted to die. Why would he need to use such shabby stuff? He was even looking for an excuse to throw it away. To turn the situation around, Gan Li made up a story. His Highness thought of your hard work for Cloud Kingdom and intentionally told me to bring this armor to give to you. You must keep it safe. After saying that, he immediately turned his back and left. Wei Ming stood there, not understanding anything, thinking he had misjudged his highness. He wailed miserably, Your Highness, I am unworthy. Just now, my thoughts were truly worse than a beast's. Damn it, I am guilty. From now on, I will certainly die without looking back for you. Having handled the situation, Ganli sat down and sighed, Can't off myself here. Tomorrow, I need to find a new place to die. Suddenly hearing voices nearby, he pricked up his ears. Young master, you have returned. What urgent business did father summon me for? Young master, the great Huoan has decided to act tomorrow. At that time, he will lead the demon soldier guard, and on behalf of the 3 great demon commanders, come to court to propose marriage to his highness. Whoever dares to stop him will be killed on the spot. Hearing there was a chance to die, Ganli sank into a beautiful fantasy. In that case, I'll stay here one more day. Second day at the Cloud Kingdom court. A group of people were having an audience. Ganli felt dizzy and had a pounding headache. Can't believe the demon clan has so many things to do so early in the morning. Get to the main point quickly. Dao Kao cupped his hands respectfully. Your Highness has observed the 3-year mourning period for the Demon Lord. Today's return is truly a joyful event. The human race's main army from far beyond is still stirring restlessly. Only with the protection of the great Huoan was our one city preserved. Bing Ye's eyes brightened. The great Huoan is truly remarkable. Since my grandfather's generation, he has commanded the entire defensive army. He must be rewarded. Huoan cupped his hands and replied, Since your Highness has said so, I have a request to make. He called for his son Wujun. Come here. I beg your Highness to grant my son a marriage. After all, the 2 of them have grown up together since they were young. Bing Ye asked innocently. Wow, after 3 years apart, has Wu Jun found someone he likes? The moment she finished speaking, Huoan got straight to the point. I request your Highness to marry my son Wu Jun. Bing Yi was shocked, her mouth agape. What? Please, General of the Demons, don't joke. Wu Jun and I fundamentally... Huoan revealed a hardened expression. Whether you like him now or not is unimportant. Before the greater cause, everything else must be set aside. Our clan has never had a female ruler in 1,000 years. The common folk are spreading rumors that would cause a loss of faith if your Highness ascends the throne. If you marry Wu Jun, it will silence everyone's tongues. Sycophants behind him also chimed in. Makes sense, that's right. This is a good thing. Young Master Wu Jun is handsome and valiant, truly an excellent choice. Wei Ming heard this and was utterly disgusted. This bastard is using some baseless excuse to pressure her highness. Bing Ye's eyes dimmed, showing displeasure, still hesitate. Gan Li, as if seizing a great opportunity, immediately jumped in. Wei Ming couldn't stop him in time. Gan Li, what are you doing? In reality, he only thought taking this job would get him killed by them immediately. Gan Li tightly grasped Bing Yi's hand and shouted, Hey, don't let that old man fool you. Everyone has the right to freely pursue happiness. Bing Yi looked at him with deep affection in her eyes. Gan Li was determined to act this out to the end just to die. Old man, who gave you the guts to boss around the leader like that? Wei Ming looked at Gan Li startled. It's this young man. Bing Yi cried out in panic. I'm sorry, Grand Chancellor. Huoan continued, I wonder if I have not devoted my entire life to Cloud Kingdom. Today is the only day in history where 2 generations of demon lords jointly awarded a demon decree to Grand Huoan, causing all the officials to be silenced. I advise your highness to think carefully before answering. He had just finished speaking when his face turned gloomy. Liao Tai, seeing the tense scene, could no longer remain still and said, Are you trying to force the king to abdicate? Step back immediately. Wei Ming also grew angry and added, Huoan, watch your actions. Huoan declared confidently to everyone, all military authority is in my hands. Bing Yi looked weary from the argument. Everyone, stop immediately. Huoan makes a valid point, I promise to consider it. Before he could finish his sentence, Gan Li burst into loud laughter to interrupt. A woman, how do you handle this matter? Did your father leave you no kingly spirit? His gaze at Huoan was filled with utter contempt. He even pressed his face close to his to stare. Gan Li's face twisted, looking truly ugly. He confronted him while moving very close. Interesting, you old 3-dimensional relic. Consider who gave you military authority. Are you drunk now? Or do you intend to rely on your clan to bully people? Huoan, never insulted to this degree, said, You utter bastard. Gan Li continued to play the hero, saving the beauty to provoke the madman. Besides, she is the exalted demon lord, with a status above 10,000, and has this natural beauty. What is your son to be worthy of her? Not only angering the father but also attacking the son, Huoan was so furious his head felt like exploding. Who do you think you are? In this world, besides my son, who else is more worthy? Gan Li, with a pained expression, replied with satisfaction, It is I. 2 days ago in the cave, we had already made lifelong plans together. Gan Li, after speaking, covered his mouth and giggled with with delight. I believe after this line you will have to beg me. Hurry up and make your move. Liu Tai was still shocked by the event. Did Ganli dare to insult Grand Huoan like this? As for Bing Yi, she was also moved. Ganli indeed has a close relationship with Her Highness. Murmurs grew louder. Back then, when Her Highness was surrounded by the Blue Color Guild, it is rumored that he stepped in to break the siege. No one had seen this person before. Ganli only wanted to die quickly, but his recent actions had moved Her Highness. I never thought he would dare go this far for me. Huoan gritted his teeth. You want to die, do you? Ganli acted as if a fish had found water, eagerly sticking out his neck. That's right, come here if you have the guts. Finish me off now. Do it quickly. I can't wait any longer. Huoan roared in fury. You regret insulting the demon general and offending Her Highness. You have committed a capital offense, and today I will settle the score. The oppressive force radiated powerfully, causing everyone nearby to scatter in panic. Get out of the way, that is the demon general's core judgment ultimate skill. We're finished, all of us are finished. Fatal strike shots straight toward everyone. Ganli had already been sent flying. Even though he was about to die, a smug smile still lingered on his lips. Jingna, wait for me, we can finally meet. The youth had just imagined the scene of reunion when his joy did not last long. After a thunderous explosion, a figure flickered into view from behind. Amidst the flames that were burning against the wind, Wujun looked up to the sky stunned. He could not believe his eyes. How can this be? Above Ganli's head, a military demon decree emblem appeared, successfully blocking the fatal wound. The system announced, granted a level 40 demon decree. You have been promoted to an A-rank demon. The defensive passive skill was activated. When HP drops below 30, all defense increases by 5 times. Counter damage after 15 hits will self-recover 1 instance of damage and can critically strike. Ganli stood dazed, not understanding what was happening. Behind him, everyone's mouths hung open. Did Her Highness give the military demon decree to him? This is a once-in-a-lifetime decree that the demon lord uses only once, showing complete trust. Bing Yi stepped into a majestic state, her voice resolute. My grandfather and father once bestowed the demon decree on someone, but today I give it to Ganli. From now on, Ganli is the right Huoan. Together with Huoan, you will command all our demon troops. Huoan calculated silently. Well played, Bing Yi. You use a mere brat to balance my military authority. Let's see who dares to acknowledge, who dares to obey. He glanced around the room. Wei Ming was the first to clasp his hands. Congratulations to Cam Huoan, commander of the 3 armies. Liu Tai also bowed respectfully. Greetings, right Huoan. Seeing the 2 elders express their intent, everyone in the hall kneeled in unison. Congratulations to Cam Huoan. Congratulations to Cam Huoan, while Ganli stood there like a statue. His face was blank, thinking to himself, damn it, now I feel like I've been tricked. Huoan clenched his fists. The demon decree proves trust, but how can someone who has never set foot on the battlefield convince these seasoned demons? Want to share military authority? Fine, let him try the ancestral demon tome. Liu Yun, our ancestor, was the only king. Only those acknowledged by the ancestors are worthy of the power. If he passes, I will gladly surrender the military authority. Liu Tai roared in anger. That old man of yours, that place has had no survivors in 100 years. What do you intend? Wei Ming replied. Just now Cam Huo and has proven his ability. Do you intend to defy the decree? Bing Yi shouted absolutely not. The demon cave had been considered a forbidden ground. Only death, nothing could be proven. Hearing this, Ganli's eyes lit up with innocence. For nearly 100 years no one had survived, yet he said only death awaited. Huon laughed decisively, saying they were all a bunch of cowardly rats. Ganli raised his hand, his voice frank and without hesitation. Great Huon is right, I agree. Where is the demon cave? I will go now. He had barely finished speaking when the whole group stared wide-eyed, jaws agape, unable to believe their ears. In the past 100 years ago, the demon race faced a great crisis. The Liu clan ancestors of the demon lord sacrificed themselves to protect the clan. He sealed the final demon source within a demon cave, waiting for the next king to be recognized by the ancestors. But for 100 years, no demon had passed the trial. Bai Ming spoke. Entering the demon cave requires 2 people to form a team. Besides Cam Huoan, who else dares to enter? The group of subordinates buzzed with discussion. It truly was a dangerous place. Who would want to go and die? Forget it, do not force it. Huoan spoke coldly, then he would think of a way himself. If he could not find a companion, how could he command Wu Jun's 10,000 troops? A hand rose from the crowd, resolute. I am ready to go. That person was Wu Jun, an A-rank fire system ranger, a demon lieutenant general. Huoan's face darkened. What did you say? Who permitted this? Wu Jun replied without fear. Does father think I am inferior to him? A person behind worriedly said, impossible. You are the future of Cloud Nation. How can you take such a risk? Wu Jun pointed at himself, full of confidence. Only one approved by the ancestors is worthy of kingly power. If there is to be a king, it will surely be me. Murmurs of admiration rose. Truly worthy of young master Wu Jun. Only has the courage and strength. Huoan felt his mind spin, not knowing what to say. Outside the palace, Yi Duka watched, his voice encouraging, "Young master, this trip is the right choice. That Ganwon has no strength, unlike you, young master, a favored son of heaven since childhood. Do not let him steal your glory." And entering the demon cave, seize the opportunity, directly deal with that brat. Wu Jun slicked his hair back, his voice smug, "I am handsome, not stupid, I know what to do." Scene change, in the room Mei Er whispered, "He is arrogant, ruthless, selfish, and cannot tolerate anyone being better than him. When the time comes he will stab you in the back, be careful." Hearing the phrase stab in the back, Ganli chuckled softly, thinking to himself, the chance of being harmed has increased, hasn't it? Bai Ming chuckled gruffly, adding, "Cam Huan, I brought the best strength and healing potions of Cloud Nation. The demon cave is dangerous, you must be careful." Ganli looked displeased, "You people are really overdoing it." The next day, at the ancestral mountain of the demon cave, Wu Jun, Ganli, and Mei Er stood by the altar. Ganli handed all the gifted potions to Wu Jun. Mei Er asked, "Are you two ready?" At this moment, none of them knew that a world-altering counterfeit clan was about to be born. A shout rang out. Set out, Mei Er formed a seal, cast magic, and activated the formation. Scene transition to the ancestral trial instance. Another notification appeared. D-rank star system tracking Reaper, very skilled at stealth. Wu Jun observed his surroundings, unsure what monsters lurked in the cave. Ganli recalled the conversation. "He is arrogant, ruthless, selfish, cannot tolerate anyone being better. He will definitely stab me in the back. I must be careful." He could not miss the chance to get himself killed. Ganli spread his arms in a pathetic manner. "Hey darling, I have no defenses, just ordinary white gear. My defense is very weak." Wu Jun listened and couldn't understand. What the hell was he doing? With the enemy situation unclear, he dared to expose himself. Ganli laughed arrogantly, thinking, "I am showing everything, hurry up and make your move." Seeming to have fallen for the bait, Wu Jun immediately drew his sharp sword. Ganli smirked, "Just as I expected, here it comes." Suddenly, a blue flower appeared from somewhere. Not only could it fly, it could also talk. Its thorns transformed, slashing a claw across Ganli's face. Small flower transformed into a little demon. The demon lord charged in immediately, used a fatal strike to finish it off. Ganli still hadn't understood what happened. Hundreds fell from the sky like a swarm, aiming straight at the two of them. Wu Jun did not hesitate, created hundreds of flower petals, transformed into a giant demon. He snapped his fingers, the sharp petals turned into blades, attacking and wiping out the entire swarm in the cave. Jun turned back, his eyes on Ganli. "You already sense the lurking demon souls around here. Use this trick to lure the snake out of its hole. Intentionally showed weakness to make them appear. Then let a demon like me kill them all in one strike. But don't think that will make me leave." Ganli could not help but praise him, truly unexpected that his mind was so brilliant, acting out a play all by himself so cleverly. He had not even thought of this part. Praised, Wu Jun smiled proudly, saying it was only natural. Then he shouted loudly, "Assassinate," and unleashed his signature move, transforming into wind. Ganli was stunned, his face frozen in shock. Originally, it was just an act to reveal his identity. Let him charge and stab him in the back. Who would have thought this fool thought they were coordinating? As a result, all the monsters turned on him, because his extremely high damage made him the priority target. In the end, that idiot Wu Jun did nothing, and the monsters ignored me too. I became the safest person here. I have to lead those monsters to kill me. What kind of smile should you wear then? The system announced the appearance of an A-rank demon elite. All stats multiplied by 600%, bonus points 480. So Ganli still had 480 unallocated points. Wu Jun and Ganli continued to advance to the deepest point of the map. Wu Jun glanced at Ganli, seeing that he still had not moved. Could it be that he was completely useless, just a worthless waste? Suddenly, the system rang a danger alert. Danger. Activated the dungeon scenario, protect the king's messenger. The notification explained the challenge difficulty was A rank. The challenge lasted 20 minutes. The condition to pass was to resist the encirclement of the demon king's messengers. Note, this messenger has no weakness. Instantly, 5 monsters appeared, belonging to A+ rank, collectively called the Demon King's Messengers. Wu Jun did not hesitate, his eyes full of killing intent. He turned and attacked first, shouting flower. He used his old trick again, but against that attack, Flame Demon lightly burnt the flower petals to ashes. Jun was extremely annoyed. In the distance, the fire demon crouched as if resting. It calmly accumulated energy, then suddenly shot a fireball straight at Wu Jun. An extremely terrifying explosion sounded. When the flames died down, Wu Jun still stood firm, completely unharmed. His gaze was calm, but 2 thorn vines shot out from the fire like arrows. Wu Jun was only startled in time, before he was tightly bound by the thorn vines. It turned out this attack came from the thorn demon, laughing gleefully. He looked at Ganli, seeing that he was still indifferent and did not help. A bitter thought surged up. It turned out he truly was a waste. Meanwhile, Ganli was panting, his face full of satisfaction as if he had just done something extraordinary, praising himself. Actually, he had dumped all 480 points into strength, increasing no defense, just waiting to deal damage and pull the monster's aggro onto himself. Wu Jun gritted his teeth in anger, exclaiming that indeed no one in this world could compare to him. He roared, his explosive power shattering the thorn vines into pieces. Wu Jun did not hesitate, immediately launching a continuous assault on the thorn vine demon. He shouted loudly, "Die!" Flicked his finger, detonated a magic sphere. A sky-shaking explosion occurred. Wu Jun struck an extremely cool pose, Unfortunately, that demon had 90% damage reduction, was completely unharmed, and just laughed steadily. Seeing the monster's armor did not even crack, Wu Jun's face turned pale. Finally, he understood. A messenger without weakness meant its defense was too terrifying. Another messenger quickly unleashed a suction circle, pulled Wu Jun into the very center. Immediately, the other messengers also appeared, surrounding him in the middle of the battlefield. At that moment, Ganli was sneaking behind one of the messengers, clenching his fist ready for a sneak attack. His fist shot forward, pierced straight through the fire demon's body. The killing blow began to spread. After recovering their senses, they all simultaneously switched their hate target to Ganli. One screamed in fury, releasing. Ganli widened his eyes, stammering, "Oh dear, the messenger got blown up by me." He was stunned, so dumping all points into strength was this powerful. Wu Jun was dumbfounded. Just one hit and Ganli had blown up the messenger. He realized it turned out the monster's weakness was their back. Wu Jun suddenly understood that Ganli had been enduring all this time to lure the monsters into turning their backs on them, and he laughed in praise. The demon envoys swarmed tightly around Ganli, and the system notified him that he had dealt too much damage, becoming a priority target for all monsters. The young man smiled contentedly because the plan was unfolding exactly as he wanted. Now all their targets are focused on me. The system reminded him that the A-rank envoy of the evil dragon, with its bloodshot eyes, had locked onto him as a target. Ganli calculated silently. An A-rank demon had extreme attack power, and with his defense, one hit would shatter him. He spread his arms wide and laughed loudly, telling it to come at him. "I am about to return to the human race." Amidst the shimmering rays of light surrounding him, he raised his head high, ready to wait for the finishing blow. Suddenly, a blue flower appeared in mid-air. Voice rang out immediately after. Thorn form, poison pierce. Wu Jun lunged like lightning to attack the demon, creating countless fatal wounds on its body. The monster's body was then slashed in many pieces. At this moment, only 3 envoys of the evil dragon remained. Ganli's mouth hung open in astonishment at the scene. Wu Jun turned back with a proud laugh, saying he had understood the tactic. Their weak point was their back. They should take turns holding aggro. He squinted cunningly and said he understood. Brothers share life and death, and then the taunt effect switched to Wu Jun. Ganli clutched his head, crying, shouting that he didn't understand a damn thing. It took so much effort to pull the aggro onto himself. A group of envoys began to walk away. He screamed loudly, telling them to come back. In anger, Ganli swung his fist, punching the air, hoping to pull them back, but unexpectedly that punch sent another demon to its ancestors. The monster fell, its body dissolving under the vicious gazes of the remaining 2. The taunt effect immediately returned to Ganli. He licked his lips provocatively, calling them over to suck him dry. Pleased with himself, he struck a cool pose in the middle of the battlefield, waiting to be dealt with. But Wu Jun suddenly rushed over, landing a kick on the envoy's face. As a result, the taunt effect fell back onto Wu Jun, and he immediately turned around and ran, shouting as he ran for them to come deal with him. Ganli was so angry his eyes turned red, and he swung another punch, inadvertently sending another envoy off, and he roared that damn it, he used too much force again. The thunder demon slowly turned its head, looking at Ganli with a cold gaze. Ganli thought his heart was pounding. This was the last chance. He muttered a prayer for it to give him one punch. The envoy was not polite, swinging its blade straight at Ganli. He beamed a radiant smile, his heart rejoicing as he awaited reincarnation. Just at the moment it seemed he would succeed, 2 cold words rang out, "Slay," and all of Ganli's hopes vanished into thin air. He stood frozen, staring at the scene before him. The demon envoys had been completely annihilated. Wu Jun muttered proudly that this battle strategy was truly invincible. He never expected the 2 of them to cooperate so seamlessly. Ganli's face changed color, almost turned to stone, and he roared, "What the hell cooperation? What was the struggle for if you killed them all?" Jun pointed his hand at him, his face grave as he declared recognition that he was worthy of being a future rival. At that moment, the demon lair shook violently. The ground split open, with brilliant blue lightning sparks flashing. A fierce voice echoed through the space, saying it had been tens of years since anyone dared enter the demon lair. It thought the young demon race no longer had anyone daring to challenge the king's status. Dazzling light suddenly burst forth. Both had to raise their hands to shield their eyes. A colossal dragon with bloodshot eyes emerged from the light, its heavy voice congratulating them on passing the trial. Now come to the final challenge. The system displayed a notification about the SS rank evil dragon, Liu Yun Evil Dragon, saying that between the 2, only one would survive to leave the demon lair in 10 minutes. Survivor would receive the king title and the evil dragon's reward. If not, all would be killed by it. Jun's ears were ringing from the news, and he asked if it meant they wanted them to harm each other. Within his heart, a dark thought arose. He was the future of Cloud Kingdom. He could not die, but his opponent's strength was too deep and unfathomable. Gan Li, on the other hand, was laughing uncontrollably, his heart celebrating as if at a festival. He thought the time had come. Heaven itself was helping him get the most chance to die. Jun thought silently. This man looked confident and relaxed. He must have a determination to win at all costs. He absolutely could not lose. Without hesitation, Gan Li removed his armor and threw it to the ground, saying directly, "If only one person can survive, then you make your move. Wu Jun raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with suspicion. Was he trying to use another trick to lure him into attacking? Ganli calmed him down, patting his chest as he guaranteed, "Rest assured, I have no traps. I only have this pair of pants left on my body. You only need to strike once to claim the king's title along with the reward of becoming the world's sole new king." Wu Jun remained vigilant, his weapon drawn, and asked coldly, "What are you thinking? To give up when you are so close to success?" Ganli cursed inwardly, "You are truly troublesome. Why are you dragging your feet and not making a move?" Wu Jun replied, "You have been trusted by the prince, hold military command, and have come this far. Moreover, your attack power is not weak. Your normal strike even defeated an A+ rank evil dragon messenger. If we truly fought, I am not certain I could easily defeat you. Why are you willing to surrender?" Gan Li pretended to be sad, lowering his voice. "Because Cloud Kingdom cannot lack the Huo family. Huoan has been a veteran for 3 generations, devoted to Cloud Kingdom, and you are the future, the young hero. I am merely an unknown person, just lucky. My life is not worth mentioning. For the entire demon race, I must die." Hearing that, Wu Jun fell silent. Bowing his head, his mother's words from years past suddenly echoed in his mind. "There will come a day when you become a youth who carries the world in his heart. Wu Jun, our demon race, is only truly strong when united." He listened, a sweet voice lingering. "Mother, I am truly ashamed." He was silent, thinking to himself, facing someone who sacrifices his life for the demon race. I still suspected his schemes. He thought of the demon race while I only thought of the king's title. At that moment, Lu Yun Evil Dragon's voice boomed. "Punishment distance, time remaining is 8 minutes. If you do not strike, both of you will be killed by me." Ganli grew anxious. "Hey, hurry up and make a move. What are you still thinking about?" Wu Jun calmly replied, "The Ghost King just said if the opponent is not eliminated in 10 minutes, he will kill all of us. Want to try a different method?" After saying that, he crouched low like a dragon, gathering strength, power erupting from his body. It coalesced into a brilliant stream of green energy. Jun shouted loudly, and the light blazed up. The dazzling green light shot straight toward Lu Yun Evil Dragon. Evil Dragon squinted, watching his movements. When it realized something, it roared in fury. "You dare to break the barrier?" In that instant, Wu Jun evolved from a rank to A+. He turned his head to look at Gan Li and said softly, "Let us handle this evil dragon together." Lu Yun Evil Dragon laughed wildly. "Haha, you really do not know your limits." Wu Jun, with a confident gaze, declared, "My body is now filled with power, having achieved the assassin attribute. Strength increased by 100%, speed increased by 200%. Without hesitation, Wu Jun and the evil dragon charged at each other, beginning a great battle, dust and smoke blinding the battlefield. Ganli watched from the side, shrugged and sighed. "Why did you draw your sword again?" He frowned, annoyed. "Why do you always complicate simple matters?" The climax, Lu Yun Evil Dragon unleashed the Willow Cloud illusion technique, and Wu Jun responded with his signature ultimate skill, Harmony. However, the evil dragon's speed was a beat faster. A wave of green energy exploded. It blasted Wu Jun away. He was not one to accept defeat easily. Jun executed his footwork technique. He leaped into the air, unleashing a fatal strike, cutting away 150 of Lu Yun Evil Dragon's health. He could not help but exclaim, "Its health bar is really thick." Wu Jun used an assassin's skill to charge straight forward again. An energy blast from Lu Yun Evil Dragon immediately fired out, but he evaded using an afterimage. He did not miss the opportunity. Jun unleashed thousands of slashes, taking away a large amount of health. Landing majestically, the system notification sounded. The flag-bearing evil dragon became the priority attack target. The Evil Dragon roared. It curled up its body, then unleashed its ultimate skill, flinging Wu Jun far away like a ball. The strike was so powerful that he could not stand up for a moment. Seeing that, Ganli's heart sank, breaking out in cold sweat. He thought, no way, if he dies now, I might actually become the king. The evil dragon was gathering power, preparing to unleash the cloud dragon breath. Ganli gritted his teeth and rushed forward, standing to block in front of Wu Jun. He spread his arms wide to take the full brunt of the attack. A horrifying explosion rang out, and his health plummeted by 2,000 points. Wu Jun's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Ganli fell to his knees, blood spurting from his mouth like a fountain, his health bar only at 1/3. For anyone else, that blow would have been fatal, but he managed to stay standing, truly a miracle. Jun gritted his teeth, a surge of intense emotion welling up inside him. Why would Ganli risk his life to take a fatal blow for him? Without a moment's hesitation, he took out a high-grade recovery potion, instantly healing 10,000 health. He poured it straight into Ganli's mouth. Under the effects of the miraculous potion, Ganli's health bar was filled up instantly, leaving him gaping in astonishment. He turned around, shouting angrily, "You!" But before he could finish his sentence, Wu Jun continuously threw items at him. They were Cloud Branch Steel reinforcing compounds. Resistance increased by 50. Healing compounds. Recovery increased by 50, along with defense potions. Defense increased by 500. Ganli stood frozen, screaming inwardly, "My plan to commit suicide is completely ruined." Not giving him a chance to resist, Wu Jun urged, "Start the battle." He also drank several potions himself, ready for the great fight. Li, tears streaming down his face, his heart aching as if cut, choked out. I thank you so much. Wu Jun took a deep breath and charged straight into the battle with a valiant aura. He attacked the Cloud Fortress Evil Dragon relentlessly. The dragon roared in mad fury, launching an attack at Wu Jun. But this time, Wu Jun used the Assassin Extreme skill, evading nimbly and cleanly. Unwilling to accept defeat, the evil dragon summoned the Lightning Strike Demon Claw skill, releasing an extremely powerful bolt of lightning. By the attack, Wu Jun was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed hard to the ground. Seeing this, Ganli didn't have time to think. He immediately rushed over to take the hit for his teammate with his own body. A brilliant flash of light from the skill, fired by the evil dragon, struck him directly. Wu Jun stared, extremely surprised. What kind of freakish skill is this? Healing hundreds of thousands per minute. Even if I trained my entire life, I wouldn't be as fast as him. The evil dragon gave a contemptuous smile, its eyes coldly sweeping over the two. Ants daring to dream of challenging a god. Having said that, it unleashed the dragon roar skill. A wave of terrifying power spread out, blasting the two away, their health dropping uncontrollably. Under that immense pressure, both fell into poisoned and weakened states, their buffs stripped away, defense drastically reduced. They lay gasping on the ground, their health continuously being drained. Wu Jun gritted his teeth, activated the newborn protection skill, which blocked one fatal injury, usable only once per day. Their supplies of potions were also exhausted. The Cloud Fortress Evil Dragon accumulated energy, its voice echoing like the god of death. Take this final move. Wu Jun screamed in terror. We are doomed. Ganli was still smiling brightly, his voice gentle. It's not over yet. In 10 minutes, only one person can live. If I die, you complete the challenge and still obtain the sovereign title. Wu Jun's eyes widened, his voice trembling as he asked, what do you mean? Not letting him think further, the evil dragon spat out the Radiance Dragon Breath skill. At that very moment, Ganli rushed forward recklessly, grabbing Wu Jun and hurling him far away, shouting loudly, live on, future of the demon race. Wu Jun could only scream in despair, no. Ganli's final words rang in his ears. You are of the demon race, but you do not make people despise you. Deafening explosion shook the entire space. Billowing smoke and dust covered everything. Wu Jun sat there dazed, his eyes hollow, unable to believe the truth. The evil dragon soared up, roaring, ha, congratulations. Someone has finally passed the trial. It raised its head high, its voice solemn. The ancestors of the demon race once sacrificed themselves to protect their people. Today, you have inherited that will. Above Wu Jun's head appeared the words strong one recognized by the evil dragon, and his health was instantly restored to full. The system announced he gained 2 million experience, leveled up 4 times, received an A+ rank Ampia, an elite A rank Ampia, stats increased by 700%, and a level 5 active skill, Evil Dragon Breath. For the past 200 years, anyone who reached this stage had to eliminate their final teammate to qualify as a sovereign. Wu Jun was silent, only smiling bitterly as he listened to the evil dragon continue, saying that in the end, even if alive, he had no qualifications. Only the two of you helping each other facing difficulties together. This kind of trust that disregards life and death is the most precious quality of a king. After the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, a figure slowly walked out. Ganli appeared with an extremely cool demeanor. Above his head, a line of golden text shimmered, King recognized by the evil dragon. And so in the cave, the two of them kept fighting the evil dragon. Its health bar was finally also brought down to half. Wu Jun still held firm the belief that as long as they persevered, they would definitely be able to defeat it. The system blared notifications, gained 5 million experience, leveled up 10 times, became A+ rank Elite Pima. All stats increased by 700%, received 120 distribution points, acquired SSS rank passive skill, recovered 100,000 health per minute. Ganli's eyes bulged wide, his face pale. Congratulations to Ganli for passing the Ancestor trial and obtaining a hidden title of Demon King. Scene shift at the Cloud Kingdom Palace. The atmosphere was chaotic. Du Cao's mouth hung open, stammering that in just one afternoon they had passed the Ancestor trial of the Demon Cave, a place where no one had survived in 100 years. If so, could it be that the prophecy has come true, that we in this era will truly witness the Demon King unite the land? King Yi exclaimed, his eyes shining brightly. The Demon King is the heir of the ancestor Tai Long Liu Yun. Among all demons and monsters, it takes hundreds of years to produce a true king, one who exudes an aura far surpassing other fiends. After undergoing worldly trials, he will transform into an existence revered by 10,000. In another corner, Huo threw his head back and laughed heartily. No wonder he is my son, a favored son of heaven. Achieving the king title is only natural, priding himself on his good eye for people. But a person quickly entered the palace, bowing his head to report that the one who became the king was not Wu Jun. Huo squinted his eyes, crossed his arms and sneered, who else could it be besides my son? That person smiled faintly, dousing him with cold water. It was Ganli Huoan. Huon was thunderstruck, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out. He roared, "What, Ganli is the king?" At the same time, at a tavern, the king Ganli was bitterly suffering at the bar counter, his heart shattered, the wine in his hand sloshing. He hugged a bottle and muttered, "Give me 2 more bottles of Death Wish." The barmaid girl beamed, "Wow, you really can hold your liquor." Ganli sighed like a last breath. "I have 1,000,000 health bars, how can I even die like this?" Just then, the system coldly announced, "You still have new skills not equipped." He sobbed right at the counter, full of grievance, "I can't go back now, my beautiful girl." Ganli walked home, sobbing snifflingly along the way. Suddenly, from a dark corner, a small head peeked out, sneakily looking at him. Even though he was dead drunk, by his divine intuition instinct, Ganli quickly turned around. That spot was empty, no one was there. He shrugged, continuing to stagger forward. He hadn't gone a few steps when that small head poked out again to keep watching. This time Ganli couldn't hold back, his eyes wide, he growled like a demon, "Are you following me or not?" The tiny little boy was scared. He tumbled and fell flat on his back. His eyes brimming with tears, he muttered, "No, you can't scare me, I'm not scared." His character information flashed up. A low-level demon core kid named Tian Xiao. Ganli crossed his arms, squinting as he asked, "Talk, why are you following me?" Tian Xiao stammered, scratched his head, and blushed. I respectfully invite you to come with me to the 100 Demon Cave. I am willing to be your loyal servant." He looked and noticed Tian Xiao was wearing a small notice board. "Congratulations, citizen. You've received 3 opportunities to make a wish. Please come to the 100 Demon Cave to claim your reward." Ganli frowned and asked, "What is the 100 Demon Cave, and where is it?" Tian Xiao lowered his head. "I have heard of the Demon Cave since birth, but I haven't come of age so I can't enter. Just now I saw you come out of the Demon Cave, so surely you must have a way to get me in." Beside them, a beggar woman reading over their shoulders cried out, "This must be a scam, who would believe that?" In his drunkenness, Ganli squinted and grinned slyly. "Can it really grant any wish at all?" The beggar kept on rambling, "And you actually believe that?" Ganli looked like a man possessed. "I heard before that the demon race has a wish system. It can grant wishes, but you have to go through countless payment trials and stuff." Tian Xiao laughed heartily, frankly saying, "My luck is pretty solid too. Anyway, this is my last chance." The boy stopped, his voice turning serious. "I gave all the money I earned to the 100 Club to buy this spot. My mother has heart failure. She only has a month left to live. I need to find a suitable heart to save her." After hearing this, even the beggar sighed, "Poor kid, but no idiot would dare go with you." Ganli calmly pointed at himself, smiling brightly, "I will go with you." He frankly stated his condition, "But you have to give me one wish." In his heart, Ganli thought, "I just need to wish to be reborn as a human again. I am such a genius." Tian Xiao joyfully nodded vigorously. "I could give you 2 wishes even." Ganli laughed heartily, patting Tian Xiao on the shoulder. "You are too polite, I just need my mother to live, that is enough." The beggar at the street corner shook his head in admiration. "You two get along terrifyingly well." He sighed and clicked his tongue. "Filial little boy, rest assured your mother will be saved." Tian Xiao, eyes brimming, called out loudly, "Thank you, big uncle." Ganli waved his hand, "Call me brother." The beggar snorted and yelled, "Anyway, let me tell you straight, don't dream of entering the 100 Demon Cave. Those wishes are all scams. Recently, the H group has been pretty active." A moment later, Tian Xiao enthusiastically pointed ahead. "This is the place." Ganli nodded, "My wish has also arrived." He stepped closer to the scanner. The machine beeped, a light scanning over Ganli's body. Tian Xiao cheered, "Big brother, the door is open." In the observation room, a low, mocking male voice rang out. "Another fresh fish on the hook. Close the door and haul in the net. Remember not to hit too hard. If they die, how can they work?" Right then, the door behind them suddenly slammed shut. Tian Xiao startled, turning his head. A burly man. He had a ferocious expression as he charged forward, throwing a straight punch at them. Tian Xiao panicked and shouted for the boss to be careful. Ganli was still drunk, turning his head back in a daze. Punch, emitting golden lightning, slammed into his face, causing him to lose 5 health, but the passive skill immediately restored him. Ganli, unaware of anything, smiled brightly and greeted, "This is the 100 Spirits Demon Crypt, right? This guy is a D-rank demon, fully equipped. How can he take a hit and still stay so calm?" There were many other people in front of Ganli, and he naively continued to ask, "We came to exchange a wish. Did we walk into the wrong place?" The whole group burst into contemptuous laughter. "Still dreaming at a time like this. We lured you in here for your greed. The wish selection is just a fairy tale to fool children." Ganli's face twisted in anger. Seeing that, the crowd found it even more amusing, saying, "We are the largest resource hunting organization in the Cloud Kingdom. We trick fools like you in here. If you behave, you get to stay and suffer in the Demon Crypt. If you talk back, we cut off your limbs and sell your organs. In a deep layer like this, even if you disappear, no one will care." Although the physique of the man in the middle looked, "Running a few military drills is no problem. Be a good dog and know your place." That man was still speaking when Ganli, furious, kicked him flying. The group of cronies was stunned. What just happened? Was that an illusion? Or are we still coming down from the high? Ganli, veins bulging, roared, "How many more times do I have to come back to life? Every time I revive, all my hopes are crushed like this." The leader shouted the order. "Fight back, everyone rush him and gang up on him." Immediately, the group of people wearing B-rank tech combat armor charged forward. It was like the five brothers of the transforming superhero team. They proudly boasted, "This is B-rank armor. This time we'll show him what's what." The guy in blue armor gathered energy, ready to go all out, and the three of them rushed in together. Because he had drunk 2 pounds of white liquor, Ganlu's emotions surged. "Every time I'm about to succeed, it all falls apart. It really pisses me off. How detestable." He instantly activated drunk mode, using the flesh rage skill. He threw a straight punch into the empty space ahead. A shockwave immediately erupted violently. It swept away the entire group of armored knights like useless bundles of dry firewood. Their B-rank armor shattered, and all their items dropped out. After that, no one knew what had truly happened. The few survivors knelt on the ground, tears and snot streaming as they begged for mercy. The leader sobbed, saying, "We were forced to. The power behind us is too strong, we can't escape." Sensing a potential opportunity, Ganli sobered up immediately upon learning of the powerful force behind them. The trembling bastard said, "Our backer is the Grand Administrator, the highest authority in the Cloud Kingdom. Wait until Huoen arrives. You're dead meat." Ganli furrowed his brow, scratching his chin in thought for a while, certain that the mastermind was one of those 3 bastards. He just didn't know which bastard was thick-faced enough to have fooled even him. As he was pondering, the sealed iron door slowly creaked open. Sinister laughter rang out, "Haha, Huoen is here, you're dead meat." Ganli turned his head, a cold glare in his eyes, and uttered a sentence. "Oh, so you're the one causing trouble here?" When he clearly saw the face of the man who had just entered, Ganli immediately pointed his finger straight at him. "So this scam organization is led by Old Man Du Gao." The demon was surprised and asked, "How do you know the boss? How dare you insult him like that?" Fatty thought to himself, "Damn it, these henchmen must have slipped up." The one who came was Du Pan, an A-rank warrior, the brother of Jiang Du Tao. The whole group quickly tried to clear their names, apologizing. "It wasn't us who said that. Please spare us, Lord Jiang." Before the words were finished, the head of the man who had just spoken immediately exploded. Tian Xiao screamed in horror, "Mom, that's truly brutal." Du Pan sneered coldly, "A bunch of useless trash. Keeping you is pointless. You can't even beat a nobody." The quiet blonde man thought to himself, "Why can't I remember who he is?" Du Pan stepped closer and closer, saying, "Now you know too much. You can only die here." Genli's face darkened, his gaze. "This fatty does look like he has some real strength." He sneered, "Well then, let me give dying a try. I will give you 10 minutes. If you cannot defeat me within 10 minutes, do not blame me for being impolite." After speaking, Genli revealed a meaningful smile. It made everyone almost fall over backward upon hearing it. Du Pan scratched his head with a confused expression. "No, what does giving me 10 minutes mean? 1 second later he will have to move houses." A shout rang out from the blonde man. "Oh my god!" A super powerful move from Huan. Immediately Du Pan charged forward. He unleashed an extremely powerful punch. That punch struck Ganli directly. It took away 500 health points, pushing him back far. But immediately after, his passive skill activated, recovering 800 health points, and his body was full again. Ganli laughed happily and said, "Not bad, you are a bit better than the previous few. Come on, try my ultimate move." Du Pan pondered grimly, not expecting this nobody to have some real strength. Ganli urged, "Hurry up, 10 minutes go by very fast." Du Pan cracked his knuckles angrily, "How dare you look down on me?" He charged forward in fury. He unleashed a 5-hit critical strike combo skill. He punched Ganli flying far away. But not stopping there, he continued to execute a super chain strike, landing 8 consecutive blows on Ganli. The observing blonde man broke out in a cold sweat. "I remember who he is now." Du Pan panted heavily, his whole body burning hot, sweat dripping down. Meanwhile, Ganli was still at full health. Ganli spoke up irritably. "Hey, do not stop." Du Pan gritted his teeth and unleashed his strongest move, explosive strike thrust. A massive surge of energy accumulated in his fist. At that moment, Ganli's damage resistance passive skill activated. Every 15 attacks received will reflect 1 devastating attack. A huge explosion sounded and Du Pan screamed, blood spurting from his mouth. He was just hit by the counterattack, losing all 2,800 health points in an instant. In pain, he staggered back, his eyes filled with terror. "What is going on with this brat?" The blonde man on the sidelines, his face drained of blood, yelled out loudly, "I know now. He is the pervert from the palace who once taunted even the Dark Lord Huan himself. He was supposed to be in the ancestral demon lair already. How is he still alive and showing up here all cocky?" Looking at Ganla's icy cold face, he trembled as he thought, "So it was this background, I have heard of it before. The pretty boy kept by Madame Liu. Do not think you can fool me. Just a low-level demon relying on a high-ranking woman's influence. Me, I am an A-rank great demon, the future of the demon race." Du Pan extended his hand and made an extremely flamboyant transformation gesture. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered by the A-rank cloud armor. Ganli lay sprawled on the ground, not scared but shouting with excitement, ahoo, this is so fun. "Buddy, come over here and hit me." Murderous glint flashed in Du Pan's eye. He gathered blue energy. He unleashed a powerful cloud vibration strike, aimed directly at Ganli. An explosive punch caused blood to fly. Ganli's health plummeted rapidly. Ganli could not stand steady, struggling to get up. 10 minutes are up. But why am I still at full health? As for Du Pan, his battle armor also disintegrated. System notification appeared. Passive counter damage skill activated. Every 15 attacks received reflects 1 lethal blow based on attack power. Series of other notifications popped up simultaneously. Damage tanked successfully. Immediately deducted 10,000 health from Du Pan. Counter damage add another 8,400 health points, triggering near-death protection. The blonde man yelled out loudly, Lord Huoan. Du Pan collapsed to his knees. No, what does this mean? Why? I do not understand. Amidst the rubble and dust, Ganli forced himself to stand up. 10 minutes are up, but why am I still at full health? Ganli cracked his knuckles, pretending to be angry. Is that all? That is everything I had. I gave it all to you. Sorry for disappointing you. Do not attack me, I beg you. However much money, whatever you want, I will give it to you. Ganli raised his fist with a fierce expression. I want you to die for me. Du Pan's tears and snot streamed down. Big brother, don't joke around. I'm not worthy. Who exactly are you? At that moment, Du Cao opened the door and walked in. The dark-haired, yellow-robed man frantically shouted, quickly save Huoan, he is your own younger brother. Du Tan said through gritted teeth he sought death himself. His life or death is up to Cam Huoan, not your concern. Cam Huoan, this place is a military factory designated by the Demon Lord to forge weapons. Poor management caused misunderstandings. I beg your pardon, I will immediately strengthen management. Ganli looked bored. Whatever you do has nothing to do with me. I don't care about his life at all. He sighed and shoved something into his mouth, a bunch of trash. What is the strongest weapon? The more I expect, the more I'm disappointed. You just said you'd give me anything I want, right? Didn't you say he had 2 hearts? Du Pan lay gasping, his mind reeling. What's going on? I don't understand. Ganli only gave a sinister smile. The scene shifted to the hospital, where frantic screams rang out. Someone help. Du Pan was tied to an operating table, his limbs chained, his heart marked, his mouth constantly begging for mercy. Person in the doctor's coat ignored him, preparing anesthesia. Don't worry, a man with 2 hearts can spare one. Horrified screams echoed through the hallway. No, no. In the corner of the hallway, a young boy clung tightly to Ganli's leg, tears streaming. Big brother, without you my mother would have no hope. Thank you. Ganli replied softly, his gaze gentle. It was just a little help. This place can also grant wishes. He thought silently, just not knowing when my own wish will come true. Ganli's gaze grew distant. He silently called the name Jingna. Are you doing well now? In another corner, Mei Du Tan was whispering to his subordinate. Henyan asked, no energy storage device found. The soldier replied, rest assured Huoan, Mang Yuan still keeps the most powerful energy weapon safe. Mei Du Tan nodded, his eyes sharp. We of Yun country must swear to protect it with our lives, never letting anyone discover it. He gritted his teeth. The human army is almost here. Meanwhile, at another development, the human army had fully assembled on the battlefield. Commander ordered, rest and recover in preparation for war. In a quiet room, a young girl appeared. She spoke softly. That was Jing Na. Fang Liao, this battle was supposed to be commanded by you, but now only your body is here. I miss you. Is it good over there? But soon we'll meet. In another development, 3 masked figures rushed in, their swords and sabers slashing at Ganli's neck, but upon touching him, they broke in 2. Ganli hugged his head and shouted, haven't you eaten yet? Aim for my head. He sighed in frustration. Trash. All of them are trash. No one can give me death. At that moment, the young man started awake. Though it was just a dream, he sat up abruptly, his mind hazy. A maid entered, bowing respectfully. Cam Huoan, His Highness has called an urgent military meeting. You are requested in the main hall in 10 minutes. Ganli scratched his head and muttered, another military meeting? Outside the main hall, 2 high-level demons stood guard with solemn expressions. In the meeting room, Liu Bingyi sat in the center with a serious face. Scouts report that the leadership of the Human Legion has just undergone a change. It seems they are ready to attack earlier than expected. The human race has dispatched over 10,000 warriors. Therefore, we have invited the most important Huoan of Yun country here to discuss countermeasures. Huoan frowned, recalling the large-scale war 10 years ago. At that time, we barely held on with all our strength. In the end, only a guerrilla ambush capturing the enemy leader saved Yun country. But that time there were only 5,000. Now the human force has doubled. Huoan said slowly, the demon army has not increased. We can only hold the defense, waiting for Yu Ting and Wu Jun to form an alliance and request reinforcements. Huo Wu Jun cupped his hands and answered loudly, understood. Bing Yai looked towards Gan Li and asked sternly, Cam Huoan, do you have any brilliant insights? Gan Li stroked his chin, a series of complex calculations forming in his mind. He calculated that if 1,000 soldiers rushed up to slash him every minute, the average damage would exceed my health regeneration. He nodded in conclusion. As long as enough people surround and slash me, I could die. Ganli's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, this really is a perfect opportunity. Immediately after, he slammed the table and shouted, fight, we must fight. Not only that, but we must also go out of the city to engage the father and son of the Huo family head-on. The entire meeting room fell dead silent. Huoan angrily jumped up, pounding the table and roaring, this is a time of life and death for Yun country. How can I allow your nonsense? Ganli also stood up abruptly, his eyes cold and voice clear. 10 years ago, the human race brought 5,000 men, and you gritted your teeth and held on. Today they bring 10,000 troops, and all you do is sit and beg for help. He pointed accusingly and questioned, what about next year if the enemy doubles again? Are you going to entrust fate to someone else again? The entire hall fell into a heavy silence. Bing Yi choked out the words Cam Huoan. Ganli gritted his voice, his gaze sharp. Right now, the military strength of the demon race has made no progress. Have you all forgotten? He pointed at himself, flashing a confident smile. Have you forgotten who I am? I am your greatest military strength. The light around him burst forth. Yu watched him, dazed, her eyes dreamy as she stared at his radiant glow, nearly fainting on the spot. Everyone in the hall buzzed with discussion. That was right. For the first time, the demon race had a sovereign acknowledged by the ancestors. The old prophecy echoed back. The demon sovereign will unite all, leading them toward the light. On the other side, Huoen slammed the table and stood up, veins bulging as he shouted. You want to lead the thousands of demon troops to their deaths? You've never been on the battlefield, so how do you know how brutal it is? Ganli sneered, his cold eyes fixed directly on him. You think victory comes naturally? You think you can get away with a sneak attack a second time? He hammered out each sentence like a sledgehammer. You think sitting here weeping and wailing will win the fight? You've been a soldier for decades, and you still don't know the most important thing on the battlefield? Ganli shouted, his voice echoing throughout the hall. It's the will to win. The light around him blazed like a god descending to the world. He slammed his hand on the table, immediately issuing a military order. If this battle is lost, behead me. The entire hall stiffened. The old uncles on Gan's side were moved to tears. Big brother, that's really too reckless. Huo Wujun smiled faintly. This guy is always so spirited. Liu stood up and solemnly declared, I understand. For this battle, Cam Huoen is appointed as marshal. The entire army will obey his command. She gestured with her hand. We open the city gates and greet the enemy. In the camp, the demon generals and soldiers were anxious and uneasy. This human army this time is truly terrifying. Not only are they numerous, but each one's strength is also many times greater than before. An old general stood in the middle of the camp, clenching his fists. Have fought for many years. Cannot let you sacrifice your lives in vain. His eyes reddened as he shouted, Lieutenant Generals, hear my command. Everyone clasped their hands in unison and replied, willing to live and die together with Huoan. Huoan shouted loudly, this time on the battlefield, there is no need to leave the city. Even less do you need to follow Huoan's commands. If His Highness holds anyone accountable, I alone will bear all the blame. A few days later, the human army arrived at the border of Vanquak City. This was the 21st Legion of the Holy Nation. Luk Nyan raised his binoculars. Vandu, when did you get here? He turned his head and gave a decisive order. Begin the siege. Tan Huan has commanded, leave not a single demon head behind. In the sky, a volley of rockets lit up the entire area. The demons discovered them and shouted in unison. Firepower attacked fiercely. They hurriedly used demonic power to block, deflecting the volley of rockets continuously. But some rockets still broke through the defense line, falling straight onto the city, blowing the city gate apart. Huo uncovered his mouth and whispered, remember what we discussed. Soldiers were panicked. What do we do? Should we listen to Huo An? But wouldn't that violate military orders? Ganli turned around and shouted loudly, generals and soldiers, hear my command. All of you stay inside the city for me. Not a single person is allowed outside. Everyone was dumbfounded, mouths agape. What is happening? Ganli smiled brilliantly. This battle is entrusted to this sovereign alone. That said, he leaped from the top of the city gate, charging straight toward the front of the human army. Amid the thick clouds of smoke and dust, Ganli staggered out. Thousands of human eyes locked tightly on him in unison. The silence around them was suffocating. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The leader of the human faction furrowed his brow. What's going on with these demons? Sending out some greenhorn kid now? Luk Nyan lifted his eyes to look at the city gate. He saw the demon clan standing still like statues. He suspected, could they be waiting for something above? On the other side, Huoan and the guards were discussing noisily. What is this? They said he faced the entire army alone. Huoan gritted his teeth, his heart racing from the madness. What did he do to make the demon soldiers not make a move? Facing him was a whole human army. On this side, Ganli smiled as brightly as a flower. He smiled provocatively, saying the human army was very strong. As he spoke, he took off his shirt, revealing a muscular body. Why are you afraid to attack, scared? Instantly, his defense decreased by 30%. Ganna laughed inwardly. Lu Ren recognized him. This was once my subordinate. I never expected you to lead the humans to attack the city today. Do not disappoint me. He thought to himself, just a little provocation, and he would not be able to control himself. Ganli turned his back to the army, slapped his thigh and challenged, come here, tickle me. After watching Loren's face changed at once. A second later, his face flushed red with rage. He dares to flick his butt at us. Lu Ren swung his sword as a signal, shouting loudly, advance, capture him alive. Ganli rejoiced inwardly. That's right, just keep being happy like that. Come forward so I can take all the damage. Immediately after, bullets rained down on Ganli like a storm. Lu Ren swung his sword and teleported in. He slashed across Ganli's neck, dealing 150 points of damage. A group of people in armor charged in at the same time. Together, they slashed straight at Ganli's body. In less than 3 seconds, Ganli's health recovered completely. Even without increasing physical strength, the high level had made his defense stronger. It would take over 1,666 damage per second to threaten him. Ganli roared on the battlefield. Have you people not eaten? Use all your strength. The human soldiers turned pale and began to murmur. Lu Ren turned back, his face dark. His recovery ability was that terrifying. He gritted his teeth and gave a decisive order, second squad attack together. As soon as the order was given, the soldiers immediately formed up for battle. An armored tank It aimed its cannon at Ganli, ready to fire. Explosion sounded, the shell hurtling straight at him, but Ganli's reaction was completely opposite. He screamed happily, "That's right!" Lu Ren's eyes widened, shocked by the terrifying recovery. Could it be that he had been truly serious from the start? A chill ran down his spine as he realized. From the declaration of war until death, had he planned to use his own body to resist the entire human army? In the dust and smoke, Ganli laughed maniacally and yelled, "Now this is a bit more like it." Huo watched from afar, full of worry. What was he planning to do? Ganli's face contorted, laughing like he was on drugs. He muttered, "Yes, the health is starting to drop, keep going." Suddenly, a notification appeared from the system. Activating counterattack passive for every 15 attacks received, counter with 1 fatal strike. A loud explosion, something shot out from Ganli's body. It struck a human soldier down on the spot. The entire squad of soldiers was terrified. What just happened? Soldier shouted, trembling, "This guy is a terrifying demon. The recoil damage is extremely strong." Comrades frantically called out, "A Bing is dead." Lu Ren's face changed, his heart panicked. Not good, this demon had issues. He shouted loudly, "Everyone stop attacking immediately." Lu Ren looked at Ganli, pressure weighing down. He remembered Huoan's words. The Cloud Kingdom once had an SS-rank demon king with extreme recovery. That year, relying on himself alone, he had shattered many human nations. Lu Ren thought to himself, wasn't that king already dead? What background does this guy really have? At this moment, Ganli's health had fully recovered. He planted his hands on his hips and roared, "Hey, why did you all stop? Can't even 100,000 strong army destroy me?" The group of human soldiers murmured, "Look, his wounds are healing again." Another exclaimed, "This guy is definitely not normal." Ren tightened his grip on his sword hilt and said coldly, "This demon, it seems, is not simple." He turned around and ordered, "Everyone, stay calm. Do not attack anymore." Lu Ren squinted and flashed a sinister smile. "Our mission was merely to attract the main demon army. The objective is complete. Minimize casualties and retreat." Immediately, the human army began to withdraw. They left Ganli standing there dumbfounded. On the city wall, Mei looked down and yelled, "They want to retreat." Elite guard soldiers charged forward. "Do not let a single human escape." Mei leaped onto her mount and led the warriors charging out. Huo Wujun was also brimming with fighting spirit. He raised his sword and shouted, "All troops advance." The officers and soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes." Ganli sensed a major commotion behind him. He quickly turned his head and nearly fainted. Witnessing Mayer and the demon army riding beast mounts flying towards them, Lu Ren's eyes went wide and his mouth hung open in shock. What is going on? Why are these guys all attacking at the same time? He clutched his head and complained, "I just used my ultimate skill. It's still on cooldown." Mei led the army as they leaped down from above, simultaneously shouting, "Anyone who invades our territory dies, even from afar." Huan witnessed this surge in morale and sighed inwardly, "Ganli, oh Ganli, I really have aged." Closed his eyes and thought, the youth of today truly have both courage and strategy, worthy of a king's position. Then Huon grabbed the lapels of his coat and announced loudly, "Lieutenant General, hear my command." He switched to the majestic form of an A+ ranked demon, flipping his coat aside as he directed, "All of you shall follow Huoan's orders." His potential was activated, and Huoan's entire body blazed with fire. His eyes glowed as he raised his hand decisively. "Today, we must ensure these bastards can never return." The soldiers below, their morale boosted by the activation, placed their hands to their chests and said in unison, "As you command." He simply strode forward, and the soldiers around him quickly moved to charge into the battlefield ahead. While the others were engaged in battle, a soldier walked up behind Huoan, his hands trembling as he clutched a report. "Bad news." This startled the general somewhat, and he immediately turned around with a snort. Anyan raised his hand and nervously reported the situation. "The human army is playing tricks. This siege force is just a decoy, a Fox Mountain feint. Another powerful contingent of the human army is entering Cloud Kingdom from the west gate." He furrowed his brow, his voice trembling as he continued, "The lieutenant general at the west gate has been killed to the last man. Currently, the people within Cloud Kingdom's borders are suffering a horrific massacre. Smoke and fire are everywhere. The human soldiers have completely taken control of the situation." Young boy Tianxia was now lying at the feet of a soldier. They tortured the demon, and then laughed wildly together. "The true army of humanity has carved a path straight to the capital, right to the demon lord." Hearing these words from his subordinate, Huo was so angry his eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth, unable to speak. The scene shifted to somewhere inside Cloud Kingdom's territory. Dupan's head had been cut off and his eyes remained open. A man from the human army contingent, with a sharp sword resting on his shoulder and holding Dupan's head in his hand, walked towards Bing Yi, sneering, "Useless demon race." On the demon race's side, the demon lord was injured, while Wei Ming stood nearby holding a long spear, looking over. Bing Yi's clothes were torn, his body covered in wounds. Panting heavily, he spoke in a weak voice, "This human is too strong. Hearing this, Wei Ming spoke up, "Demon Lord, we need to find a way to get out of here." The leader, a man with blonde hair, sat down on the broad, firm corpse of a demon and announced tauntingly, "Your national defense forces have been completely crippled." He stated sternly that it was almost time to enter the game. This man was Shinji Xiao, the one currently commanding the 21st Legion. Behind him stood his 3 trusted subordinates, each radiating a terrifying aura of death. While the 4 humans were there, a fireball suddenly flew in from behind. It struck the ground right behind them, creating a massive explosion accompanied by billowing smoke and flames. Shinji Xiao was startled and turned to look, then snorted, his gaze holding a hint of confusion but also contempt. One of the 3 subordinates lay motionless on the ground, covered in injuries. The remaining 2, holding items in their hands, said worriedly, "Quickly replenish his medicine. Are the demons returning to reinforce?" It turned out the attacker was Huoan. He looked over with his blazing red eyes. Huoan slowly landed, blocking in front of the demon lord, and said, "You people are truly despicable." This caused the seated Shinji Xiao's eyes to widen in surprise for a moment. Seeing him, Shinji Xiao laughed loudly. Finally, someone who looks like a challenge shows up. Shinji Xiao stood up, his tone full of confidence as he sighed, "Time to stand up and get some exercise then." At that moment, his entire body emitted a thick purple aura, and his eyes also blazed a bloody red, full of death. Huoan observed and silently assessed. The light on his body is purple. His power is far higher than the other humans. He is unfathomably deep. Then he immediately erupted with energy, and red lightning bolts appeared around his body. Huoan absorbed the blazing red, heavenly lightning power from the sky into his body. A V-shaped mark glowed on his chest as he thought of a quick victory. After absorbing the heavenly lightning power, Huoan's body immediately began to transform. His eyes glowed brighter than ever. Before them was now Huoan in his 8th rank demon dragon core form. Strength boosted by 130%, speed boosted by 150%, stamina boosted by 500%, lasting for 10 minutes. Compared to that colossal form, Shinji Xiao, standing there looking up, seemed incredibly tiny. Scene shifted to the southern main gate of Cloud Kingdom a few minutes earlier. At that moment, 2 swords were clashing against each other. The battle had begun. The entire city was plunged into chaos, with humans and demon clans clashing fiercely, but the human side seemed to be gaining the upper hand, corpses piling up. Enli's figure gradually emerged, his low voice sounding very good. He angrily looked at the blood-stained city gate and cursed, "Leaving me to play like this." Behind him were piles of corpses. He walked tiredly while muttering, "Since being reborn into this monkey-like body, it was like cheating, unable to die even if he wanted to." Suddenly, Ganli flashed a strange smile. He laughed while holding his face, a tear slowly rolling down his cheek. Ganli painfully looked up to the sky and roared, "What exactly do you want?" The helpless expression. He asked if they wanted him to become the Demon King to be enough. Suddenly, a blood-red lightning bolt appeared from the sky. It shone brightly like an arrow, tearing through the night sky and striking the ground. He was surprised to see the lightning bolt hit a nearby building, creating a dazzling light. His expression became dumbfounded as if he had just seen something unbelievable. At this moment, the city was filled with corpses of both humans and demons, the scene so tragic that he exclaimed, Wasn't the human race battling the demon clan outside the city?" Ganli darkened in confusion. When did they attack the city? Suddenly he turned around upon hearing a voice, begging to spare his daughter, offering anything. Soldier was stepping on the head of a demon man, laughing, "I will not spare your daughter, and you still have to give me everything." The little demon girl, carried away by another soldier, cried out in pain, "Father." That soldier lifted the girl and laughed despicably, saying to go inside and enjoy first. The demon father desperately reached out his hand and shouted, "Let her go." Immediately a sword stabbed straight into his hand, causing blood to splatter. That soldier sneered and said, "The winner is king, the loser is a bandit." As the word bandit was spoken, that soldier immediately received a punch to the face. Ganli could not stand idly by. He had already acted and punched that soldier far away. Then, Ganli lifted his foot and slowly walked forward. His expression darkened, his mind in turmoil as he questioned himself, "This is wrong." Another soldier saw Ganli and sneered, another demon coming to deliver his life. Then they left the tied-up little demon girl behind and picked up their swords. Both of them charged at Ganli, yelling, "Kill him." He was lost in thought, unaware that someone was sneaking up on him. Whether war is brutal, or the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. Ganli's eyes lit up, full of doubt. The human army had orders forbidding such actions. He simply swung a fist lightly and sent the 2 soldiers flying. They immediately fell into a dying state, losing blood. When they landed, one of them spat out blood from his mouth. Ganli's hand grabbed straight onto the soldier's neck. He looked at him with an expression of disbelief, silently lamenting that a single ordinary punch had brought both their health bars to 0. In his eyes, Ganli appeared full of oppressive aura. He couldn't help but feel fear. What kind of full-body demonic pressure is this? Ganli's face darkened as he pressed for an answer. "Say, which squad and which legion are you from?" Soldier quickly confessed they were both from Squad Phi 11 of the 11th Legion. The other one thought in fear, Why is this demon asking for unit numbers? Upon hearing this number, Ganli was surprised. 511. His hand gradually loosened from that man's neck, his mind in a tangle. Isn't that the army I commanded? What is happening? Ganli questioned in his heart, how could this be? Seeing him standing frozen, the two soldiers told each other to run. This demon is too strange. Suddenly his expression changed. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Painful scream rang out, making him turn his head. The father was using a dagger to stab the necks of those two soldiers, which reminded him of something. Ganli looked at the burning, desolate city vaguely, as if he had been here before. Human corpses lay scattered everywhere. Human aircraft were dropping missiles, destroying the buildings. Ganli realized with a start, Cloud Kingdom, that's right, this place is Cloud Kingdom. At this moment, a childish but deeply pained voice rang out, Mother was tortured to death. He saw a demon woman with tattered clothes lying on the cold ground, her body covered in wounds. The father hugged his daughter, crying and comforting her, it's all right, you still have your father. A bolt of lightning from above continued to flash down. Ganli stood dazedly looking up. The sky had started to rain. He noticed something above. A dragon appeared, and he immediately recognized the demon dragon as Huoan. Ganli rubbed his head and thought, Cloud Kingdom, I remember now. The image of him holding a sword with a murderous aura from when he was human appeared. Back then Ganli had led troops to conquer a demon nation also called Cloud Kingdom. He felt no fear in confronting the demon dragon. The battle was so fierce it shook the heavens and earth. At that time Ganli defeated this very demon dragon. In reality, he had a greater advantage, and because the victory came too easily, he almost forgot everything. At that time, a system panel appeared, congratulating the host for leading the 511 army to multiple victories and making great contributions to humanity. Ganli held his head, feeling distressed, realizing that he had truly been reborn 6 years ago. Why wasn't he the one commanding this battle? He was dazed, not understanding the current situation or where his body was. The scenery changed. Feng Liao was lying on Jing Ya's lap, and she gently called his name. Jing Yinga's voice was sad as she confided in Feng Liao about the deepening hatred between the races, saying only he was different. She stroked Feng Liao's pale blonde hair, saying his war was for protection, while theirs was merely venting, looting, and violence. Jing Yinga thought of the burning houses and the tragic scene of the demon realm, painfully exclaiming that war is terrifying. Yet in the present, he was beside her walking past those terrifying things. Ganli's face darkened as he recalled the memories. The 511 army used to be as disciplined and unwavering in faith as he was. He walked to another spot and saw human soldiers trampling a demon race youth. Ganli's heart grew heavy, remembering that after defeating the demon dragon, they had released all demon race members. The boy, even while being stepped on, tried to resist, his trembling voice crying out to let him go, Mother. The mother, watching her son trying to protect her, urged Tian Xiao not to worry about her. She screamed as a soldier grabbed her by the hair, telling her son to run. But the soldier wouldn't let her say more. He used his lightning power, causing her pain. The mother fainted, collapsing weakly, lying limp in the soldier's grasp. He held her and started groping her. The soldier's information appeared. Deputy squad leader of Squad 511, named Bao Li, a Blue Cloud system thief, had once been imprisoned by Su Feng Liao for violating military rules. He laughed lewdly, saying demon wives are still attractive. The image of him violating innocent residents of the demon realm caught Ganli's eye, angering him. Something had clearly gone wrong. Ganli's entire being radiated killing intent. He couldn't believe his army had degenerated this much, with changes that were unforgivable. The scene shifted. Many people stood before a door. A voice announced that the lady had given birth to a chubby boy. Huan cheerfully walked inside, asking where his child was. Everyone was surprised, as it was the first time they had seen Huan so excited. He held the child, his eyes sparkling happily as he called the baby good. Hujan at that moment was an adorable child. He happily said the child must grow up safely. Huan, holding his infant son, promised to protect him for life. Then his voice continued, declaring to protect the Cloud Kingdom. That moment, a golden lightning bolt struck down. That lightning bolt struck Huan. He looked at the ruined kingdom and roared, I am here, I won't let them destroy it. The blonde human named Xinjie Xiao sneered at those words, raising his hand to pick his ear. He contemptuously said it was just an ordinary A+ demon dragon, and its health bar was still quite full. He changed his stance, deciding the time was about right. Then he focused his power into his leg, causing the ground to crack. Xinjie Xiao leaped and charged towards Huan with a cold expression. At this moment, he and Huan faced each other. Huan's eyes were bloodshot as he looked down, surrounded by crisscrossing lightning flashes. He roared in pain as wounds appeared, fresh blood spurting from them. Huan was defeated by Xinjie Xiao's slashes and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, that man had not a single scratch. He was heavily injured, reverting to his half-beast form covered in blood, kneeling and gasping for breath. He gritted his teeth, clutching his wound, helplessly thinking this man was so effortless. He just hadn't used his real strength earlier. Huan sadly realized that that man's power was unmatched. Xinjie Xiao walked behind him, coldly delivering a judgment slash. His expression was cold as he looked at Huan like a toy, saying he hadn't satisfied him yet. Xinjie Xiao swung his sword, a blinding light light emitting from the blade accompanied by the declaration, "Die." Huon lowered his head, helplessly accepting reality. Just as the sword was about to strike down, another sharp object blocked it. Sinji Xiao raised an eyebrow, looking at the situation with a confused gaze. Huon turned back in panic, looking and asking what was going on. When he saw that the person blocking the sword was Wu Jun, he screamed in panic, "What are you doing here? Have you gone mad?" He at this moment had a blank expression as he spoke. To kill him, of course. Although injured, Huon was helped up by Wei Ming and still tried to scold him. "No, you fool, you're no match for him at all. You've been reckless since you were a child." Suddenly, Wu Jun yelled, startling him, "You idiot, reckless. No, you can't." He angrily said to Huan, "Those are the things you've said about me since I was small. Am I really that useless in your eyes, father?" The scene shifted, and a teacher appeared asking who everyone admired most. Young Wu Jun happily placed his hand on his chest and said, "My father, the great Huan leading the army into battle. How cool is that?" He was cheerful and innocent at that time, holding paper string in his hand, running and insisting he was number one. The scene shifted again to when Wu Jun excitedly showed Huan, saying, "Dad, look, I got first place in the military order writing contest." Huan only coldly looked at his son and said, "I know." After seeing his father show no emotion, he looked disappointed. Jun dejectedly left that room. When he grew into a teenager, he boasted to his father, "Dad, I got first place in the military exam again." He only responded indifferently, "I was the same when I was young." After hearing that, Wu Jun was speechless, his eyes clearly showing disappointment. When he reached adulthood, he announced, "Father, I have become a lieutenant general." The servants also happily chimed in. Young Master Wu Jun is the youngest lieutenant general in history. That man still only focused on his ledgers, coldly replying, "I know." Returning to the present, those pent-up memories made him angrily shout, "No matter what I do, I can never earn your approval." Sin Jiexiao stabbed his sword into the ground, appraising, "How refreshingly new." Huon worriedly ordered, "Son, leave here quickly. The opponent is not an ordinary person." Wu Jun did not listen. He entered a combat state, determined. No matter if it is a demon, a god, or a Buddha, whoever dares to attack Wen Kuok's border must die. Wu Jun charged towards Sin Jiexiao in his combat form. Huon anxiously reached out to pull him back. "You crazy brat, you don't know how powerful humans can be." But he was single-mindedly charging forward, wanting to kill the one who had injured his father. Wu Jun's eyes gleamed with a cold killing intent. A series of sword auras appeared in the dark space. The guards around Jinji Xiao hadn't even drawn their weapons before they were slashed, their heads rolling upon the ground. Wu Jun swept past them, the sword in his hand stained with blood. Jinji Xiao was surprised to see his sword broken in two. "What?" Wei Ming also exclaimed in shock. One strike took care of those two assistants. Both of them fell silent, sizing up their opponent. Sinji Xiao gritted his teeth, returning to a combat stance, muttering, "This demon clan member doesn't seem quite the same." Wu Jun unfurled a pair of blazing red wings hovering in the sky. Sinji Xiao immediately sensed the approaching danger. Wu Jun gathered power into his hand, a blue light enveloping his body, the skill of the Demon King. The image of dragon eyes appeared, demonic power converged, his entire body emitting a dazzling blue light. Huon looked at his child in astonishment. He released his pressure, muttering, "Since when?" Those behind had to cover their faces due to the emanating pressure. Wu Jun was about to complete the Demon King Dragon Breath, the silhouette of a dragon appearing in the air. Sinji Xiao calmly waited. Huan stared blankly at his son, thinking, "He has been stronger than me for a long time." The scene shifted, the silhouette of young Wu Jun with a sad face appeared. Huan sat at his desk silently watching him leave. Now he smiled proudly, "Truly my son, lacking nothing." Before, in Wu Jun's memories, he had been cold and unfathomable. Wu Jun opened the door, his face sad, calling, "Father." He immediately changed his attitude, pretending to be serious. "What's wrong?" He sadly placed the test paper on the table. No longer as excited as before, "My test paper." Huan trembled, his heart full of worry. "Vipu named you Wu Jun, wanting you to live an ordinary life. Why are you so interested in military affairs?" A subordinate entered to report, "Young Master Wu Jun achieved first place in the military competition." He heard this and was pleased. "Look, I knew it all along. This kid would definitely do it." But then Huan's face fell saddened. "But everything is drifting further away." That soldier silently thought. Every time Huan mentioned Wu Jun's matters in the military, his emotions were unpredictably changeable. He could only look at Huan, a strong man now troubled by his own son. The scene shifted. Huan sat by his wife's grave. He spoke melancholy. "Why does Wu Jun have to like this dangerous path of a soldier?" Then he chuckled. "But he is truly a genius, always ranking first, truly my son." His expression turned somber again, his voice heavy. "You used to say, just go and fight with peace of mind, leave everything at home to me." Huan's solitary back, he spoke his heart. "But why did you leave so early?" "I really don't know how to deal with Wu Jun." He recalled the image of a growing Wu Jun with a smile on his lips. He had to walk a path of peace, health, and happiness. Senzata was wrong. Back in the present, Huan watched Wu Jun confronting Sinji Xiao. He gathered his power, shouting, "Dragon's breath." Sinji Xiao gritted his teeth, using his sword to defend. From the dragon's head, a beam of blue light with terrifying power forth, destroying everything in its path. It was quickly enveloped by the beam of light. The entire area was brightly illuminated by Wu Jun's power. After executing the skill, he flapped his wings and flew high to observe. Wu Jun coldly looked down at the pile of debris. When the dust cleared, Xin Ji Xiao appeared, holding a large blade in his hand, golden lightning radiating violently. The corner of his mouth curled up. He let out a delighted laugh. Xin Ji Xiao burst into cheerful laughter. Now that's more like it. Finally, a demon with a challenging spirit. He held the blade pleased. I can use someone to show off. Huoan shouted in worry, wanting to rush over to stop him. Xin Ji Xiao paid no mind, directly swinging a sword strike towards Wu Jun. His face was also full of worry at this moment. In his mind, he always thought he could cleave everything in two, and the wall behind him was marked with a slash. Moments later, that slash tore the building behind Wu Jun into two pieces, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Wu Jun's entire body was powerless and unable to move. Bing Yi and Wei Ming shouted in alarm. Young Master Wu Jun. Bing Yi was terrified, but Wei Ming was calmer and urged her to go check quickly. Wu Jun stepped out of the mist, looking not seriously injured, but with a slash wound on his shoulder. At this moment, Huoan had already stood in front of him, his voice ringing out, Wu Jun, your father was wrong. He said, I have never told you before. And when Wu Jun saw his father injured, he called out worriedly, Father! He smiled proudly, saying he was his greatest pride in life. Wu Jun choked back tears in pain. No, but father! An arm fell to the ground with a thud, blood splattering everywhere. Wu Jun screamed in pain, Father's arm, while his father bowed his head and took a step forward. Huoan laughed loudly. You are truly the finest warrior. You will surely become the greatest demon general in the world. Then he urged angrily, so you must live on. Huoan looked at Xin Ji Xiao, sizing him up as a human wielding a weapon from the abyss of sin, who had once subjugated even an SS-rank demon king. He created a protective barrier, explaining that the entire Yun country was no match for him. He stared at him maniacally, saying that for decades he had kept his ultimate move to protect the future of Yun country and his son, an absolute defense. Wu Jun stammered sadly, but does this move have to sacrifice your life? That was a core fission intermediate skill, a last wall of salvation. Burning life to erect an indestructible wall of fire, blocking most physical attacks and increasing the defense of all objects behind it by 10,000 points. His face was tired, with cracks appearing like dry skin. Huoan recalled the image of a tiny Wu Jun being held in his arms, and he said, you will surely grow up safely. In his youth he had said happily, I will protect Yun country with my whole life. Bing Yi and Wei Ming ran to Wu Jun shouting, you two go now. Wei Ming hugged him. Do not waste Huoan's sacrifice. Bing Yi was worried, while Wu Jun, grief-stricken, tried to reach for his father. I will not go. Hearing this, Xin Ji Xiao laughed loudly. Want to leave? Are you kidding me? He said contemptuously. You have never satisfied me from the beginning. He raised his blade ready to strike, grinning slyly. I have not yet seen the look of despair on your faces. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Huoan, do not be hasty to strike. He turned back doubtfully. The voice continued. We cannot let them die so easily. The leader stepped forward holding a cubic box. What those fools risk their lives to protect is this demon origin. The cunning look, he said. I have brought it to you. Can you let me join the human army? The dark sky began to rain, thunder rumbled, and Xin Ji Xiao asked coldly, if you say it is a demon origin, then it is a demon origin? He placed his sword against Du Cao's neck. Why should I trust you? The leader smiled confidently. Our Kung clan have been the guardians of the demon origin for generations of Yun country. He narrated, ever since the demon king Li Yun unified the demon continent, our ancestor Kung Long was the most trusted founding marshal. Under Huoan's shocked gaze, the leader continued, every demon king has 3 demon generals, one skilled in magic and one in combat. He asserted confidently, only our Kung clan sits firmly in the position of demon general without using magic or combat. The leader raised the glowing cube. Because of this, Liu Yun left behind the demon origin, which has inscribed the blood script of Marshal Kung Long. Strange white light emitted from each edge. The leader showed his worth. Only the Kung clan can activate or bestow the demon origin upon others. Xin Ji Xiao looked at the cube reacting to the leader, smiled contentedly. I have heard that the demon origin is an enormous energy body made from the primal energy and spiritual power of the entire demon race. Each demon origin needs to be refined from the demon cores of ancient demon kings and multiple generations of people. A top-tier one requires several decades, even nearly 100 years. But he still did not believe, placing his weapon on the leader's neck and pressing, something so powerful, you would give it to me so easily. Xin Ji Xiao stared wide-eyed in threat. Do you think I am a fool? General? A bolt of lightning struck down from above near them, making his expression even more tyrannical. The leader began to tremble upon hearing this. The lightning bolts in the sky gradually grew stronger. The leader held his head, trembling. I am sorry. Then he dropped the demon origin to the ground. Du Cao's entire being collapsed. I just wanted to live. I am too weak, no strong demonic power, my physique so frail that even drawing on this demon origin would kill me. He continued weakly. Our Khun clan has been losing its status more and more, only knowing how to bend with the wind to survive. Seeing Du Cao defecting to the human race and humbling himself to beg, Bing Yi cried and screamed, Uncle Khun, have you gone mad? He just killed a group of demons, killed all my compatriots. She pointed towards Dupan's corpse. He even beheaded your only biological younger brother. Xin Xiao also looked in the direction her hand pointed. There he saw a head lying on the ground and he let out an "oh." Xin Xiao stepped forward, stomped on Dupan's head and asked, this fat man was your brother? Then he coldly kicked the head towards him with his foot. Dupan's head rolled down in front of the leader. His eyes bulged, then he laughed and cursed. Serves him right. Who told him to provoke someone stronger? Du Cao roared like a madman. Knowing full well we are no match for humans, he still started a war. A wise man submits to circumstances, and the true hero is he who knows the times. He laughed maniacally and asked, Xin Xiao, isn't that right? Du Cao's attitude of selling out his dignity truly made him laugh. Xin Xiao took the demonic origin orb, saying entrusting something so important to someone like you is indeed a wise move. He stared straight at the demonic origin in his hand and replied with satisfaction, then I shall accept it. Suddenly the leader's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with red veins as he glanced at Xin Xiao. He put his finger to his lips and muttered, preparing everything to protect the demon lord. Wei Ming saw the signal, placed his hand on the ground, and cast an absolute defensive flower technique. Wu Jun and Bing Yai looked over in surprise, wondering what was happening. Four of them were now enveloped by Wei Ming's spell. Dao Cao bit off his finger, blood flowed, and he muttered, demonic origin. He swung the blood towards Xin Xiao and commanded, activate. He was off guard, so Du Cao's blood struck the demonic origin. The entire demonic origin instantly turned blood red. A flash of light burst forth, and Xin Xiao screamed in terror. The whole sky was engulfed in light. Visibility was limited, and the leader, though wounded, smiled with satisfaction. Our Jiang clan has been waiting for this moment. Du Cao was satisfied, for only I could accomplish this. His eyes grew dim, his body was burned by flames, but his will remained strong. He owed the demon clan a debt for generations, and now he had nothing left to repay. A massive explosion, like an atomic bomb, engulfed the city center. Wherever the light swept, everything disintegrated. Huan remained safe thanks to Wei Ming's protective barrier. The explosion violently shook the entire city. Those who did not manage to escape were completely erased. Many people lost their lives in Yin country after that explosion. Mei looked at the explosion in horror, unaware of what was happening inside. He looked up and saw a thick column of black smoke rising. Suddenly, streaks of thunder and lightning slashed down from the sky. Lightning bolts struck down, accompanied by a light drizzle. The golden thunderbolts shot straight into the center of the explosion, where Xin Xiao was standing. Wei Ming and Huoan could only watch as the lightning bolt dispersed the covering smoke. The heavily injured, burning figure of Du Cao appeared, muttering that he had used all his strength. His eyes darkened, making him look utterly pathetic and disheveled. The leader reluctantly spoke, but could only exert 1% of his power from the demon origin. Wu Jun stepped forward, supporting the staggering Huoan as he came to him. The leader's figure swayed, and he trembled as he spoke, truly unwilling to accept it. The smoke cleared, revealing a towering pillar that absorbed the lightning bolts, the tower of the S-rank Thunder Dragon. The S-rank absolute defense skill could block all damage for half a minute. A dragon stood behind Xin Xiao, spreading its wings and tilting its head back to roar at the sky. Xin Xiao said with annoyance, you have made the worst mistake. He was confident because he had a dragon backing him, but revealing his trump card without knowing the enemy's hand was a foolish move. The leader collapsed completely, everything around the dragon reduced to ruin, only his spot remained untouched. He struggled to reach out his hand to touch the demon origin. But before he could touch it, the demon origin was swept away by a bolt of lightning. He let his hand fall to the ground, watching the demon origin taken from him. Xin Xiao gleefully watched the leader's despair, asking if he was ready to face the consequences. Xin Xiao held the demon origin inside, never expecting to find a demon origin in this small country. He continued happily, saying that Unbu is the birthplace of demon kings. Xin Xiao reached out and placed the demon origin inside his robe. He looked at the weakened leader on the ground, saying it was time for the main topic. Xin Xiao turned to look at the dragon and commanded, you do it. The dragon named Guitar gritted his teeth in disgust, unwilling to agree. He raised his hand, lightning gathering in his palm, furrowed his brow, unable to strike his own kind. Instantly, the device on Guitar's body lit up as if activated. That device sent a surge of lightning directly into Guitar's body. It screamed in agony, trying to remove the device with its claws but failing. Guitar's eyes turned red, looking towards Huoan and his group. It turned around, preparing to launch an attack. Wei Ming stepped forward, casting a protective spell over everyone. He shouted to protect the demon lord, but Bing Yi firmly said you all just need to protect yourselves. Xin Ji Xiao lost patience, saying the demon tribe takes too long even for small tasks. His figure quickly vanished from the space. Xin Ji Xiao swung his blade straight into Wei Ming's chest, his voice full of disgust, too slow. Wei Ming, pierced through the chest by the sword, his eyes slowly losing their light. He muttered, "Let me teach you what war is." Huoan suddenly dashed to the side, preparing to attack. But before his strike could reach Xin Ji Xiao, he swiftly grabbed hold of his arm. Xin Ji Xiao's form changed, revealing the S-rank Judgment Eye, adding 50 mental power, allowing him to observe the opponent's stats. The system analyzed Huoan's data. Battle data statistics: A-rank elite potential fighter. Beware of A-rank elite CMA adding 200%. A-rank adding 500%. Xin Ji Xiao sneered. Strength 1484. Stamina 1456. Numbers to be proud of indeed. His expression turned manic. "Then I will cripple your strength." With that, Xin Ji Xiao twisted Huoan's arm. He screamed in agony, his arm twisted like a spiral potato. Under his satisfied gaze, Huoan collapsed in pain. Xin Ji Xiao noticed the green flower petals closing in beside him. Wu Jun, now enraged, charged forward to attack. He used his power to light up the entire area. Xin Ji Xiao lightly vanished before the attack. His shadow appeared behind Wu Jun. A notification appearing. Judgment Eye can observe the opponent's stats. Those eyes analyzed his data again. Battle data statistics: A-rank potential Demon King Assassin. Beware of Demon King adding 400%. After reading, Xin Ji Xiao grew interested. Not expecting you to have the potential of a Demon King. What a pity. Demon Assassin. Highest speed over 2000. Passable. Wu Jun heard the sound behind him and turned his head warily, but he had already closed in before he could defend. Sneering, "You are the fastest demon in Cloud Nation." Xin Ji Xiao raised his leg and attacked with astonishing speed. A lightning-fast, powerful kick caught Wu Jun off guard, sending him flying far away. He rolled many times across the ruined ground, blood gushing endlessly from his throat. Wu Jun lay motionless in pain, watching the smoke rise, his body still tingling with residual lightning. Xin Ji Xiao approached and stomped hard on his leg. "Then I will cripple your speed." Wu Jun screamed in agony. Hearing the scream, he became pleasured. Xin Ji Xiao looked down coldly. "Did you really think an ant could shake a great tree?" Spread his arms wide, laughing like a madman. "Any of your data is far inferior to mine." Xin Ji Xiao stood there, his face full of pride. The remaining three could only watch helplessly. Within the thick, hazy smoke, strange dark figures suddenly appeared. Jun tried to see clearly, but Xin Ji Xiao's voice kept ringing out. "So what if you outnumber me?" The appearance of each dark figure made him panic. What was happening? The four were surrounded by countless dark figures. It was an S-rank skill, Thunder Shadow Clone, activated under conditions of sufficient lightning. This skill could recreate clones of oneself. Each clone possessed perception and compatibility, and the original could move seamlessly between them. Wei Ming looked up to the sky in despair and shouted, "No!" Xin Ji Xiao raised his hand and grabbed Bing Yi's face, his voice icy. "Let me think." The image of a small cat appeared alongside his voice. "If you're so weak, what's the point of existing?" He lifted her up with his hand. Bing Yi trembled weakly, unable to resist. He said coldly, "Then I understood. When he was young, he once strangled an ugly cat with a rope," a satisfied smile on his face. Under his torment, the cat gradually foamed at the mouth and died. He laughed perversely, his voice as if he had just discovered the truth, the value of your existence. At that moment, information about Xin Ji Xiao appeared. The S-rank skill Thunder Shadow Clone could recreate clones, each possessing perception and compatibility, with the original moving between them. Xin Ji Xiao squeezed Bing Yi's face with his hand and continued, "Is only to amuse me." Then he dropped her to the ground within the encirclement of the shadow clones and laughed with delight. Bing Yi's eyes gradually darkened, and she uttered in despair, "There's no hope." Another shadow clone kicked her to the ground. Huoan stood still, looking at the enemy's overwhelming numbers. "We've lost this time." He stepped forward and said, "We are fortunate." Huoan, with eyes of a man ready to die, prepared to risk his life. "Then let's die together." A shadow clone looked at him with contempt. Truly the demon general who guards the nation, still standing tall even at this point. He sneered and kicked Huoan's leg with his foot. Giving up so easily is pointless. He nodded to signal a shadow clone behind him. Huoan sensed something was wrong and quickly turned around. He grabbed Wu Jun by the hair and lifted him up, saying, "This is your son, isn't it?" The worried father called his son's name. Xin Ji Xiao smiled and made an offer. "I can spare him a path to life. He doesn't have to die with you." He laughed with great amusement. "You just need to kneel before me, and I will spare him." Huoan gritted his teeth. "You," Wu Jun immediately cursed, "you beast, my father absolutely will not." Xin Ji Xiao pointed his hand at him. "This is your only chance. Think carefully." Huoan gritted his teeth and stared at Xin Ji Xiao with eyes full of hatred. Then, for the sake of his son's life, he thudded to his knees. Huoan's pride was lost. He only hoped to save his son. "I beg you, please keep your word." Wu Jun saw that scene and called out to his father in anguish. Xin Ji Xiao looked at him with satisfaction. "And you? Do you want to save your father? You have the same chance." Upon hearing this, Wu Jun roared in anger, his temples bulging with veins. Seeing that expression, he found it even more amusing. He stabbed his sword into Huowen's body and began counting 10. Wu Jun shouted in panic, "Father!" His whole body severely wounded, he fell backward. He could only cry out in helplessness. Sinji Xiao continued counting and swung his sword, slicing off Huowen's arm. 9. Huowen's arm was severed. The counting sound rang out again. 8. Wu Jun was already in despair, staring blankly at the scene, tears streaming uncontrollably. He assumed an attacking stance, counting again as he did so. 7. Wu Jun had now abandoned all his pride and fell to his knees. He trembled and begged, "Don't strike again." Ying Ye watched her two strongest generals had accepted defeat. Two streams of tears flowed down her face in despair. Sinji Xiao smiled with amusement. "Oh my, now both of you are kneeling. This puts me in a difficult spot. Who should I let go in the end?" Huowen's eyes were filled with vengeful hatred. His heart beat more violently than usual. Huowen threw his body directly onto the sword in his hand. Wu Jun couldn't hold back, tears and snot streaming messily as he wailed miserably. He impaled himself on the sword and begged, "Let Wu Jun go." Sinji Xiao irritably wiped the bloodstains off his face. "Who allowed you to charge forward on your own?" Coldly pulled the sword out of Huowen's body. "You broke the rules." Watching him fall, he said with disgust, "I've decided to revoke my promise." He stood there and declared, "Now, I declare." Wu Jun at this moment could not hold back either. Rushing forward, his fist already poised to strike. Sinji Xiao immediately used a knife to stab through him, his voice turning vicious. "The next game begins." Bing Yi helplessly watched him hug the forbidden sword tightly to his body. She weakly gasped out the name Wu Jun. Bai Ming and she had both run out of tears, looking in that direction with pain and despair. At this moment a hand pulled up chains from the ground. He then used them to shackle all four people and hung them up. That scene was exactly like when little Sinji Xiao used a wire cord to strangle small kittens to death. He used the knife to stab into Wu Jun's body, causing him extreme pain. Blood began to flow from his mouth downwards. Sinji Xiao pulled the knife out, saying with delight that he would avoid the vital spots, to see how many stabs he could take. The original Sinji Xiao at this moment looked towards Guitar and ordered it to come here. It had to obey, lowering its head and stepping forward to stand before him. He was satisfied, stepping his foot onto Guitar's head, arranging everything to prepare for the final celebration. Sinji Xiao sat on its head, contacted the team and summoned Deputy Captain Bao Li, asking if they were sure they had gotten tired of playing. He smiled sinisterly and ordered a full-force strike to be announced. Suddenly, curses rang out from the communicator, scolding them for being stubborn and daring to rebel. Sinji Xiao frowned, asking who this person was, why Bao Li was not seen. From the communicator, the mysterious person's voice came through, saying Bao Li was here, but the voice was strangely close. This caused Sinji Xiao to turn his head to look. At this moment, Ganli had arrived, saying he understood the ins and outs of the story, and he was using a Kingslayer S-rank combo. He blackened his face and crushed the communicator in his hand, gritting his teeth to question him for doing such a beastly thing to seize power. Ganli cast his eyes over the corpses lying scattered outside. He blackened his face again, muttering to himself in self-blame that he was the one who had harmed them. At this moment, the group of Thunder Shadows and Sinji Xiao on Guitar's back all noticed his appearance. Bared his teeth at Ganli, his head full of question marks, his face twisted in confusion. Ganli looked at Sinji Xiao and cursed that he should have thought of this sooner. A beast is forever just a beast. His expression gradually turned angry, veins bulging on his forehead. Every crime he committed was enough for dismemberment. Sinji Xiao held his knife nonchalantly, electrical currents emitting from his body. He said, "Here came another frog for the pot." In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Guitar's back, rushing straight towards Ganli to kill. In an instant, he closed in on Ganli, his knife raised high, ready to strike down. Sinji Xiao smiled with satisfaction as he was about to cleave him in two, but unexpectedly, Ganli shattered his face with a single punch, and a notification of an unknown power appeared. Sinji Xiao was pinned firmly to the ground by him, the surroundings shaking and crumbling. He looked at Ganli in horror, wondering what this guy was after all. Ganli looked down at him, asking through gritted teeth, which crime to start with. He angrily listed each crime: mutiny, seizing women, tyranny, killing comrades, then asked which crime to start the execution with. Sinji Xiao's glasses shattered. He gritted his teeth and asked back what he was saying. At this moment, Sinji Xiao lay in a pool of blood, with Bao Li in the distance also staring intently at him. Bao Li's eyes were half closed, stuttering in disbelief that this demon was very strange. Ever since they first met, he had cared about human affairs. Not long ago, in the war-torn district within the city of Yunguo, the sky was full of dangerous lightning bolts. Below, Bao Li was violently dragging the mother of Tian Xiao away, his mouth reminding Bing Koi not to kill that brat. He pursed his fish-like mouth, endlessly praising the demon's wife for being so wavy and beautiful. When the little boy struggled and cried out for his mother, Bao Li grumpily instructed Bing Koi to remember not to kill him. He said he wanted to show the kid how he played with his mother, saying so while sticking out his long tongue to lick her. Suddenly, Bing Koi was smashed to pieces by someone, and Bao Li immediately became alert. It was none other than Ganli, who blew away the Bing Koi holding Tian Xiao with a single blow. Ganli's appearance made Bao Li lose his composure. He was surprised that there was still a low-level high-level demon coming to interfere. He immediately shot ice streams forward, saying to try this on. In an instant, those ice streams converged into a colossal, supersized rank Bing Koi. Bao Li looked at what he had just created, grinning with satisfaction, saying this one used half of his blood so it half his strength. Before he could finish his sentence, Ganli rushed towards the Bing Koi with the basic cloud system skill, Cloud Slash. He punched his chest with his bare hands. Immediately, that sturdy Bing Koi was broken apart. Ganli leaped to stand before Bao Li, and he blurted out in bewilderment, "What?" Bao Li opened his mouth wide in shock, his face drained of all color. At that moment, a thunderous slap struck Bao Li's face directly, shattering it in one hit. He was sent flying by Gan Li, landing miserably on the ground, while Gan Li leveled up. He successfully defeated an AOS rank human warrior, receiving a reward of 500,000 experience. The system announced his level increased to A12, receiving 12 bonus points, totaling 132 unallocated points. Unlocked new S-rank skill replication, which can replace skills of defeated opponents, unaffected by elements. Bao Li was exhausted, his soul seemingly leaving his body, lying motionless on the spot. Gan Li looked at him with a look of utter disgust, saying that now was the time to find the truth. He grabbed that man's head and interrogated him, "What exactly happened to our army?" He immediately confessed. The original captain of the 511 army was Safeng Liao, and the vice captain was Wen Hua. About half a month ago, the vice captain held an engagement party outside the famous general. He acted on that day when Captain Safeng Liao was absent. It was the perfect opportunity. While everyone was drunk, I and Xinji Xiao sneaked into the vice captain's room, forced him to report the captain for being bribed by a neighboring country, plotting to betray the guild. At that time, Xinji Xiao said, "I have already hidden the items in Feng Liao's room. As long as you report him to, he will be investigated. You become captain, I become vice. The credit for Cloud Nation will belong to us." Wen Hua flew into a rage, cursing them for being insane. This was treason. How dare they joke like that? The bastard sighed, but his mind was very stubborn. He absolutely refused to betray Feng Liao. He walked up to Wen Hua's newlywed wife and began to undress, his face full of contempt, saying, "Did you think we came to negotiate?" Xinji Xiao pressed his gun against Wen Hua's head and threatened, "Think carefully. Today is your engagement night." He was so angry his veins bulged in his eyes when he saw the bastard assaulting his wife. He roared for him to let her go. "I have to kill you too." As he spoke, his eyes emitted dangerous black rays of light. But before he could do anything, his strength vanished, blood gushed from his mouth. Xinji Xiao contemptuously explained, "You didn't even realize the wine was drugged." "Don't be stupid." He slammed a dagger down in front of Wen Hua. He pulled his head up and shouted, "I will ask one last time, will you pull Feng Liao down from his horse with us?" Wen Hua was furious, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Go fuck your mother." Wen Hua would rather die than comply. The bastard raped his wife. Even when tortured to death, he never spoke a single bad word about Sa Feng Liao. We left Sa Feng Liao's handprint at the scene. When everyone gathered, Xinji Xiao somberly reported that when he arrived, Wen Hua was barely breathing. Sa Feng Liao's plot must have been discovered, so he killed the witness out of desperation. Xinji Xiao pinned all the blame on the captain, then led the troops to Feng Liao's base camp, intending to execute him first and report later. As soon as he arrived, he ordered the attack, but unexpectedly Feng Liao had already left the camp long ago, escaping the calamity. Xinji Xiao stood there falsely accusing him, saying he must have fled in fear of punishment, even dropping the weapon he always carried. He used the excuse that Feng Liao's treason was discovered, and in a panic, he killed someone and raped a comrade's wife before fleeing, requesting a supreme death warrant. This made Feng Liao a criminal of the army. Xinji Xiao seized the opportunity to take the weapon he left behind, smirking smugly to himself. "This good stuff belongs to me." A natural extension, he temporarily replaced the commander before the battle. Xinji Xiao ascended to the highest commander position, thanks to his father's recommendation. Reaching this point, the bastard hanging upside down wondered, "But I am also curious, why do you care about the affairs of the human race?" He ignored it, ferociously interrogating further, "What about the others? Isn't anyone suspicious of anything?" That man burst out laughing and replied, "Those brain-dead fans? They resisted, so they were sacrificed before the battle." And Feng Xiao added, "Really hard to understand. In this era there are still fools so loyal. Isn't what matters most in the military not right or wrong or the truth?" The bastard frowned and said, "I've said everything I needed to say. You should let me down. As long as you let me go, I will convince the new captain to spare your life." As soon as the bastard finished speaking, Ganli used a blade to slice off his Peter. The excruciating pain made him scream, "You madman, what are you doing?" "No, my treasure, quickly reconnect it for me." At that moment, from behind him a female demon walked up and called Cam Huan. She came closer, tears streaming down, and said, "This is the battle suit that you gave to Wei Ming Huan. He kept it for you. And this time, predicting Cloud Nation was in danger, he told me to wait in the tunnel to give it to you. Please put on the equipment and leave Cloud Nation, run as far as you can." He said, Perhaps you are the last hope of the demon race, so you must not die on this battlefield. He was still crying, continuing that she had just received a magic message from Wei Huoan. Perhaps they had met with misfortune. Ganli immediately took the suit and put it on. His entire body was clad in an extremely cool outfit, an S-rank king combo set, including a blazing demon mask that increased elemental power and resistance. The heavenly demon scale armor replenished stamina and blocked fatal damage. The heavenly demon weapon increased health and lifesteal. The heavenly demon transformation changed the shape of the clothes on his body. Ganli walked while dragging the bastard by the head, simultaneously activating the heavenly demon transformation skill, turning the clothes into tight-fitting civilian attire. The female demon saw him going the wrong way and reminded him, "Cam Huan, the city gate is the other way. Quickly leave this place." But he said in a deep voice, "I will not be a deserter." He then ordered the defeated man, "Take me to see Xin Xiao." The bastard's face was swollen like a bee sting, but he was still arrogant. "Are you insane? Do you think you can beat the new captain?" He widened his eyes and asserted, "He will grind you into mud, you foolish demon." Back to the present, the bastard watched Ganli relentlessly attacking Xin Xiao, wondering why he cared so much about human affairs. Then he frowned and asked himself, who exactly is he? Xin Xiao now teleported a distance away from Ganli. He stood still for a moment, using an appraisal skill to see through the opponent's stats. Broken glasses from earlier quickly repaired themselves. Xin Xiao raised his hand to adjust them and focused his gaze. The skill immediately generated a combat power report. Ganli's parameters displayed A+ grade elite demon potential. After seeing it, he was extremely surprised, his eyes wide open. He sneered contemptuously, saying that aside from slightly greater strength, all other stats were garbage. Just an ordinary elite demon. Speed 1477. Only half of mine. Saying this, he commanded his clones to charge at Ganli. They launched forward like arrows. Xin Xiao thought to himself. According to the data, that last reaction was just luck. One clone swung a fist towards Ganli, taunting, "Luck won't be by your side forever." Ganli immediately threw a thunderous punch at all of Xin Xiao's clones surrounding him. "Were sent flying far away with just one blow," one clone said in confusion. "This is wrong. His stats clearly shouldn't be faster than mine. What is with this demon's name?" Ganli stood in a counterattack stance, his face solemn as he said it was his turn. Under the heavy rain, Xin Xiao looked up toward Ganli, a massive dragon beside him. He thought to himself the opponent's strength data could not possibly defeat him. At the same time, Xin Xiao frowned. That guy's physical constitution was almost identical to his own. Checking the strategic statistics again, the results still showed an A+ elite potential demon. Only the fortune stat was uncheckable. That made Xin Xiao extremely irritated, unsure if there was a bug somewhere. He then looked at his own statistics. All indicators of the human race soldier, Xin, were displayed clearly and were superior. Xin Xiao raised his weapon to calculate. Even though his strength was 4,102, with this weapon he gained an additional 5.424 points. He muttered calculations. The opponent's speed was 1.477, while he himself had 3.732. Xin Xiao's gaze showed confidence, believing that no matter what, he could not be faster than me. But then his face filled with shock. Thinking this, a clone of Xin Xiao, enveloped in the dazzling light of lightning, assumed a ready stance. It lunged at Ganli like a bolt of lightning, its sword aimed straight for his neck, telling itself it was a sneak attack. That guy, Xin Xiao, had been seen through. He swung his hand and punched that clone hard. Then he pressed it down and continued to rain down blows. Xin Xiao was furious, gritting his teeth and asking just which stat he had hidden. Ganli raised his hand for momentum, frowned and cursed, "You still rely on those useless numbers. What gives you the right to think you see everything? Now I have hidden stats from my Demon Lord title. All stats are tripled and cannot be detected." Lightning flashes suddenly appeared in the sky along with the increasingly heavy rain. Xin Xiao's clones all leaped up together. He roared in unwillingness, "I don't believe it." His clone's face was grim, thinking he couldn't believe it all. Before finishing the thought, the charging clone was punched in the mouth by Ganli. He followed up with a godly punch that made its head disappear. In just an instant, his side had dealt with the troublesome clones. Then, he swept his sharp gaze towards Xin Xiao. At that moment, a clone holding a weapon sprang up. It ground its teeth and said loudly, "Your speed can't stay this fast forever." No sooner had it spoken than the clone gaped in shock upon seeing Ganli's face right behind it. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch that sent it flying into the sky. Xin Xiao hid behind two other clones, fuming, thinking it seemed he couldn't face him head-on. He told himself, no matter what secrets that man has, in the end he is just a subordinate of the Demon Lord. But suddenly a clone teleported next to Bing Yi. It grabbed the rope tightening around her and threatened, "Hey, your leader is in my hands." Then it yanked hard, causing the Demon Lord to cry out in pain. Wu Jun behind them saw this and boiled with rage, cursing that he only knew dirty tricks when he couldn't win a fight. The clone holding the Demon Lord tight had an extremely ugly expression. Ganli walked forward while taunting, truly a stale script. Xin Xiao's clone shouted that if he took another step, they would all die. As soon as it finished, another clone yanked the chain around Wu Jun's neck, making him cry out in pain. They thought they had seized the weak point, their faces beaming with schadenfreude. Then the group of clones stood still, waiting for Ganli's next move. One of them arrogantly taunted, "Come on, aren't you supposed to be so skilled?" As it spoke, the clone gripped the chain tightly and yanked. Wu Jun gritted his teeth in pain. He threatened, "Even if you are fast, you can only save one person." Next to the grimacing demon lord, the voice of Ji Xiao sounded, "If you dare rush to save one, I will kill the other immediately." Ganli frowned, hearing the threat. "Which one will you choose?" Then his hand tightened, the pressure causing a few drops of blood to seep out. In the blink of an eye, he charged forward like the wind, his eyes flashing with sharpness and resolve. The clone was bewildered by that reckless charge, gritting its teeth and cursing, "Damn it, he actually dared to charge." Seeing this, Wu Jun shouted a signal telling him to go save the demon lord. Unexpectedly, Ganli changed direction and rushed toward Wu Jun. He lunged, using 4 fingers to jab straight into both nostrils and the corners of the mouth of Xi Xiao's clone. He stared in shock. Ganli sent that one flying far away, the impact showcasing immense force. Each chain was removed. Wu Jun asked in confusion, "Why did you save me? What about the demon lord?" Ganli turned back with a proud look, pointed at the demon lord and replied, "Who said I only saved one person?" Now the clone by the demon lord's side has been run through the stomach by A+ rank Frost Spirit Demon General's sword, its other hand supporting Bing Yi. The Frost Spirit slowly rotated the sword in its hand. Then it made a few decisive slashes, causing the clone to vanish instantly. Ganli turned to look at the Frost Spirit and ordered, "Save them all." Immediately the remaining chains were also severed. At this moment, Bao Li was in a state of extreme panic at the scene before him. He immediately asked the ice puppet, "How is this possible? When did you learn this skill?" Then, he thought fearfully to himself, "This is my unique skill, how could he have learned it?" Right then, one of Xin Jishao's clones jumped behind the ice puppet and slashed down with a sword, and it suddenly let go and clamped its hand tightly around the clone's head. After that, it crushed him to the ground. Seeing this, Ganli was extremely satisfied. "This puppet is as strong as I am." He could use the ice puppet because he had previously unlocked a new S-rank skill, Replication. This skill allows him to replace the skill of any defeated opponent without being affected by elements. At the time, he was still quite uncertain about which skill to replicate, but now he was immensely pleased. Replicating this one was the right choice. Hearing Ganli say this, Bao Li seemed to realize something. "No wonder, so it was a replication of my skill." He thought to himself, Blood Ice Puppet was a Dark Mist system skill that he acquired by chance in the Demon Cave. Although extremely powerful, it also possesses 2 fatal weaknesses. Blood Ice Puppet's skill consumes a certain amount of blood to have enough illusion water to transform into an ice puppet. The ice puppet takes the form of a warrior of the same race that has been encountered before. The first weakness is that the existence of the water element is absolutely necessary to activate it. The second weakness is that creating the ice puppet requires the host to consume blood. The ratio of blood consumed determines the puppet's strength relative to the host. Bao Li vaguely deduced and realized. He just said its strength is the same as mine, meaning it must have consumed nearly all his blood to create this ice puppet. He looked at Ganli, who was standing calmly with arms crossed, observing the puppet fight, and deduced. In other words, thinking of this, he immediately shouted to Xinji Xiao, "Captain, do not fight the ice puppet, quickly attack the host." Xinji Xiao, who was hiding behind the dragon, heard the reminder. "He is using my skill, so now is when he is weakest." After hearing this, he turned to look at Ganli, who was standing behind the puppet, and thought to himself, "I see, it's all because of department head." Then, one of the clones became smug, thinking that if he landed a hit, that man would be dead for sure. Ganli's face darkened at this moment. "Are you plotting something?" Xinji Xiao's clone immediately raised its weapon, gathering a massive source of lightning power. Then it moved in front of Ganli, its weapon elongating and piercing straight through his chest. He then continued to slash multiple X-shaped cuts across Ganli's stomach with his sword. When a huge explosion erupted from where Ganli stood, Xinji Xiao declared with satisfaction, "I have won." But before he could celebrate, Ganli's voice rang out from within the smoke and dust. "Keep going." Xinji Xiao's clone slowly turned its head to look, asking in shock, "What is this?" He should be near death. Clearly he had just been hit. Immediately the other clones rushed towards him, but in response Ganli remained standing still, looking completely calm. One of them used a 300 damage storm strike, punching him directly in the chest. Another used a 100 damage storm strike. Each one tried to unleash a full power blow. After 2 hits, Ganli still stood proudly with his arms crossed, glancing at them and asking mockingly, "Any more?" Xinji Xiao was enraged at this moment, gritting his teeth and thinking, "This is wrong." He then activated the skill Evil Pupil Vision. When he saw the health bar above Ganli's head, he was even more stunned. How is he still at full health? This demon doesn't just have 0 stats. Ganli then raised his hand to his chest. The tool on his wrist suddenly glowed, emitting a spark of electricity. Ganli's aura exuded a sinister quality. Just as Xinji Xiao was still in fear, Ganli activated the skill Heavenly Demon Hin Transformation, recovering 100,000 HP per minute. At this moment, Ganli drew his sword shrouded in killing intent, and asked Xinji Xiao, "Have you used all your tricks?" Hearing this, he was startled and thought, run, I will be torn apart by him at this rate. He leaped up, vanishing from his spot with the speed of a lightning bolt. Then, Xinjie Xiao looked joyfully up at the lightning-filled sky and said to himself, fortunately, heaven is on my side. He told himself the abundant lightning can create many replication stealth bodies. He cannot kill them all alone. Stanley did not stay still either. He gripped his sword tightly, letting blood flow out, and activated the blood ice puppet skill into memory. After finishing, he ordered the ice puppet behind him, handle these ones. Hearing this, the ice puppet slowly bowed down. The 4 remaining core members, including the demon lord of the demon clan, were sitting watching it kowtow to the ground as if following an order. Behind, Bao Li watched his back and thought to himself from his first appearance, I should have realized he always cared about humanity's problems. He realized with a tremble, moreover, he is extremely knowledgeable about my skills and the new captains. Even the depth of his understanding far surpasses ours. Meanwhile, on this side the house's face darkened, silently stepping forward with weapon in hand. Bao Li was certain in his heart, he is fundamentally not of the demon race. At the same time he furrowed his brows and spoke, rainy and windy days are not only about lightning. There is also an endless supply of water. As soon as he finished speaking, over a dozen large ice puppets gradually rose from the ground. Ganli continued, each of your stats is higher than mine. The group of clones clearly showed Xinjie Xiao's anxious state of mind. Meanwhile, he lowered his head slightly and said slowly, what if there were as many of me? Ganli finished speaking, flicked his robe, revealing the dust behind him along with several dozen massive, ferocious ice puppets that had just been summoned. The giant dragon that Xinjie Xiao had summoned earlier was still standing still, watching. Ignoring the 2 sides, the ice puppets and clones had already formed battle formations, ready to fight. Xinjie Xiao's clone lost patience and immediately turned to look at the dragon, yelling, why haven't you attacked yet? Ganli then leaped towards that clone, preparing to strike. He raised his hand and used the heavenly demon hymn transformation skill. Streams of cyan aura slowly drifted out. Then it gathered into a bear paw weapon. Immediately that clone was hit with an unforgettable punch from Ganli. He raised his hand, his face glowering at him, and declared, I will end this battle quickly. That man Xinjie Xiao, hiding behind the giant dragon, was intently watching the match. He gnashed his teeth in dissatisfaction, silently calculating a strategy. Going head-to-head with him now offers no chance of victory. Xinjie Xiao looked at the sword in his hand, confident that he had fully understood the opponent's abilities. He assessed Gan Li, realizing the boy had strong recovery capabilities, but could still be injured when attacked. Xinjie Xiao smiled. The Luo was an SSS rank weapon that could store energy and pierce defenses, and once it was fully charged, he could kill him. Before the thought even finished, an ice puppet suddenly lunged straight at Xinjie Xiao. It stabbed through his chest with an ice sword, spraying fresh blood. Xinjie Xiao was in extreme pain, desperately trying to grab that sword. Immediately after, he moved from his original position with lightning speed. He continuously swapped positions between his clones, connected by a flickering stream of lightning. A month later, Xinjie Xiao landed on one knee somewhere behind the clones. He smugly thought that he could switch between his copies in an instant, making it impossible for his opponent to ever kill him. Seeing this from afar, Bao Li trembled in surprise, realizing the captain was using lightning to create clones in order to swap positions. Ice puppets also had a certain time limit for their existence. No matter how much blood the opponent had, he could not create an infinite number of puppets. Bao Li smiled confidently, believing that you would still lose to the captain, because you could not kill him. Ganli tightened his grip on a clone's neck, glancing at Bao Li and asking who said he wanted to kill him. He declared that every sin that man had committed deserved the death penalty. That clone was nearly suffocating, its eyes bulging as it stammered, you. From a young age, Xinjie Xiao had been cruel, holding a pair of shears and smiling at the tied-up beast, telling it not to die too quickly. The beast lay there weakly, covered in blood, while the child said that if it died, he would lose his toy. Back to the present, Ganli tightened his grip on the clone's neck, speaking madly that every copy was a part of you. He squeezed the clone's neck like a snake constricting its prey, asking if the pain of all of them was transmitted to your original body. As soon as he finished speaking, the clones immediately felt the pain. Just as the original body and the clones cobbed up blood, Xinjie Xiao panicked, wondering how he knew. Ganli grew more and more frenzied, listing his crimes. No crime could end with mere death. The clone was squeezed until its head was severed from its body. At that moment, Xinjie Xiao convulsed violently, clutching his face and screaming in agony. Another ice puppet tore the clone's body in half. Ganli continued his relentless slaughter, saying that he too should taste the pain of those he had once murdered. Bao Li's face turned pale as he panicked, realizing he had been wrong. He did not intend to kill, but was torturing the captain. Xinjie Xiao endured wave after wave of earth-shattering pain, only able to clutch his body and curse. He gripped the luo tightly to reassure himself, channeling all his energy into it. It was almost fully charged. Then he shouted loudly that this was an SSS rank weapon, and only one slash was needed. Finally, the luo had accumulated enough lightning. It was perfect timing. Xinjie Xiao seemed to regain his strength, raising the crackling luo high, excitedly shouting that this one slash slash would wipe out the entire demon race. It was a clear day in a certain forest. A frightened lightning dragon leaped from one branch to another. A moment later, a rustling sound came from beneath a bush. The lightning dragon's head slowly poked out. It had jumped into the bush to hide. Several young people in protective gear came to observe, asking each other if they had seen the lightning dragon, and another replied that it was a pity it had escaped. Once safe, the lightning dragon immediately shot up to a tree branch, silently observing the people below. But it was startled to see a young Feng Liao sitting on a branch, chewing on a cracker and looking over. It bristled and growled at him, but the boy calmly reached into his cracker bag. Feng Liao took out a few fragrant crackers and asked if it wanted one, making the lightning dragon shyly blush. He sighed in frustration, saying that the humans and demons had started another war over demon crystals, leaving many people without food. Feng Liao was just a child then, gazing into the distance and lamenting, hoping the war would end soon. Back in the present, the luo in Xinji Xiao's hand emitted a dazzling flash of light. He raised it high, cackling, shouting loudly that this one slash would wipe out the entire demon race. On the other side, Ganli calmly looked over while simultaneously reaching out and clenching his hand, confronted the enormous lightning dragon, a seemingly invisible thread connecting them amidst the swirling dust. The present-day Ganli gently extended his hand forward. Then he commanded in a cold tone, "Return." Xinji Xiao was still laughing triumphantly with the luo in his hand. However, his smile vanished as the luo disassembled into individual parts. It hovered in the air, and then immediately flew toward Ganli. Upon reaching his hand, each part was assembled back together with perfect precision. Once done, he gripped it tightly and declared that the item had returned to its original owner. The veins on Xinji Xiao's face bulged in panic, stammering how this was possible. Clearly he had bonded with it. Li did not answer, but said seriously, "Thank you for helping to fully charge the luo." With that, he lowered the luo, shocking Xinji Xiao and his clones. Then he slowly raised it to the level of his face, his eyes tightly shut. Ganli slashed down powerfully, unleashing the falling Nether Shadow Sword realm. Instantly, a whirlwind appeared, sweeping away all of Xinji Xiao's clones. Violent cyclones caused them to quickly dissipate. Not stopping, Ganli's whirlwind swelled up like a bomb. It exploded, turning the pitch-black sky back to blue. Bao Li recognized his identity and spoke up, "I knew it was you." Lei Long immediately knelt before Ganli moved and said, "You are back." He stood still looking at it. The two finally reunited. Behind him, the image of the human race's team leader, Feng Liao, faintly appeared. Xinji Xiao's clones gradually caught fire under the scorching sunlight. One by one, they simply vanished in an instant. Ganli watched them disappear and said, "The replication bodies are all gone. The dark clouds and lightning have also dissipated." Xinji Xiao sat helplessly, surrounded by a powerfully massive group of ice. As he approached, he immediately turned his head with a terrified expression. Ganli pointed luo directly at him, declaring, "This war must end now." 2 years ago in the Holy Nation, Feng Liao pointed down into the abyss and asked Lai Long, "Did you see that demon fall down there?" Back then, Feng Liao was 16 years old. He ordered, "Go fetch him up here." Seeing Lai Long shake his head, he said, "What do you mean by that?" "I said fetch, I didn't say you were a dog." Feng Liao shrugged. "I know who said you were a dog. You are my best friend. I heard your ancestors were also humanity's best friends." This sentence made Lai Long shyly blush. Returning to the present, Lai Long raised its head and roared to the sky. The device on its neck emitted energy, causing it pain. Xinji Xiao immediately ordered guitar, "Block him." Ganli mocked, "No thunder now, and your energy is almost depleted." He carried luo on his shoulder, declaring, "You have no way to escape now." He stubbornly raised the remote control, thinking, Lai Long's speed data is nearly 10,000, you can't keep up. Thinking this, he immediately activated the controller. Guitar screamed in pain. He threatened, "Take me away, or I'll blow you up." At that moment, its entire body flashed with lightning. Guitar screamed in agony, tears streaming down. Ganli couldn't stand it and raged, "To actually plant a bomb inside Guitar, you bastard." Xinji Xiao dashed to Guitar's head, commanding, "Fly up." Guitar lifted its head. Bao Li on the ground below reached out unwillingly. "Take me too." It stomped hard on the ground for momentum, flapped its wings to fly up, creating a strong gust. Guitar held Xinji Xiao in its mouth, staring intently at Ganli. "Next is your turn." Saying this, it shot swiftly towards Ganli. He stood below, looking up with great focus. Ganli calmly observed, clearly showing an impatient, waiting look. He raised luo, and the airflow around him transformed violently. Xinji Xiao struggled, enraged, "Don't blame me, I'll blow you to pieces." He activated the self-destruct. Progress reached 75%. Lai Long dived down. The self-destruct progress increased to 83%, then 90%. Ganli calmly waited for the opportunity. The progress reached 97%. Lai Long was very close to him. And the progress touched 99.5%. Guitar's body was about to explode. Ganli suddenly leaped up, striking a precise sword slash. The explosive device inside Guitar was sliced into pieces. Guitar landed on the ground, smoke billowing. Its face burning, it bit down hard on Jinji Xiao in its mouth. The surviving demon race watched in silence, speechless. Only the human Bao Li panicked, his face turning pale. It broke. Broke again? Lei Long guitar settled down before turning back to look at everyone. Jinji Xiao lay barely breathing, spewing blood from his throat while speaking with difficulty. Stanley walked closer. He weakly begged for mercy. Jinji Xiao lay motionless in a pool of blood, stammering, "Spare me." Why? He clawed at the ground with his hands, asking puzzled, "Why is it you?" He shouted unwillingly, "Do you have to hound me to the death?" His legs were gone, blood flowing endlessly. Stanley heard this, pondered for a moment. Then he replied with disgust, "From the moment you betrayed me, you should have expected this outcome." Jinji Xiao was baffled, angrily retorted, "Betray? What do you mean? Betray who?" Gan Li and Guitar stood with overwhelming momentum, their eyes sharp as if they wanted to tear him apart. Gan Li raised Luo and said, "When you see Manhua, remember to kneel and apologize to him." His face was filled with rage, vividly showing the features of Feng Liao. Jinji Xiao saw this and stumbled back in panic, shouting, "It is you, Feng Liao." Stanley slashed a sword across his face, loudly recounting the crime of betrayal. He continued surging forward with overwhelming hatred. Each slash was a sentence, the crime of taking women. Jinji Xiao could only endure the pain. The image of him torturing Huo An and his son was truly brutal. Countless slashes cut into his body. Next was the crime of framing a comrade, Vice Captain Wen Hua. Each crime recited was like a sword slash, leaving no inch of his face or body unscathed. He lost control, his vision darkened, his mind falling into chaos. The subsequent crimes included stealing equipment, bullying the guitar player. By now, he was slashing wildly. Jinji Xiao's face was now slashed to pieces by the swift cuts. Gan Li looked at him with sharp eyes and said loudly, "The execution is complete." Jinji Xiao shattered into fragments, each piece a crime he had committed. He stood there, finished handling the sinner, retrieving his pet and weapon. Bao Li stood bewildered amidst the smoke and smell of blood, saying in terror, "Truly a demon? That is the captain." The silhouette of Feng Liao faintly appeared behind the guitar player. Beneath it was the demon clan member Gan Li holding a compass, stepping forward with pressure. Bao Li confirmed he was not a deserter. He received a system notification, killed an S-rank human race boss. Completed the mission to protect the demon clan. History changed, received 2.2 million experience. Leveled up 4 times to A16, can extend the term. In a laboratory, Jing Ne looked at a test tube and said, "Perhaps it is almost done." Inside the tube was Feng Liao's preserved body. She said the weapon equipment and bloodline have all returned. She placed her hand on the tube, her eyes sad, and said softly, "Now only your woman is missing." At a lakeshore beneath the human race mountain range, someone came to report to the old man fishing. News from the frontline army has arrived. He hesitated. The 21st Corps, Squad 511, suffered heavy losses. Huan and Jinji Xiao are dead. The scarred man was Xin Cheng, Jinji Xiao's father, who remained calm upon hearing the news of his son's death. He held the fishing rod, calmly asking if there was a body. The other replied it could not be brought back. Xin Cheng's expression did not change. He ordered the soldiers to arrange a national state funeral and prepare a coffin. "Tell the entire world my eldest son died with honor. The fish are nibbling the bait beneath the water. Got a bite, pull it up quickly." He happily fished, not seeing the trembling hand behind his back. The person was Jinji Xiao's younger brother, Xinlin, an SS rank mage. He trembled and said, "Kill them all." He revealed a sinister smile, his eyes flashing with a deadly light, 2 different colors. At that moment, the demon clan sky was also very clear. In the Feng Kingdom's royal palace, a man in black stood before the king. After a moment of silence, he asked, "The alliance letter arrived 3 days ago. Please decide on the candidate." The Feng Kingdom's king, Tao Maidan, was deep in thought. The alliance conference was like an insult to small nations, but they could not refuse to attend. He replied, "My A-rank demons are few, all our talents. The conference is dangerous. Whoever goes will not return unscathed." The man darkened his face and asked again, "Has your majesty decided on the candidate?" Maidan was terrified, raised a hand and said, "Give me a few more days, I will go." The man in black transformed into a monster with sharp claws and angrily stabbed at Maidan's face, saying, "Let us decide." In the Cloud Nation, a person from the Flame Nation came to deliver a sealed letter, saying this was an invitation to the Alliance Conference. She sighed, did not expect the Cloud Nation to be heavily attacked, and the Flame Nation had come to their aid. Bing Yi, covered in injuries, lowered his head dejectedly and said, "Thank the Flame Nation for its assistance." The Flame Nation person bowed respectfully and replied, hoping Her Majesty would rest and soon reply with the Alliance Conference list. Outside, workers were urgently rebuilding houses. Tian Xiao raised his small hand, 2 red rings slowly forming. He used his power to move the rubble up to the top floor. He was exhausted, drenched in sweat. A worker came over to announce, "Take a rest, Jiang Huoan has come to visit you." He sat in a wheelchair, covered in bandages, looking at Tian Xiao with admiration, not expecting to have to mobilize such a small laborer. He bowed happily and replied, "It was the least I could do. Thank you for giving my mother the heart." Du Kao laughed and said the heart had stopped beating in my body. It happened to fit your mother, and it was my younger brother's debt to you. Among humans, there are good and bad, and the same goes for demons. The wicked will meet their retribution. At this moment, Bao Li screamed, begging for mercy, saying he would never come to the demon realm again. He backed away while shouting, "Stop, please," as the demon beasts slowly approached. Instantly, 4 or 5 demon beasts pounced and tore him apart. Du Kao continued, "Kind-hearted people will have a good ending. My younger brother violated the creed. His death is no loss." Tian Xiao suddenly shouted, "That is not true," startling him into opening his eyes wide. The stubborn boy said that his younger brother was indeed terrifying back in the day. But when the human race suddenly attacked the city, ignoring that he had just finished surgery, he took me and mother to flee. Then the boy recalled that scene when Du Pan opened his mouth and called, "Rotten brat, hurry up." He led the two of them while saying not to waste his heart. Unfortunately, they ran into a human named Xinji Xiao. At that moment, Du Pan decided, "Brat, take the heart and run with mother, I will hold him off." Then he stood there firmly staring ahead, ready to confront that powerful human. Tian Xiao shouted with determination, "He died protecting me and mother. He is our savior." Each word shook Du Kao's heart. He never expected his younger brother to act so nobly. After hearing this, Du Kao fell into deep thought, unable to speak. Afterwards he bitter smiled, lowered his eyes with a pained look, and stammered, Is that so?" And he wept like a child, tremblingly blaming himself. "I never understood you." The joy mixed with heart-ache made him cry uncontrollably. Imagining the image of his younger brother smiling down at him from above moved him. That brat was still the same as in childhood. Dusk fell at Ganli's spot. He was standing on the guitar's head admiring the view when Wei Ming arrived from behind to announce something. The demon source was the most important energy protecting the nation for the past 200 years of Yun country, and he was the strongest demon race. He took out the demon source and said reverently, "The great demon generals and the demon lord have decided this item is only for Cam Huoan." Wei Ming kept talking. Even Gan Li did not turn his head to look. "It will not only help you advance to S rank, but also grant extremely powerful skill." Even without letting him finish, he cut him off flatly and refused to save it. "Using such a large energy source to rebuild Yun country for you all would be better, no?" Afterwards, he turned his face, smiled, and announced, "I am preparing to leave Yun country." The statement shocked the man greatly as he asked, "What, are you joking? This place just..." As he spoke with a bewildered expression, Ganli turned his face back, regretfully thinking, "If this continues, no one will be able to kill me anymore." At this moment, he was extremely anxious and determined to quickly find a way to return to being human. A major upheaval had occurred among the humans. He wondered how Jingno was doing, if she was in danger. Thinking of those kind people like the Demon Lord, Wu Jun and Tian Jiao, he became even more resolute. "I am human, they are demon race. There should be no involvement or feelings." Then he thought sadly, the matter of wanting to return to being human after being killed, the demon race cannot understand or help. Lost in thought, the guitar suddenly transmitted a good news to Gan Li, startling him. "Relax, Princess Hao is not in danger right now." Afterwards it cast a gentle look at him and said coquettishly, "I will go with you too." Gan Li was extremely surprised, staring at it for a long time. Then he smiled happily and brightly before replying, "Good thing I have you." Hearing that, the guitar turned its head to look at the vast city ahead and asked, "So, have you figured out where to go?" After asking, it stretched forward, ready to leave. Seeing this, Wei Ming asked in confusion, "Cam Huoan, where do you want to go?" Guitar flapped its wings a few times and soared into the sky. It lifted its neck and let out a loud roar, charging straight ahead as old Wei Ming panicked, still unwillingly shouting, "Cam Huoan?" At this moment in Huan's infirmary, Wu Jun was bandaging his wounds. After finishing, he sat submerged in a corner of the bed, constantly contemplating something. Then he looked over at Huan's hand. He kept asking him, "When will the other arm be delivered?" Huo closed his eyes wearily, puzzled as he asked his son, "This is the third time today you have asked this question. Is something wrong?" If realizing something, he stared at him closely and asked, "Is it related to Han?" Wu Jun did not answer upon hearing this. He stood up sharply in his robe and said, "Father, get some rest." He stepped out of the room while continuously speculating, from their first meeting at court to his behavior in the demon cave. Afterwards, he concluded with certainty, "I should have realized earlier, he is fundamentally not of the demon race." The more he thought, the more twisted and ugly his face became. At this moment he was furious, cursing Gan Li in his heart. Damn it, a human always seeking death. Dusk slowly fell. Gan Li and the guitar had stopped at a forest edge, beside a desolate desert range. At this moment he received information from the system. Only being killed can turn him back into a human. Self-destruction does not count, no other way. Seeing the system display the same thing 10 times, he complained gloomily to the guitar, "See, no matter how many times I ask, it is always the same result." Afterwards, he rubbed his chin and calculated, "Moreover, with my current recovery ability, self-destruction is also very difficult." Then he stood up sharply, thought of a way. and immediately told the guitar, if I find a demon king above S rank, he can instantly kill me with some special skills. Ganli asked it, but I have only encountered such a demon king in the demon tower before, and I have not seen one since. Think of a way for me quickly. Is there a way to get me killed fast? Hearing that bizarre request, the guitar looked up at the high sky and replied helplessly, what you say is not wrong, but I am your contracted beast. Helping you think of ways to die just feels strange somehow. Right at this moment, the large rock above Ganli's head slowly cracked. A few small pieces fell, then a huge rock was gradually splitting apart with a large water stain. Then it fell at an extremely fast speed, hurtling straight toward where he was standing. He, however, folded his arms calmly, waiting for death. But the guitar quickly slashed the rock into small pieces to protect Ganli. Seeing that, his mouth fell open in shock. After finishing, it was startled, averted its gaze elsewhere, and explained, when danger comes, I act without thinking. Ganli looked at the falling stones, mouth agape, and instructed, you must control yourself. Stop protecting me. Throw me into danger. Hearing this, the guitar indicated understood and immediately replied, I will remember, you want to die. But its eyes were now focused on something rustling in the bushes above. Instantly, a huge bear jumped out from the bushes, raising its sharp claws and lunging straight at Ganli. But before it could do anything, its face was pierced by something, leaving only its eye hanging in shock, rolled white. The bear lost its soul shortly after thanks to the guitar's fatal blow. It once again apologized timidly. Seeing this, Ganli could only reply helplessly, it is fine, it is fine. The night had grown late, the entire forest illuminated by the moonlight. A campfire was lit in the gloomy forest. Above it, a delicious piece of bear meat waiting to be roasted. At this moment, Gan let out a loud burp beside the ugly bear, then said to the guitar that he had eaten it. After that, he held the staff and walked away, but still turned his head to tell the guitar to go charge its batteries too. He used the staff to slash a line through the air using the power of the primordial stone, and the dimensional space gradually opened. The rainbow slash revealed a large passageway, and the curious guitar looked inside. Both of them entered one after another. He disassembled the staff's parts to check them, then said to wait until tomorrow morning. We will set off westward to find the demon tower. When he recharged the staff, the Thunder Dragon reported that the target was very vague, unsure whether there was a demon tower in the west or an S-rank demon lord inside. That statement made him feel dejected and desperate, and he asked back what to do, because the two human races were also in the west, and he couldn't think of another place. Just as he finished reassembling the staff and wore it on his body, Gita announced that someone was coming. Immediately after, a sharp weapon suddenly rested on Ganli's shoulder, and he was somewhat stunned. At this moment, Wu Jun was displeased and insinuated, asking if he was going to leave without even greeting, which was really impolite. Now the Cloud Kingdom was holding a victory celebration feast. Ganli glanced at him, then lifted his chin arrogantly and asked back in annoyance why he wasn't going to drink and instead came here. Wu Jun darkened his face, gritted his teeth, and got straight to the point, asking who exactly he was and what his purpose was in coming to the Cloud Kingdom. Ganli did not answer immediately but cast his eyes toward the thing on his shoulder. At this moment, Gita transmitted a message to him, saying that he was very angry but had no killing intent on him. Not receiving an answer, Wu Jun angrily shouted and asked what relationship helping that group of humans had with him. He yelled nonstop, asking why the Thunder Dragon was following him, why the weapon flew into his hand, and what about him. Before he could ask further, Ganli tightly gripped that sharp weapon, looked coldly at Wu Jun, and replied, because I am human. That answer made Wu Jun even more furious. His eyes widened in disbelief that his speculation was correct. Ganli calmly lowered the weapon and said to Wu Jun, unfortunately, you cannot kill me now. He pushed Wu Jun's hand away, then said regretfully that dying by his hand wouldn't be bad. Those words made Wu Jun even more certain of his speculation. Indeed, he had been seeking death all along. He rushed over, violently grabbed Ganli the throat, and angrily said, challenging my father, accompanying me in the demon cave, jumping down during the human race war. You all wanted to be killed, why? Emotionless, Ganli let him choke him and explained, because only by dying could I transform back into a human. I was originally human, but due to a mistake, I entered this demon race body. Wu Jun even more furiously asked why he killed the human race captain. Clearly, he could have killed him. There was absolutely no need to save us. He asked in rapid succession with uncontrollable resentment. Clearly, he could have waited for him to kill all of us, and then be killed himself. That way you could have returned. The intensity in every word Wu Jun spoke made him dare not face it. He turned his face to the side and awkwardly said, this matter involves conviction. Hearing that, Wu Jun was somewhat stunned, and the muscles on his face gradually relaxed. Ganli awkwardly continued from before, I could not stand by and let such obvious evil continue to happen. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jun also released his hand from his neck. He said painfully, the human race never stops invading territories, causing widespread suffering. It was the human race that killed my mother. The more he spoke, the darker Wu Jun's face became. He was filled with immense resentment. I hate the human race deeply. All humans deserve to die. And he shouted into Ganli's face, you deserve to die too. But then he closed his eyes tightly and said regretfully, yet I wish you were truly a demon race. That made him feel pity. He was silent for a moment. At this time, Gita also said he can feel that he is very hurt. He hopes you will comfort him. But he hastily stepped past Wu Jun and said bye. That disappointed Gita, who asked if he had nothing to say. Ganli resolutely said with stubbornness, I should not form relationships with the demon race. We cannot be friends. Hearing the sound of footsteps leaving, Wu Jun hesitated slightly, then threw out his final card, saying the Alliance conference is in 1 week. As if hitting the right spot, his footsteps immediately stopped. Wu Jun said without delay that is the most important assembly of the 18 demon nations. He spoke while turning his face back to observe his actions. That is a martial arts tournament where each country sends 2 demons to compete. Hearing that, Ganli immediately turned his head, his face showing obvious excitement poorly suppressed. Seeing this, Wu Jun hinted that if he wanted to be killed, this was a good opportunity. Even though you are undefeated in the Cloud Kingdom, do not underestimate the entire demon race. Ganli was extremely interested. As soon as Wu Jun finished speaking, he cheerfully asked if killing was allowed in the tournament. Wu Jun replied, of course, because the participating nations all disregard death. Upon hearing this, the guitar transmitted a message to Ganli. It seems his words are true. His eyes are very sincere, but I sense a kind of... Gita hadn't finished speaking when Wu Jun placed his hand on his chest and suggested, the Cloud Kingdom has no one left willing to offer their life to the Demon Lord, so only the 2 of us can go fight. I will help you plan your method of finding death. He added, but a demon race king cannot die at the hands of another. The resentment still lingered in Wu Jun. He stated firmly, the final blade must be dealt with by me. Hearing that, Ganli pretended to think, pursed his lips tightly, and pondered for a few seconds. Then a bright smile broke out on his face as he grabbed Wu Jun's hand and happily replied, okay. The Demon Alliance is a united empire formed by 18 large and small demon nations. It is said that the world's mystical powers all come from 10 mystical regions, with the demon race controlling the 2nd region. The Alliance Conference has 2 main purposes. On one hand, to summon the leaders for a joint meeting to discuss development strategies and unite the demon race. On the other hand, it is to select the next leader, with the election method conducted through the martial arts tournament held every 3 years. This is the fairest plan in a world that upholds martial might. The nation that ultimately wins leads the entire demon race. However, now it has become a stage for the major powers to show off their strength. Demon Lord sighed and continued, the alliance of 18 nations is actually scheming for their own interests, losing unity and peace. To win, they unleash the most ferocious demon generals. Then he spoke seriously about the danger. Last session of the 36 participants, only 5 survived. This session, the 3 great powers will send S-rank warriors. Her eyes widened as she gazed into distance. Before, the warriors her father sent never returned alive. Bing Yi stood up sharply, walked forward a few steps, and repeatedly advised against Wu Jun and Gan Li's intention to participate. It is not too late to regret now. I can have you 2 withdraw and claim the contestants fell ill, perhaps. She had not even finished her sentence when her voice caught in her throat, stunned as the figures of the 2 of them vanished. By now, both had entered the transport spirit. After waiting for a long time, Wu Jun announced their arrival. Genli rushed out the glass door, looked at the scene below, and shouted excitedly, "Is this the Flame Kingdom?" He thought to himself that in his past life he never had the chance to see it, always imagining it as a barren desert. At this moment, the dragon carrying the 3 people was slowly descending. It circled once in the air to prepare for landing. Ganli was still shocked by the beauty of this place, never expecting it to be so prosperous. Shortly after, the 3 set foot in the capital of the Flame Kingdom, Baide City. The light from the buildings blazed brightly against the night sky, the atmosphere extremely lively. Bing Yi, while pulling her suitcase, was also surprised by the prosperity here. In the past few years, she never expected Baide to have changed so much. After that, she said to the other 2, "Let us go register first. There is also a banquet tonight." However, before her anger subsided, the 2 of them vanished again. She turned around and saw no one, then called out helplessly, "Hey, you 2! Ganli arrived in front of a fruit stall, scanned it once, and excitedly exclaimed, "This place has so many fruits I have never seen before." Wu Jun stood behind him, silently sneered, "Ignorant human race." Then he felt a trace of regret. "In the end, I still have to kill you." With that thought, he ignored the boy and walked toward a weapon shop across the street. Ganli was still marveling at the plump watermelon. His eyes lit up as he said to the owner, "I have only seen this kind of green-skinned black-striped melon in books. It is a legendary fruit." The owner, seeing the boy's excited look, spoke up, "Came from the east. Never seen high-grade fruit like this before." He cut the melon in half, handed a piece to Ganli, and asked, "This is called a watermelon. Want a taste? It is grown from spirit key, has the effect of instantly restoring stamina." Ganli, hearing this, was extremely excited. On Wu Jun's side, he was also very astonished by the shop he had just entered. All these are A+ grade weapons. Never expected a random roadside shop to carry goods like this. He stared intently at the array of weapons and sighed. Our Cloud Kingdom even has to set up a secret weapons vault to research and manufacture them. The owner, hearing this, smiled and asked, come from the Cloud Kingdom? And he laughed smugly and spoke with contempt. It certainly cannot compare to our great Flame Kingdom. Whether it is national strength, resources, economy, or territorial area, the Flame Kingdom far surpasses the Cloud Kingdom. Looking Wu Jun over, he asked curiously, "Have you come to see the martial arts tournament?" He replied, "A little shy, I've come to participate in the match." A girl nearby, who was also selecting weapons, let out an exclamation upon hearing him. The golden-haired girl, named Xianglin from the Rain Kingdom, turned around, looked Wu Jun up and down, and judged, "A frail physique, you have not even advanced anywhere. It seems the Cloud Kingdom truly has no talent." Upon hearing the insult, he instantly flew into a rage and frowned as he looked over. Xianglin ignored Wu Jun's displeased expression, smugly raised her hand and said to the owner, "Wrap up all these S-grade equipment for me and send them to the Yahello Hotel." Receiving the gold bar in his hand, the owner flattered her endlessly. "Is the Cloud Kingdom not always like this? You cannot say for sure. Who knows, they might become your opponent when the time comes." As she stepped out of the door, magic power had already enveloped her entire body. Arrogantly, she said, "I only have one opponent." Xianglin, full of conviction, declared loudly, "The Kingdom of Rain." Wu Jun stared at her, inwardly guessing, the magic power on this person is so strong. Is it S-rank strength? Shortly after, the three regrouped and were on their way to the Yahello Hotel. Wu Jun and Gan Li carried 2 large bags of stuff behind Bing Yi. As Gan Li was enjoying his slice of melon, Wu Jun asked gruffly, "Is everyone here arrogant?" Bing Yi explained, "It is very normal. After all, the tournament is approaching. Who would give a good face to their opponent?" Then her expression turned regretful. "It is very different from when the 18-nation alliance was first formed. Before, the power of each nation was similar, creating limits and balance. Now, only the Flame Kingdom, the Thunder Kingdom, and the Rain Kingdom have the strength and the right to speak. In recent decades, the winner has rotated among these 3 nations. The strong will forever be the law of nature. According to the alliance competition rules, the ultimate winner receives the evolution stone. This is the fastest way to evolve to an S-rank Anicap. At the same time, the leader of the winning nation becomes the commander of the 18th Legion, holding the command authority of the alliance army and possessing the final key. That means the winning nation will receive more S-rank warriors and its national strength will become even more powerful. It can also mobilize the alliance army and even excavate that place." Behind her, Gan Li, upon hearing the words "that place," suddenly jolted in surprise. A moment later, they arrived at a tall, glittering building gilded with gold. Bing Yi said, "This is the place. This is the highest architectural structure of the demon race." At that moment, an orange-haired boy walked over from behind, hesitantly asking, "Excuse me, is this the Yahello Hotel?" The boy was still steadying a wheelchair with his younger sister. Xianglin, seeing them from behind, showed a look of annoyance. She watched the 2 of them enter with a gaze full of contempt. Then she started to mock, "Ran into you guys again. A bunch of country bumpkins coming here for the show." Wu Jun was so angry he was boiling, saying to Bing Yi, "Demon Lord, I cannot stand this person anymore. Can I kill her?" She hurriedly calmed him down. "Calm down. If she provokes you into a conflict, you have fallen for her trap. Anyone reported for violent behavior before the match will be disqualified from participating." Ignoring the mockery of being called a country bumpkin, Gan Li kept a cheerful smile and said to the 2 children, "This is indeed the Yahello Hotel. Are you also here to participate in the Alliance Convention?" They smiled back and replied, "That is right. We come from the Rain Kingdom." Suddenly he leaned in close, his expression clearly cunning, and whispered, "If we meet on the battlefield, please attack me with all your might, leaving me no way out." The boy was slightly startled but tried to stay calm and replied, "Yes, I will try my best." At that moment, Bing Yi, afraid she could not hold Wu Jun back, turned to look at Gan Li and said, "Let us go inside and register." As soon as she finished speaking, the bag on her shoulder slowly slid down. Turning back to look, the bag was already flying through the air. Bing Yi screamed in panic, "My bag! The invitation and the check-in certificate are both inside." Seeing the bag being dragged away but not the person, Gan Li asked in surprise, "Is it a thief with invisibility powers?" Jun, furious, roared, "Which bastard is that?" Suddenly, the orange-haired boy pushed the wheelchair with his sister over to Gan Li and said, "Please take care of my sister for a moment." Having done that, the boy tightly closed his eyes and activated his technique. A stream of purple ice magic power surged out from his eyes to both sides. The boy used both hands to pull a portion of the ice power to each side. Then he turned it into a pair of wings. A magic formation appeared beneath his feet. Now the floor in his mind's eye became the sea. He focused his senses, and each step of the thief gradually became clear. After locating the thief, the boy opened his eyes wide. Next, he raised his hand toward the man who was running inside and unleashed the skill Cloud Echo. Instantly, a surge of frost shot forward with great force. The thief sensed it and turned his head to look back. He saw the technique surging toward him like the wind and was extremely shocked. A second later, the thief was hit by the technique, and his entire body was frozen solid, stuck to the floor. He was still dazed at this moment, wondering how he could have found him. But before he could answer the question, the robber suddenly saw someone's elemental flower fall in front of him. He looked up and was horrified to see Wu Jun standing with his arms crossed, his face dark with anger. He grabbed the man's collar and spoke angrily. Punishing evil probably doesn't count as violence, right? The robber sobbed and stammered, I am a contestant from Dao country. I returned your stuff. Don't hand me over to the guard team. Over here, Ganli could not help but be amazed by the boy's strength and did not stop praising him. Brother, your skills are incredible. The younger sister proudly replied, of course. After everything was done, everyone returned to their positions. Bing Yai said gratefully, if it weren't for you, we would have been in big trouble. Ganli asked curiously, your skills are so good, are you S rank? The boy scratched his head shyly and replied, no, Dao country has never had an S-rank demon, but I will definitely try. A moment later, everyone was inside the hotel. High above, a blond man was watching intently. He watched everyone pass through with the security officers and said excitedly, the people from various countries have arrived in relatively sufficient numbers. As he spoke, he raised his teacup, looking forward to what was coming. The prelude is about to begin. Everyone was queuing up to check in. Bing Yai looked worriedly at the crowd in front of her. The hotel is too crowded today. She looked at the clock showing 6 o'clock and became even more anxious. If they were late, Ella would not make it to the party. Gan Li at this moment also looked at the people upstairs for a while. Then he turned to the two orange-haired siblings standing at the end of the line and silently wondered why they did not know to prioritize the disabled. After a long, agonizing wait, it was finally his turn. Bing Yi thought silently when she saw the person in front of her finish checking in. She turned her face back, telling the two siblings to go through the procedures first so that his younger sister could rest early. Hearing that, they were overjoyed and thanked her many times. Seeing the rustic appearance of the two siblings as they handed over documents, the receptionist said loudly and irritably, where are the documents? Prepare them in advance, don't waste time. Lapte awkwardly pointed at the document and asked back, sorry, isn't this it? She said contemptuously, where is the invitation? What use is it to only bring a national document? Suddenly the people around buzzed with excitement. He has arrived, it's him. Look quickly, I only see him on the news. Hotel owner Siming, sitting upstairs, saw this and asked mockingly, is it always this grand whenever you show up? The person being hailed was the biggest superstar of Loi country, Lum Lap. As soon as he stepped in, many people praised him. He is the most influential and strongest super idol among the 18 nations. The old woman Yellow walking beside Lum Lap was his mother. Two walked to the reception desk under the flashing lights of fans' cameras. Their bodyguards suddenly rushed to the front of the line, pushing all the guests aside and shouting rudely, make way. Make way! Hearing the noise, Lepti curiously turned his face around. He was a little surprised to see a large bodyguard standing sideways staring intently at him. Suddenly, he violently shoved him to one side, yelling, get out of the way. Seeing her brother pushed and falling, Lapmung immediately reached out her hand, crying out in fear, brother. Suddenly an arm was placed on Lapmung's shoulder, stopping her. It was none other than Gan Li, who was now looking at the rude man in front of him with extreme displeasure. The hotel receptionist, seeing Lumlap approach, said respectfully, sir, your mother has health issues. You can take the green path first. No need to queue. He adjusted his glasses coolly and said to her, I'll go ahead with my mother. You handle check-in for me with my brothers. She immediately agreed. Okay. Suddenly Ganli rushed over from nowhere, pushing forcefully into Lumlap, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise. The bodyguard quickly caught him. As for him, while pushing Lapmung to the reception desk, he said irritably, hey, public figures also need to remember to queue. Then he used his face full of dark murderous intent to order the receptionist to process our paperwork first. She hesitated, not knowing what to do, just standing there timid and afraid. Seeing Ganlu's opening move, Siming stood up abruptly, inwardly excited. There's a good show coming. Then he talked about how dangerous Lumlap was. Besides being a top superstar, he had another title. That is the most powerful attack of the demon clan. Lumlap stood up abruptly, regaining his imposing manner, rubbing his sore shoulder and asking Ganli annoyedly, are you the one, kid? Then he moved closer to Ganli, threatening, you've got guts, daring to push me? Ganli ignored the words behind him, his eyes fixed on the receptionist, asking irritably, what? Is there something wrong with our documents? She was still extremely troubled. Looking at the two intense auras of killing intent before her, she stammered in fear, but, not getting an answer, Lumlap immediately placed his hand on Ganli's shoulder and called out, hey, he asked irritably, didn't you hear I'm talking to you? He remained motionless. Meanwhile, Wu Jun from a distance was staring at Lumlap with sharp eyes. Seeing no response, he continued to squeeze his hand fiercely on the boy's shoulder. Wu Jun could no longer restrain himself at this point. He glared at him and then demanded angrily, hey, let go. Hearing this, Lumlap laughed contemptuously, curling his lip. Then, he opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly, causing the surrounding air to shake violently. Wu Jun nearly lost his balance from that laugh. He was a bit shaky before this guy's power, it was a bit too strong. Suddenly he flashed a strange smile, saying in a tone of extreme excitement, "Very well, I like it. The power on you is quite interesting. Come and test your strength against me." A hand was raised right after that sentence. The hotel manager immediately reminded him, "Mr. Lum, pre-match competition will be cancelled just from that." He walked over with two tall bodyguards, announcing to Lum Lap, "You are all super tier, no need to wait for check-in procedures. You can use the fast lane over here." Then, he sneered and spoke contemptuously to the others. "You should check into the super luxury rooms over there. No need to crowd with these people. People from the small nations all stay in the regular rooms over there." Seeing the manager come to mediate, Lum Lap had to comply, immediately turning his back to head towards the super room. "All right." Before leaving, he even waved Ganli and said, "Then I'll see you on the arena. I'll be waiting for you." Woo-jun then turned to question the receptionist, asking how much longer they would have to wait. She trembled, stammering incoherently. Seeing this, the manager immediately came to help. He picked up Luoxi's documents and said, "Let me handle it." Then he announced news that stunned the group. "You are the contestant, correct? This girl has no authority to check in." But he did not accept this. He rushed forward, losing his composure and shouting at the manager, "What? The invitation letter said I could bring family members." The manager replied indifferently, "Is she your family? Certificates from the Wu Kingdom are not valid here." Then the old manager scornfully said rooms were limited, prioritizing contestants. "As for your young kingdom, with only 2 contestants, you are limited to 1 double room at most." Seeing this discrimination, Ganli thought resentfully, "Is it my turn to be openly harassed like this now?" Woo-jun could not contain his fury, rushing over to grab the manager by the collar and shout, "We are invited guests of the competition. We deserve at least some respect. This is going too far." The old manager laughed smugly, then uttered a threat, "Respect you? Who do you think you are? So what if you are invited? Want to throw a punch? Aren't you afraid of losing your eligibility to compete, you country bumpkins?" Immediately after, Woo-jun's hand was brushed aside by the old man. The old manager kept his unpleasant expression, brushed his collar and said, "Let go." Then, showing no respect for anyone, he let out a tirade. "Are you even going to win any prizes in the competition? You are just here to freeload. Look at those 2 brother contestants. Do they even look like they know how to compete? They have probably never even seen a building this tall. Coming to my country for free to broaden your horizons is the fortune of a lifetime." Hearing this, Woo-jun sneered, "You rely on the fact that we would lose our eligibility if we made a move, so you dare provoke us so casually. Is this how the great Yan Kingdom treats its guests?" The old manager fumed, pointing a finger and cursing, "So what? The entire demon race is held back by country folk like you. The Wu Kingdom and Yun Kingdom should have been kicked out of the 18-nation alliance long ago." Hearing this, Woo-jun did not yield, rushing over to tightly pinch the old man's mouth, leaning in close and looking at him with contempt. Gradually, Woo-jun's hand squeezed the manager's face tighter. The old man looked in fear at his strong hand. Then he used his hand to lift the old man, suspending him in the air. Then, he jerked him back for momentum, and the glasses on the old man's plump face fell off. Without any mercy, Woo-jun flung the manager high into the air. Bing Yi across from him immediately shot a surge of demonic power into his body. She flew into a rage, each word spoken full of fury, the eligibility to participate in this crappy competition. Having said that, she used her technique to pull the manager close, her hand gripping his face tightly. Then, hovering in midair, she spoke while slamming the old man hard onto the floor. "I am the current demon sovereign of the Yun Kingdom." She clenched her fist with authority, declaring, "Also the first leader when the 18-nation alliance was established, the heir of the Liu Yun." Then she glared at the ignorant manager, threatening, "Do you know that your words just now give me the right to kill you directly?" At this moment, the old manager sat up, holding his face in pain, but still bluffed, "This is the Yan Kingdom. If you kill me..." Bing Yi immediately cut him off, calmly stating that when the demon race first assembled, they swore that the 18 nations must be united and unified. If anyone had intentions to divide the demon race, then the descendants of the Liu clan always had the right to carry out the death sentence. She looked disdainfully at the old manager, taunting, "The alliance convention was once a symbol of unity and prosperity, but it seems now..." Upon hearing this, the old man trembled all over in fear. Her anger reaching its peak, Bing Yi raised both hands to gather demonic power, preparing to blast that old man away. She continued furiously, "Has everyone almost forgotten?" Seeing her terrifying expression, the manager bowed his head deeply and begged, "I am sorry, please spare me." Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the hotel owner, Siming, finally appeared. He clapped his hands as he walked over. What a dramatic opening act. Seeing him, the manager immediately raised a hand to plead, "Lord Siming, save me." He ignored the plea, walked before everyone and said sincerely, "My sincere apologies, our reception was not adequate." Bing Yi and Woo-jun frowned, cursing relentlessly, "So you are the boss. Your manager is utterly chaotic. With subordinates like that, you must all be of the same ilk." Hearing this, Siming calmly explained, this arrangement really couldn't be helped. Rooms are limited, and to avoid trouble from the lords of the great nations, all the premium rooms were booked in advance. As an apology, he said, I will move you to my largest remaining presidential suite. As he spoke, he took out 2 gleaming gold room cards. Then, he handed 1 card to La Meng and La T, smiling warmly. Additionally, if you 2 brothers don't mind, you can move into my personal penthouse. I will clear out and move to a standard room myself. When he described the penthouse as the highest area in the Yan Kingdom, offering a panoramic view of the demon race, the 2 La brothers couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Then Siming returned to his spot, spreading his hands with a gesture of apology. The conflicts just now were a misunderstanding due to my poor management. I hope the contestants will accept my apology. Suddenly, he glanced at Gan Li, seeming to calculate something, then probed. Soon there will be the nation's banquet. I hope you will not hold a grudge and please rest. At this point, Gan Li pointed at the former manager and asked Siming, so how are you going to deal with that man? Just let it slide? Hearing this, the manager cried and begged incessantly, Lord Siming, save me. He pondered for a moment, took out a revolver and answered calmly, very simple. Immediately after, 5 bullets were slowly loaded into the cylinder, with 1 chamber still empty. Finished, he spun the cylinder once and declared he would leave the old man's future to fate. Having said that, he pulled the hammer back with a click, closing his eyes to be objective. At that moment, the gun barrel was pointed directly at the manager's head. Siming said leisurely, 5 bullets, survival chance is 1 in 6. The old man looked at the gun on his forehead, crying and apologizing, promising he would never. Jun and Bing Yi were extremely shocked, while Gan Li waited calmly. At this moment, a click sounded, the shot of life and death was fired. The old man luckily survived as no bullet fired. Having narrowly escaped death, he still looked at Siming in shock. Then he quickly kowtowed in joy. Thank you, Siming, for not killing me. Thank you, Siming. He still had mercy, stepping closer and saying sternly, from now on, get out of the hotel. Do not appear within the sight of our group again. That manager thanked him profusely. With everything settled, it was time to go to the rooms. Everyone quickly pulled their luggage and went inside. The receptionist finally relaxed, smiling brightly at Siming. That scared me to death just now. Good thing you showed up in time, Siming. He said nothing, staring intently at the retreating back of Gan Li. He thought to himself, among them, there is actually someone outside of my data. Just now, during the conflict he had orchestrated, that man showed no reaction whatsoever. Gan Li was also tense at this moment, transmitting a sound to ask, hey Guitar, you also sensed something unusual, right? A hotel manager shouldn't have any reason to provoke and rile us up like that. Guitar also nodded, yes, it was merely a play staged by Siming and the butler. This made him even more puzzled, so what was the purpose? Forcing us to act in order to eliminate us. That man then stepped in to break it up. It really didn't make sense. Ida immediately reasoned there was only one reason left. He was like him, wanting to test everyone's true strength. He was picking his opponents. At this moment, Siming suddenly flashed a treacherous smile. Magic power had already filled his entire body. He spoke a challenge to Gan Li, we will meet on the arena field. At the corner of the hotel, Jingna held a glass of water, her eyes fixed on Gan Li in the distance. A waiter came to ask if she wanted another refill. She immediately refused, not taking her eyes off, no, that's enough. Then silently prayed, Feng Liao, hope everything goes smoothly. Early the next morning, while everyone else was still resting, Wu Jun calculated. The major alliance tournament was divided into 2 rounds, the preliminaries and the knockout rounds. A total of 36 people from 18 countries. The previous champion was exempt. The remaining 35 were split into 7 groups of 5 for the preliminaries. 5 people would engage in a free-for-all, only 1 would advance. The 8 who advanced would enter the knockout rounds, battling each other in elimination matches. Wu Jun thought the finals would pick the ultimate winner. His goal was different from that man's. He had to find a way to raise his ranking. Yesterday's affair was so infuriating. Standing at the door of the medicine shop, Wu Jun was still irritated remembering it. The incident at the reception in his hometown was already troublesome, so he planned to go to a banquet to clear his mind. Last night, according to plan, all 3 of them dressed in fancy clothes and entered the cocktail party, ready for a relaxing dinner. But as soon as they arrived, they were stopped by a guard. Sorry, this is a VIP area, you cannot enter. Bang Ji explained they were delegates from the Cloud Nation, but the guard said he knew, but only allowed delegations from the Yuan Nation, Martial Nation, and Thunder Nation in. The Cloud Nation had to go to the 2nd-class seating area. Guard turned away and sneered, nothing to be done, priority for the great nations. Wu Jun suddenly remembered the hateful faces from yesterday like Xiang Lin, that receptionist, or the manager. He fumed to himself, absolutely must not let them look down on him again. The proprietor of the medicine shop behind him cheerfully waved goodbye. He looked at the bag of items he just bought, thinking to himself that gear and medicine were nearly complete. Let's see what else was missing. From afar came a man's threatening voice, hurry up, hand over all your valuables. The guards are all at the Alliance Hall, no one can save you. The threatened girl was sure. She clutched her bag tightly and secretly scoffed. Calls itself the most developed nation and yet robs people on the street. If it weren't for hearing her brother was competing, she wouldn't want to come to this place. The invisible thief still snarled his threats. Don't think you can escape. He urged her impatiently, hurry up or I'll steal your beauty. Magic power gradually appeared in Suer's hand. She calculated silently. Those assassins with invisibility seemed like a criminal gang. Killing him could lure the others out. Suddenly her eyes lit up, her expression excited as she saw Wu Jun across the street. That's not. On this side, Wu Jun saw Suer and called her name in surprise. Suer immediately put on a weak act, raised her hand high and shouted loudly, save me, brother Wu Jun. Thief cursed in annoyance, hey, you're not allowed to call anyone? Do you want to die? He turned back to Suer, cursing that he told her not to even think of escaping. Now don't blame him for being rude. But he didn't know Wu Jun was already floating behind him. He immediately lunged forward, landing a straight blow to the thief's jaw. That man was punched and sent flying far away. Wu Jun recognized a familiar face and asked in annoyance, this guy again. Wasn't the beating from last time enough? He immediately wrapped his arm around Suer's waist and lifted her up. He asked with concern, how come you're all alone here? She looked at him blankly, imagining in her heart, this man was so cool. Did he just care about her? Brother, I didn't expect to meet you here, she thought while holding his hand, blushing shyly and giggling. A thief observing from afar, seeing Wu Jun rescue Suer, asked his accomplice, someone suddenly came to help. Shall we do it together? The one on the rooftop immediately replied, let's go, this woman looks rich. Opportunities when the guards are away are rare. Suddenly the one on the street shouted, making the one on the rooftop ask in panic, what's wrong? The one on the street said, my feet are frozen. Who is using ice magic? That was Suer. She looked at them scornfully and cursed silently, daring to ruin a rare reunion. Wu Jun still asked, are you okay? Did that man do anything to you? Hearing this, she put on a frightened look and whined, I almost ended up in trouble. Luckily you arrived in time. He was so terrifying. Wu Jun looked at the invisible thief and asked curiously, wasn't this guy locked up in the guard squad? How did he escape? Suer beamed a bright smile and offered to Wu Jun, don't mind him anymore, let's go for a walk together. I have a lot to say. He agreed. The two of them walked and chatted happily. The thief lying there had been secretly petrified by Suer's magic. At the intersection near the medicine shop, Lat, along with Lamont, was waiting for the red light. Lat didn't have enough money to buy medicine and said sadly, I'm sorry, little sister, it's because I'm too useless. The little girl immediately dismissed that thought. What are you saying? It's just that this kind of medicine is too expensive. There must be another way. Boy regained his resilient expression, asserting he would risk his life to get first place. Only first place had a reward. With that money, his sister's illness would surely be cured. Lamont refused and told him to use the money the villagers pooled to buy defensive gear and mending medicine. She warned her brother that if the enemy was too strong, don't overexert himself. Safety was the most important. Lat turned away, clenching his fists in determination. He must buy more medicine and offensive weapons. Lamont was speechless, telling him he was a defensive tank. This time in Ganley's room, he was lying restfully on the bed and raised a lollipop up high. He stared at it intently, then asked Gita, did you notice anyone with a chance to kill me? Gita replied, can't say for now. Haven't met the previous champion yet. The two from the martial nation were both rumored to be very powerful. The chairman of that hotel was also the same, and the person from the Thunder Nation's faction was also very strong. But he didn't need to face them unless he won. Ganley sighed in boredom. Finding one by one was too troublesome. No idea who could actually kill me. Suddenly an idea struck him. His eyes lit up. Got it. Ganley sat bolt upright, his face excitedly thinking, why bother finding one by one? Gita asked curiously, what crazy idea do you have now? Time passed. Inside the weapon shop, Suer powerfully waved her hand and said to the shopkeeper, wrap up all this rank equipment for brother Wu Jun. Wu Jun politely refused. He couldn't use staffs. Everyone was making their final preparations. He trained tirelessly, non-stop, to prepare for the upcoming Alliance tournament. Finally, the Alliance tournament officially commenced. The entire tournament would be broadcast live to the 18 nations of the demon race. The MC enthusiastically shouted, welcoming everyone to the Alliance tournament, an event that affects the entire world. What is about to happen? Tu Ming, the demon lord of Flame Nation, also appeared to watch the tournament. Fireworks exploded across the sky, and the audience everywhere cheered passionately without pause. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the MC announced the invitation for Group 1 contestants to enter the qualifying round. 5 figures gradually emerged under the dim, hazy lights on the stage. The first contestants were Aji from Shell Nation, Huangguo the Tha from Shell Nation, and Wen Kun from Sun Nation. Next was the group seed, level 51 from Flame Nation, Star System Warrior Huan Wu. He was considered the strongest defender, representing Flame Nation. Demon Lord of Flame Nation proudly looked down at the arena, confidently stating that the first match was the host's performance, and the entire world would witness the power of Flame Nation. The attendants happily echoed, affirming no one could defeat Huan Wu, and the championship would surely belong to Flame Nation. Lights shone on the 5 contestants, and the entire stands erupted with non-stop cheering. The MC guided the tournament, inviting the last contestant from Cloud Nation, Gan Li, to step onto the arena. Our boy stepped out with overwhelming momentum, looking incredibly cool. Gita still couldn't believe it and asked if he really intended to do that. Gan Li smiled and replied that was his style. In the underground casino of Flame Nation's entertainment city, the atmosphere was lively. A man shouted for the betting to begin, asking who would win the first match and level up. He enthusiastically invited everyone to place their bets. Someone nearby said they would definitely bet on Huan Wu, but another thought the odds were too low, winning wouldn't amount to much. Tall Demon said everyone was betting on him to win. The old man in a hat sneered, saying no one was foolish enough to bet on a stranger, especially someone from a tiny Cloud Nation. He laughed loudly and teased that he thought he was going to bet on him. The old man replied, how could that be? Suddenly, Sai Ming, the hotel owner, walked in with the old manager, boldly shouting a bet of 510,000 on him. The casino employee frantically asked why the boss was here. Sai Ming calmly said his match schedule was still behind, so he stopped by for some entertainment with everyone. The crowd was thrilled, smiling broadly, joking that the big boss was generous, giving them easy money. The old manager worriedly reminded him it was time to prepare, but Sai Ming gently said there was no rush, this match wouldn't end quickly. He looked up at the big screen, saying he wanted to watch his performance. On the arena, the MC excitedly announced all contestants were ready, beginning the countdown. As the 5-second countdown began, even the leader of Flame Nation watched intently. In the stands, Wu Jun was also sweating from tension, everyone anxiously waiting. On the field, contestants from other nations looked at the Flame Nation contestant with sinister eyes. Huan Wu's eyes blazed brightly, staring at them without any fear. The countdown rope ended, yet Gan Li was still leisurely twisting his hands and feet. The moment the countdown ended, the contestants all charged in simultaneously like a machine. They all focused their attacks on Huan Wu, the S-class warrior of Flame Nation. Even though he was under siege, he was not worried, coldly smirking and shouting, Darksteel Spirit Armor assemble. Instantly, a layer of spiked black armor grew out, enveloping his entire body. His physique became more robust than before, his roar shaking the entire arena. Demonic energy radiating from his body made the other opponents cautious. This was the mystic armor form accompanying the Darksteel Spirit Armor equipment, greatly enhancing defense. The contestants were shocked but still determined to fight back, unleashing their strongest techniques. The blue-haired guy used his dual-section staff strike. A G from Shell Nation unleashed powerful, internal force-filled punches. The hat-wearing guy displayed his incredible marksmanship skills. This scene impressed everyone. The MC quickly commented on the 3 nations' attacks on Huan Wu. As the dust cloud cleared, the cruel smile on Huan Wu's face remained intact. The other 3 were shocked and panicked, unable to believe their eyes. The hat-wearing guy stammered, asking why he was completely unharmed. Aji bitterly realized not only were there no wounds, but there wasn't even a small scratch. The green-haired guy stubbornly shouted to continue the attack. In the stands, Lin Lo lay sprawled on his seat, criticizing this as the qualifying round tactic, where the weak unite to take down the strongest. Without a way to break the armor, those techniques only exhausted their own stamina. As he spoke, he noticed Wu Jun's evaluating gaze. Lin Lo wondered what that guy was planning to do. Down on the arena floor, Gan Li paid no attention to the intense battle. He calmly stretched with a bored look. He silently asked in his head, warming up is almost done. Are you ready over there? Little Guitar replied, yes, the power is always full. Seeing this guy's attitude, Wu Jun suddenly felt uneasy, unsure what strange thing he was about to do. Gan Li flashed a confident smile, pulling a gleaming sword out of thin air. Time to let everyone admire it. Before striking, he pointed at himself and shouted loudly, hey everyone in the cameras, look at me. Immediately, the show director ordered the dragon to redirect the camera towards Gan Li. The 4 who were fighting awkwardly also stopped and focused their gazes on him. He gave a challenging smile, telling them all to activate their strongest defenses. Huan Wu frowned in annoyance, gritting his teeth and asking, what the hell are you to order me around? He paid no mind to those meaningless words, tightening his grip on the sword and raising it high. Gan Li swung his sword with an extremely powerful strike, his voice full of challenge. A dazzling blue light swept across the arena, shaking heaven and earth, cleaving through the sturdy armor and piercing the defenses. The audience and even the powerful figures were utterly astonished. Even the demon lord of the Flame Kingdom widened his eyes, speechless. A massive explosion erupted in the middle of the arena. The host screamed, and half the hall's wall had crumbled away. Bang Ji and Wu Jun stood with their mouths agape. Indeed, this madman never did anything ordinary. The dust slowly cleared, revealing a scene of devastation that left everyone in shock. 3 of the other 4 lay flattened under the rubble, not dead but heavily injured and unable to move. Only Huan Wu was still sitting, but his armor was shattered, one eye was destroyed, and his mental state was extremely unstable. After the shock, the host host excitedly shouted that a single move from the Cloud Nation contestant had taken down 3, leaving only 2 in the arena. Ganlu pointed his sword at the tall man, his voice warning that the next move would be a full power strike. Hearing this, Huanwu froze, hastily yelled, "Wait," and then stammered, "I surrender." One sentence made the entire stadium fall silent, then it erupted in shouts. The demon lord of the Flame Kingdom also lost his composure, crying out in humiliation. At the casino, the crowd that had bet on Huanwu held their faces in disappointment, unable to believe a seeded player had surrendered. The audience only saw the power, but Huanwu clearly understood that sword bypassed defenses, and the first blow had been restrained. The more he thought, the more he trembled. If it had been a full power strike, the entire hall would have turned to ashes. The referee raised Ganli's hand high. He announced that the preliminary match was over, and the winner was Gan Li of the Cloud Nation. Before leaving, Huanwu asked who he was, and how he had such a terrifying weapon and power. Gan Li snatched the microphone from the referee's hand. The man flinched and asked him what he was doing. Tsai Ming silently judged that his performance was not over yet. With the mic, Gan Li cleared his throat, and then declared to the entire demon race to closely. He paused for a few seconds to catch his breath, his face darkening. Then he curled his lips into a provocative smirk, saying the Flame Kingdom, the Rain Kingdom, and the Thunder Kingdom were all weak. His words were like pouring oil on the fire, making the masters of all nations boil with rage. Angry and cautious gazes all focused on Gan Li. His 2 big brothers could only hold their heads in dismay. Wu Jun said he knew it, and Bing Yai had turned to stone. On the field, Gan Li kept rambling dismissively, declaring himself the strongest demon race member. The provocation was broadcast live, visible to everyone in the kingdoms. He flashed a triumphant grin, challenging all of them to come at him, saying none of them scared him. At the Cloud Nation's plaza, the citizens watched through the big screen, each person overjoyed and proud of the victory. They were grateful and proud, believing that it was thanks to him that the Cloud Nation could survive. 2 demon commanders were also watching. Huon said that Ganlu's appearance had brought a huge change to the Cloud Nation. Back in the arena, the matches were still in full swing, and the next person to step onto the stage was Lin La, the representative of the Thunder Kingdom. He appeared with a cold expression, and as soon as he entered the match, he used incredible speed and terrifying power to dominate all opponents. The spectators were all amazed by that speed and power. In the Cloud Kingdom, Huo and remarked as he watched how he led the match, that it was precisely because of such powerful evil races that they had never dared to dream the Cloud Kingdom could stand firm before. Hearing this, Wei Ming said that now with Huo An and Wu Jun, old folks like them also had newfound hope, and perhaps the Cloud Kingdom would have a chance to return to the pinnacle. His gaze turned to the screen. The third match was Wu Jun stepping onto the stage. The atmosphere of the match heated up again, and the host enthusiastically introduced the third match, inviting the contestants onto the field. One by one, they entered. First was a demon with a pale, waterlogged face. He was a contestant from the Wind Kingdom, named Xing Tian. Next came a group of 3, Dao Ling from the Tai Kingdom, Na Yin from the Snow Kingdom, and Wang Fang from the Sand Kingdom. Along with the winners from the first round was Wu Jun, the contestant from the Cloud Kingdom. In the stands, Bing Yi turned to say to Gan Li, thanks to his performance, the Cloud Kingdom was now introduced separately, and he wondered if everyone would target him. Gan Li said thoughtfully that Saber Wolf had the highest level, just focus on him, and there would definitely be no problem. Young Master Saitun analyzed, the qualifying round had 7 matches total, and only this round had no S-rank demon. Among the A+ ranked demons, aside from himself, Wu Jun had no rivals, unless there was a surprise. At this moment, his senior sister Pan Kong suddenly appeared with 2 large pom-poms and a goofy dance routine, shouting loudly, "Brother Wu Jun is the best, Wu Jun is the champion." Seeing this, the audience commented that she seemed to be the Snow Kingdom princess, so why was she cheering for the opposing kingdom? But the chatter was cut short by the announcement that the match had officially begun. On the field, Wu Jun swept his gaze over his opponents with a cold and sharp look, ready to take down anyone who dared to charge at him. 2 men wielding weapons charged forward, one shouting loudly, "Kill that Cloud Kingdom guy first," curled his lips into a sneer, a gleam of smugness in his eyes, thinking the grudge against Gan Li was indeed effective. As soon as he finished speaking, countless tiny blue flower petals appeared in the air, and the secret technique Flower Storm Slash erupted. Beautiful sword arc was drawn, and in an instant, the 2 opponents were torn into shreds. The host shouted excitedly. The second Huoyan of the Cloud Kingdom, Wu Jun, is very powerful, facing 2 people alone and quickly taking them down. On the other side of the battlefield, the Saber Wolf made no unnecessary movements, directly slicing off Xing Tian's head with one slash, brutally blood splattering everywhere. That slash directly split his head into 2 pieces. 2 survivors stood staring at each other, killing intent radiating from the Saber Wolf's eyes. The host's voice seemed to tremble as he said that only 2 contestants remained on the field. Faced with that attitude, Wu Jun was not afraid at all, his eyes coldly returning the killing intent, thinking that he was just an A-rank demon clan member with high attack power. The saber wolf on the other side licked his lips with a long tongue, his expression as if he wanted to devour his opponent alive. Wujun curled his lips into a faint smile, a strong confidence gleaming in his eyes, thinking that after the enhancement in the demon cave and the battle with the human race, he had become much stronger. Without waiting for the saber wolf to attack, Wujun took the initiative to charge forward. His body flashed, and that big guy swung his saber, but only hit an afterimage. Wujun had already appeared right behind him. This speed made the saber wolf wonder how he was so fast. Before he could react, Wujun slashed, and the contestant from Tai Kingdom was cut in half. The host shouted excitedly. Wujun slashed the saber wolf into 2 pieces with one move, ending the match. He glanced at the chunk of his opponent's flesh, curling his lips smugly, thinking it was over, and even an S-rank demon would probably be something he could handle. Suddenly, something made Wujun grunt. A long, sharp object pierced through his chest. Thinking the match was over, who would have guessed the opponent was still alive, and the match continued. Wujun turned his head and saw the figure of Xingtian, who had just had half his skull sliced off, but was still alive, grinning. His sword shot forward, but before it could do anything, Wujun countered, his large saber flashing and cutting the sword in half. He asked in panic, how is this possible? He lost his head and is still fighting. Ganli beside him was also tense, saying that this Xingtian guy was off somehow. Wujun was enraged, his body radiating overwhelming killing intent as he charged to attack. He frowned, asserting that he absolutely would not be defeated here. Wujun flashed past, drawing countless slashes, carving Xingtian into many pieces, blood staining the arena floor red. He landed on the ground extremely coolly, thinking he had taken down his opponent this time. But things were not as he thought. Thinking the slashes had minced Xingtian, he instead regenerated, the severed pieces connecting back together with proliferating cells, his head also slowly recovering. Wujun repeated the sentence, "It's over, right?" But when he turned around, he was horrified and shouted, "What?" His opponent was still intact, his body restored to its original state. Next, Xingtian launched an attack in the form of small black flower petals that merged with Wujun's blue ones. He was startled and questioned himself, "Is this my skill?" That demon leaped across, slashing countless powerful strikes onto Wujun's body, exactly like the method he had used earlier. A word of shock from the attack. Wujun jumped to the side to dodge. He crouched on the ground in a defensive stance, his eyes staring at his opponent tensely, wondering, the damage is too high, why hasn't his attack power decreased, but instead increased? In the stands, Ganli had been observing the situation and was equally tense. He hesitated no longer and shouted down, "This guy is very abnormal. There is a strange evil aura on him. You can't continue." Wujun, surrender now. Even though he heard the warning and was already wounded, he still did not react, his eyes only glaring with resentment at that twisted demon. The entity named Xingtian slowly walked towards Wujun. Would he decide to charge forward to his death or accept defeat? Wujun stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said in a low voice, "Do you think I came to this battlefield to play house?" His attitude was fierce. The feeling of helplessness from that day. No matter what, he did not want to experience it again. "I will not allow anyone to hurt my father again, to harm my human race." As soon as he finished speaking, Wujun's eyes turned bloodshot, flashing with immense determination. Not only his eyes, but his entire body also burst into a dazzling light. Wujun, in his supreme heroic form, affirmed, "From now on, only I will protect the Cloud Kingdom. I must be strong, achieve the #1 position, obtain the evolution stone, become an S-rank demon. Even if I die, I will lose to no one ever again." Xingtian was not shaken at all. He raised the Hanyang blade and pointed it straight at Wujun with a challenging gaze. Without another word, the two immediately clashed. Wujun let out a fierce roar, summoning all the power of his Demon King Dragon Breath. A surging wave of energy billowed around him, forming a brilliant blue flame, and then he swung his blade fiercely. A massive blue energy beam shot out, carrying destructive power straight at the approaching demon man. The collision created a terrifying explosion, as if an atomic bomb had fallen on the arena. The host questioned, "Do you people of Yun country enjoy destroying arenas so much?" As the white smoke cleared, everyone saw that Xingtian was no longer intact. The host excitedly shouted, "Xingtian's opponent has had more than half his body blown apart. So the winner is..." Before finishing, he quickly changed his tone upon seeing Xingtian's body beginning to recover. "Wait, it seems the situation has changed." His body recovered at an astonishing speed, the torn flesh fusing back together faster than before. This guy was no longer an ordinary demon. He looked like a monster with a pale face and eerie black eyes. He seemed immortal. Wujun looked at the scene, his face full of confusion and ferocity. The previous attack had consumed nearly 80% of his stamina, leaving him in a weakened state. Ganli panicked and shouted, "This is bad." At that moment, that Xingtian was reborn, his body completely healed. He raised his hand, and an eerie red energy emanated from his palm. This was his mimic technique. Xingtian had successfully copied all of Wujun's ultimate Demon King Dragon Breath skill, and was about to unleash it. The powerful red energy tore through space, hurtling straight at Wujun. In the final second before the hit, he only vaguely saw a blinding flash of light, but could do nothing. The entire stands shook, and even the two grand demon commanders at their residence could not hold back tears of sorrow for the hero. Tuer sobbed uncontrollably, screaming in panic, "No, it cannot be." Bing Yi did not even know when she started crying, her throat choked with words. The result was clear. The contestant of Feng Country, Xingtian, had won the third round. Ganli's group quickly rushed down to the arena. Tuer helped Wu Jun up, shouting in shock, "Brother Wu Jun, wake up. How is he? Is he in danger?" Ganli immediately replied. Luckily in the last second he dodged the most dangerous area, so he is only severely injured and unconscious. Then he told the two girls, "Quickly take him to the medical room." Ganli's eyes were now fixed on that demon man, muttering his assessment, "This Feng Country contestant definitely has a problem." He was like a soulless corpse, his face expressionless, even though the organizers were announcing Feng Country's Xingtian as the victor. On the stands, a meddlesome person pointed and teased an old man near the Feng Country king. Is Feng Country already in the inner round? Going back to Feng Country a few days prior, two demon men were brutally killed, specifically the king of Feng Country and Xingtian. At that time, a venomous worm crawled onto their bodies. It burrowed into their bodies through the wounds and took over their flesh. Immediately, their bodies trembled violently, veins and blood vessels bulging terrifyingly. The headless bodies began to regenerate within minutes, blood and flesh reforming. Xingtian truly came back to life, but more accurately, he was just an empty vessel without a soul. After healing, both knelt before someone to receive orders. The one who killed and used the venomous worms on the two Feng Country demon men was Mai Si. He looked at his two puppets and laughed loudly. "You must help me complete the mission." Back in present Yan Country, after winning the match, the two immediately reported to me, "See, we have completed the first task." Upon hearing this, he gleefully said, "Very good, very good. The first place will belong to our Shi clan." Behind him at this moment were many members of the Shi clan. At the same time in the arena, the subsequent qualifying rounds were taking place with great excitement. Commentary echoed throughout the venue. The fourth match, the seeded contestant of Yu Country, Xiang Lin, wins. The fifth match, the seeded contestant of Yan Country, Siming Ren, wins. At this moment, the demons still did not realize the great threat approaching. The host was still enthusiastic. Next is the sixth match. First is another contestant from Lai Country, Jingna, a fresh older sister with long platinum hair and an alluring figure, confidently walking out. Lin La, a person from Lai Country, was also suspicious. "Jingna is from Lai Country? Why have I never heard of her?" All eyes were on this beauty, and no one noticed who her opponent was. As for Gan Li, a look of shock flickered in his eyes. Then, as if remembering something, the name Jing Ne seemed to have a very deep imprint in his mind. Memories of childhood flooded back. At that time, Gan Li was only 6 years old, still a snot-nosed kid, his face bruised from a beating but full of fighting spirit, holding a chipped knife and shouting loudly, "Don't come over here." A small little girl walked over, gently telling him not to be afraid. "We are not bad people." That was the young princess of the human race, Jing Na. After offering help, the two young friends sat down to talk. Jing Na asked, "You said you do not remember anything at all?" Ganli nodded. "I do not know how I got here, nor do I remember where I am." The little boy added, "I am covered in wounds. I only know my name is Safeng Lia." Then he asked back, "And you, why did you appear in this chaotic war zone? What is your name?" Ganli's question made Jingna flustered, her face darkened, and she hastily gave a clumsy excuse. I was just out for a walk. My name is Jingna," she stammered, so flustered even the name was a fake one she made up on the spot. Just then her bodyguard walked over and said, "Princess Jingna, let us go back." Her mother might have returned to the palace. The little girl was startled and quickly turned to remind him, "Did I not say we must use aliases this time going out?" Time flew by, and by the time they were 12 years old, they were still together causing trouble. Once, they again found a way to sneak out to play. Jingna softly said, "We will definitely make it to the festival this time. Be careful not to let them find us. This place is too high. Give me a hand." Ganli immediately reached out to support the princess's small hand. The moment their hands touched, his face suddenly turned bright red. His gaze towards Jingna also became gentler. Facing the one he liked, one could not help but feel flustered. Ganli could only mumble in his mouth. Jingna reminded him, "Remember, when outside you must use a different name." When she looked straight at him, he became even more flustered and quickly turned away to avoid her, knowing it was Jingna. With such beautiful memories, every time he hears this name now, Ganli thinks every time she fled the capital, she used the name Jingna. Could it be her? He began to reorganize the entire sequence of events. The world after rebirth had changed, deceived, so he was among the human race with nowhere to go. The new prince usurped the throne and attacked Cloud Country. This change made him side with Cloud Country. Preventing its destruction, the butterfly effect began and would spread across the entire world. He told himself but could not predict what wars and chaos would befall the human race. In Ganli's head echoed the guitar's question. If the tournament failed, what would he do? He answered curtly, for now, this was the only way. A string of programming lines appeared before his eyes. Unknown what these codes signified, the promotion board of the Alliance tournament already had all the golden faces. After 6 elimination rounds plus the exempt contestant Shuo, there were 7 candidates for the knockout stage. Bing Yai looked at the rankings and said 1 spot remained for promotion. At the competition arena, the contest continued. The final elimination round had 2 contestants left who would claim the promotion slot. Below the stage, the 2 contestants stared at each other. The situation showed this match was unequal. One side was the A-rank Clipe Archer of Rain Country. Laki, the opponent, was a huge S-rank from Fallen Country. He was the leader of the Black Gold Group, the largest underground organization of the demon race. Lao Bai looked at Laki like a wild beast eyeing its prey, snarling, "Did you attack my subordinates that day?" The spectators in the stands cheered wildly, shouting, Lao Bai, go." The giant wearing a gas mask roared, "I will show you the consequences of offending the Black Gold Group." Observing the match, Bangji thoughtfully remarked, "Apart from this ranks of the 3 great nations, he was the one most capable of winning the championship." She sighed and continued, "So this time the promotion spot for the final match." Ganli interrupted to ask if she thought Laki had no chance of winning. The question flustered her. Laki had once helped them and his circumstances were pitiful, but the gap in rank. He immediately cut her off. His strength is inferior, his circumstances are also inferior. So everyone thinks he will lose, hoping he loses as soon as possible. Ganli added, "But there is one person who hopes he wins. That is Lameng, his little sister who was now anxious. Brother, be careful." Ganli affirmed that like he knew someone needed him to win. For this he could sacrifice his life. The boy drew his bow with burning determination. "I must take first place to save my sister." Laki, eyes red, shouted, "Come on, I am not afraid of you." Ganli looked at the boy and recalled painful events from the past. It was a brutal battle where the boy faced opponents stronger in body and strength. The whole stands roared. "The little brat from Holy Nation dares to challenge our fighter." The chance to kill him, crush him rang out. He was then just 12-year-old Feng Liao, a B-rank warrior. Though his body was battered, his fighting spirit was second to none. The vicious crowd in the stands shouted loudly to humiliate Ganli. The demon was the most ferocious beast, but he did not care, only focused on the opponent and roared, "Come on, I am not afraid." The demon bared its sharp teeth in a threat. "It has been a long time since I tasted child flesh. I wonder if it is delicious." Jingna was locked in a cage called the Awaken's Prison, tears streaming down her face. Hu, why did you come back? Did we not agree that I would hold them back for you to escape first?" Ganli replied that he had made a bet with the arena. As long as he won, they would let them go. The law was chaotic, but it would probably not break the arena's rules. Around them arose taunts, "Show the foreign race or brutality. The low-rank little brat dares to challenge a berserker." But Ganli's will did not waver. "I will definitely take you back." The demon did not wait any longer. He leaped to attack and shouted, "You really do not know your limits." Faced with that situation, he was not afraid but confronted it. A question arose. Under what circumstances would a person overcome their own limits? Feng Liao back then and Laki now were very similar. Both were fighting for the most important person in their lives. Lao Bai hit in the arm, mocked and praised, "Damn, quite agile, but not so sure against absolute power." Unleashed a lightning strike that pierced straight into the boy's body. The blow made Laki's body stiffen like a log. Lao Bai raised his hand to strike another blow and sneered, "Truly useless." In the match years ago, Ganli also endured many attacks. Beaten half to death, hit by a sharp axe from that deformed creature, Ganli lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood. The stands shook with louder cheers. "Kill him." Right now, Laki was incredibly similar to him back then, also facing a much larger opponent. By blows mocked, the chance to kill him rang out again. At that time, only Jing Na was worried for Ganli. She cried out his name amidst sobs, "Feng Liao, no." Now, Lameng was terrified for her brother's safety. She wept and called out, "Brother, be careful." And I wondered how strong a person could become when they had a reason they absolutely had to win. The villain back then and Lao Bai here were two but the same, both ugly evil demons who despised the weak. "You piece of trash dares to solo me." Ganli back then and Lakai now were the same, two young but brave boys. Because of the ones they loved, they absolutely refused to lose. With that attitude, the evil demons had no qualms about unleashing their strongest blows on their opponents. When the fatal blow was struck, it seemed the two boys would lose their lives on the cold arena floor. Massive shock erupted, shaking heaven and earth. The arena quaked. Yet Laki leaped to evade, then suddenly appeared behind the leader. The boy drew his bow and shot out glowing cloud threads to bind his opponent, shouting loudly, "I absolutely will not." That year, Ganli was the same. He used a chipped knife to slash fiercely at his opponent. The words Laki spoke now were exactly the words Ganli had shouted at the evil man back then. Both looked at their enemies with unyielding eyes and declared, "I will absolutely not lose to you here." Ganli drove a knife into that man's head, spraying blood red across the arena. So when a person, even if they lose everything, even their life, is compelled to move forward. This was true for Ganli that year and for Lakai in this tournament. The boy soared into the air and roared, "I have to save her," then fired a shot that pierced Lao Bai's head. Power eruption caused Laki to evolve to S rank. The boy's eyes shone with a brilliant golden light. The massive man fell, to the shock of the entire audience. No one expected the boy to defeat the renowned leader of the Black Gold group, and that was the moment he transformed into his most powerful form. The astonishment came from those who had previously doubted Lapte's ability. Heavens, he had advanced to S rank. How could a demon advance without evolution stone? Back then, Ganli was the same. Driven by a fierce will to save his close friend, he broke through from beat S rank against all odds. He had truly advanced. This kid had won. Bing Yi was also stunned, her voice stammering as if she still could not believe what had just happened. He advanced right in the middle of the match. The first S-rank demon of Vukwak had appeared right here. Ganli smiled and said, "Every overlord once rose from a position of weakness." The announcer's voice rang out. What a thrilling match. Contestant Lapte of Vukwak had overcome a stronger opponent to claim the final victory. With 7 rounds concluded, the top 8 had been revealed, and these 8 contestants would enter the knockout stage. The final knockout stage was divided into 3 rounds, each round consisting of life and death single battles between 2 individuals. After announcing the rules for the next round, the organizers gathered all 8 people and opened the door for them to enter inside. Contestants, please proceed to the backstage area of the inner arena to draw lots for the knockout stage. In the long corridor, everyone lined up to draw their match order numbers. Ganli kept watching every single gesture of Jingna. He fell into deep thought. Seeing this Jingna reminded him of that other Jingna. How was the situation on the human race's side these days? There was no news at all. Guitar also spoke up, saying she truly resembled a princess. Ganli sighed. He could not delay any longer. He had to immediately return to his own body. The dark stream said, "I have recorded everything for you. Currently from the knockout matches, the ones most capable of killing you are Lam Lap and Saiming." Huang An looked towards Thuok. Gita continued that Thuok fellow's current strength remains unknown, but it certainly is not weak. When Ganli stood before the draw box, both the dragon and its master were nervous. He just needed to draw one of these 3 opponents to have a chance. Let's see, what number is it? At this moment, several time gears suddenly shifted back and forth. The ball Ganli drew was number 1. He realized he would be going first, meaning his opponent would be number 2. Dao looked around and saw that the owner of number 2 was the kid who had just advanced to S rank in the last round. Ganli was utterly disappointed. "Oh, it's Lap D." The meddlesome guitar chimed in. "No good, he just advanced and his strength is hard to overcome right away." At the same time, behind Ganli, Siming was holding ball number 5 in his hand. He seemed somewhat disappointed with this draw result. Such an arrangement was truly uninteresting. Siming let out a faint, cold smile, his expression deep and unreadable, and immediately formed a scheme in his heart. Purple energy and gears flickered in his eyes. Once again, time shifted. Then he would change to a different choice. The choice of number 2. Time reverted to the moment Ganli drew ball number 1. He was going to field first again. His opponent was number 2. While he was deep in thought, still searching for his opponent, Siming walked over and held out his order number for him to see. "So, are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Ball in his hand now read number 2. He asked, "Were you not looking for someone capable of killing you?" So it was Siming who had reversed time during the draw, making the number in his hand become 2. But Ganli was completely unaware of this. He just stared blankly, not understanding his words. Siming placed his hand on his chest and politely bowed to his opponent. "In a little while, I will grant you your wish." Back on the arena, the atmosphere was heating up as the announcer announced that the draw was finalized. The first round would consist of 2 matches taking place simultaneously. Since this was the knockout stage, a special judge appeared, namely Tutan, the military commander of VM Kwak. On the field below, 2 pairs of contestants had appeared and were preparing to fight. The enthusiastic announcer introduced the match between Gan Li, the season's most arrogant dark horse contestant, and Siming of VM Kwak, a contestant with an undefeated record since birth. The other match was between Vu Kwak's most beloved young lady, Huang Lam, and Hin Thin of Fong Kwak, who had performed excellently in the qualifying rounds. After the introduction, the announcer explained the rules of the round. "Because the elimination stage is very dangerous, we will proceed as usual." As soon as he finished speaking, Tuthan raised his hand to make a sign, summoning a stream of purple power filled with internal energy. Immediately, the ground beneath Ganli's feet rumbled, and a purple aura gradually rose up. Then, he chose to take control of his body, much to the confused surprise of our side's brother. Tutine flew high into the air. A massive formation seal appeared clearly in midair, followed by a black hole. All the contestants were sucked into it. The announcer continued, "The contestants will be taken to a special location for the match. The first match takes place atop the highest spire of VM Kwak." Ganli and Siming were teleported to a wide arena surrounded by blue skies and white clouds, utterly serene. To be more precise, the 2 were brought to the peak of a god statue. This was the special venue for the match. Ganli had long guessed Siming's actions and asked, "You used your ability to get paired with me, didn't you?" Now, he laid his cards on the table with him, saying that all his actions had long been seen through by Ganli. He had used his ability from the very first time they met. Every single move Siming made, Ganli knew very well, like blocking a bullet in a revolver's chamber. It just so happened that it chose the blocking bullet in the chamber. Even drawing lots could land him the opponent he wanted. All the flimsy facade he had constructed was as clear as day to him. That ridiculous act was to test our strength. You were looking for an opponent, but it seems it was not for the final championship title. Sai Ming would not do something foolish without reason. Ganli did not know the motive behind his actions. If it was just for victory, he had plenty of choices. Why choose me? Sai Ming covered his face and laughed loudly like a madman who had just escaped. He swept his gaze over. So you are no ordinary demon. To think you could see through my ability. Sai Ming clenched his fist tightly, confessing about his predestined life. Life is an experience, but my future is full of certainty. I always win. Every victory is predictable. It is so boring. Ganli stood with a grave expression listening to his confession. Only with him did Sai Ming see a sliver of uncertainty. He was a bit agitated, pointing at himself and asking, not knowing how many wins I will have, or what the outcome of the win will be, is more interesting. Is it not? He had shown his hand. Ganli did not want to waste any more time and directly declared, there is only one way for you to beat me. Kill me in front of everyone. Then he chuckled coldly, pointing a finger and continuing, if not, your first crushing defeat will be broadcast live to the entire world. Sai Ming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He raised his hand and activated his ability in response. Rest assured, I will definitely not lose, because I absolutely will not choose a future where I lose. But before he could rejoice for long, the scene inside Sai Ming's mind left him frozen. His transmission cut off, unable to form a complete sentence. Wait, you. Gan Li, who was brimming with fighting spirit, was deflated by Sai Ming's reaction. He found his opponent tiresome and demanded, just make your move already. Sai Ming's face was suddenly drenched in sweat. He tried hard to compose himself after what he had just seen in his mind. I just saw 4 possible futures. The 4 scenes that appeared in his mind were all of him dying the most gruesome deaths, if he chose to confront Gan Li. Sai Ming frowned in displeasure, muttering to himself that no matter the outcome, he would still be defeated by him. This was the first time he had ever encountered this. To survive and win against Gan Li, he frantically unleashed every ability he had, but none succeeded. He tried ability 16, it was wrong, still no good. Although he tried again and again many times with all sorts of different abilities, absolutely none of them worked. What about 26? No good. Still no good. So 97 also no good. Because he had tried so much and won so much, he could not accept this cruel reality. He slammed his hand on the pillow and complained, how could this be? Even Sai Ming's most powerful ability could not defeat destiny. The 256th time, the problem was not just about winning or losing. He had to admit Gan Li was too special. Every time that man beat him without any injury. That man's recovery ability, even S-rank demons had never seen. He added more. He admitted he had heard legends that an immortal ability existed in the world. Like an indestructible wall, even a mature S-rank could not beat it. At the same time, another fierce match was also taking place. Huang Lam was beaten to a pulp with no spot left intact, her body barely holding her up on the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth along with countless wounds. The injury on her face was the most obvious. She said to herself, how could this be? Even using all her strength, he still recovered in the blink of an eye. Impossible to kill. Hin Thayan saw Huang Lam was severely injured, so he seized the opportunity to completely eliminate her. Huang Lam had no strength left. She could not even speak properly. What a monster. Just a few seconds later, a deafening explosion echoed across the entire site. The dust was stirred up by the aftershock, blanketing the vast space. Huang Lam, who could not resist anymore, was hit again by Hin Thayan. Her whole body flew straight back, blood uncontrollably splattering from her mouth. He stood up safely in the thick white smoke that enveloped everything. Huang Lam was truly exhausted. She could not break him anymore. She thought to herself, there is fundamentally no ability to win against him. Due to the explosion's effect, his arm was full of holes, and his hand was completely burned off. But after just a few minutes, the cells in his body worked hard, generating a new hand. The wounded areas also healed quickly. Huang Lam finally saw the breakthrough. That bastard Van Kwok already knew. Because of the countless wounds Hin Thayan had given her, only now did she belatedly realize the man before her was immortal. Huang Lam lamented, but even so he still fought until the very last second. His body was huge. When he stood in front of her, he seemed twice as large. Not to mention being an immortal, just this body alone was already a considerable threat to Huang Lam. Knowing that even if she fought another 800 rounds she could never win, Huang Lam could only surrender. I give up. On this side, the two were still standing opposite each other without having fought yet. Gan Li spoke, looks like you have no way to kill me, so I can only defeat you and let a stronger one come up. This reality was hard for him to accept. Sai Ming's past had been extremely glorious. Undefeated since the age of 56. He closed his eyes and wondered, truly interesting. Aside from you is the second person who can beat me about to appear. Ming frowned as he recalled, but I agreed with you, I cannot lose to anyone. Finally, he was ready to wager at too great a cost. It seemed he was dying to defeat Gan Li. Let him bet his life. After saying that, he frantically used his best equipment enhancement ability, Combat Conversion Essence, converting strength and stamina into luck value. The luck value increased sharply. Waiting until the update finished, he became someone considered invincible, with a luck value of 8,000. He activated the final S-rank skill, Deadly Domain, and declared, "This skill I only use at that time." The opponent prepared thoroughly to face Gan Li. He also did not dare to be careless, starting to transform and upgrade himself. A red light stream surrounded Gan Li, creating a second space for the two to confront each other. Now the two of them had officially fallen into Ming's domain. Inside, there was also an unexpected person. He spoke. "Long time no see, Ming." Person opposite Gan Li was the SSS rank demon Tu Lian, an illusion. Seeing Gan Li appear, he was pleased. How amusing. Someone actually pushed you to this point. This bet he also had to prepare very thoroughly. Needing him meant this match was certainly important. He would ensure the duel was as fair as possible. He asked the two, "Are you ready to bet your lives?" About to fight a bloody battle, Gan Li was extremely cheerful and excited. "It's been a long time since I entered the third space like this. Your ability is very interesting." But Ming was not so cheerful. His attitude was unusually serious. "In this space, no one could activate skills. If you lose this bet, Tu Lian will chop your head off." However, facing the threat, Gan Li was not afraid at all. He casually sat cross-legged and smiled. "You are truly a man who can bring me surprises. He is threatening your life. This is the end." Gan Li still maintained a cheerful attitude. "I hope so." Tu Lian spoke to break the tense atmosphere between the two. "There are a total of 38 numbers, 2 colors. We choose one of the two." He explained the rules. "I drop a ball in, spin the wheel. The one who picks the color the ball stops on wins. If you bet, you must bet only one." Tu Lian was still the most calculating one. He set the condition: the winner leaves safely, the loser will be taken by me. Ming was now unbelievably serious. He made the first choice. "I choose black, that is my lucky color." Hearing that, he turned and said to Gan Li, "So you are red. You have been waiting for this moment for a long time." After hearing it, you impatiently urged, "Okay, hurry up and start." The match was about to begin when Ming raised an objection. He started his dirty trick. "In addition, I want to open the zone privilege, using 36 years of life to buy 18 of his numbers." Lian heard this and laughed with satisfaction. "Ming fears death, I grant your cheating." Gan Li looked bored, seeing the match completely tilted in his favor with half an eye. "Can you do that?" He reiterated the final choice. "That way you will have 37 numbers while he only has one." He scorned Ming's dirty trick. As soon as he opened his mouth, he mocked and despised his fear of death. "Buy the rest too." Ming bowed his head in absolute seriousness. "Can only buy a maximum of 18 numbers. This is already enough." Tu Lian placed the ball into the wheel, officially announcing, "Then the life bet begins. I am looking forward to it." The ball on the wheel started bouncing continuously. He was looking forward to this match, even though he was not a participant. "I want to hear the sound of bones breaking." Ming immediately focused all his attention on the ball. His brows furrowed dangerously. He showed certainty. "You only have one number while I have 37, plus my extremely high luck value. This time you are dead for sure." Contrary to Ming's tension, Gan Li was strangely calm. He only said 2 words, leaving it to fate: "Dark." He watched every single move of the ball on the wheel, looking and thinking, the roulette betting game, I heard it existed from a previous era. The ball kept rolling without stopping, never landing on any number slot. The wheel was also widely circulated among our human race. The wheel kept spinning continuously without stopping. The ball bounced before the two of them. It carried Ming's hope of survival. He gambled everything on this round, staking his life on it all or nothing. The ball rolled back and forth across the roulette wheel for over 100 rounds, the battle not yet over. Gan Li thought this was a game of chance, having nothing to do with strength. He hardly believed that a single red slot could help him win. The odds were unbelievably low. The ball's momentum weakened, and finally it was about to stop completely, leaning toward the lone red slot. The ball landed exactly in the red 0 slot, a suffocatingly incredible probability. Witnessing this sight, Lian froze for a moment. Even Gan Li could not believe he had won so easily. With near 0 odds of winning, he thought he was surely going to lose. Good heavens, how could this be? At this moment, only Ming stood in the dark corner, his face ashen, silent and speechless, surely realizing he was close to death. Just a few minutes later, Ming lost all his composure, erupting in frenzy. "My winning probability is 97.3%. Convert all points into luck points. Must reach 8,000 to enter the space." Prior to this, he had used Star Shift Combat, converting his power and stamina into luck value, the number skyrocketing without stopping. 8,000 luck points. Ming began to suspect Gan Li. Could his luck points be even higher than 8,000? Lian appeared indifferent to the outcome. He had never seen this before. "This situation I have never encountered." Lian looked at him, searching for clues but only received a harsh result. "Luck points too high. Cannot be detected," he finally admitted. "I cannot even probe that man's luck points." Gan Li won but looked dejected as if he wanted to die. "So I still can't die?" Series of analyses flashed through his mind. Luck points were something every human possessed upon awakening, related to strength, speed, and stamina. Luck, elemental power, spiritual power. The demon race on the opposing side also had this data. In the past, the demon race had once relied on luck points to slip past enemies and land criticals successfully. Luck affected the rate of evasion, disarming, critical hits, successful skill use, and crafting high-grade equipment. Thanks to luck points, many people changed their fate and became wealthy. When this value increased, their life fortune also improved. Ganli could not believe it. Is this the reason I can't die no matter how I try to kill myself? Just because of luck? He could not accept this truth. No, this is truly too absurd. Ganli had never believed it from the start, because everything concerning his reincarnation had become baseless. It seemed that thing could not have happened if this body already had such high luck points. And why was that man unlucky enough to let him reincarnate and take over his body? He rubbed his chin in thought. Thinking back, past events were indeed too strange. As long as there was a single thread of survival, he could never die. Zilayan stood up, praising Ganli. Interesting. Perhaps you are one of the images affecting the world that the master mentioned. Ganli was not an information technology person, so when he heard the term North, he naturally did not understand. Siming was a man of his word. He spread his arms in resignation. All right, a loss is a loss. My head, come and take it. He admitted that even seeing countless futures, he could not take every right turn. Running a casino for over 10 years, winning all my life, losing twice is still a lifetime. This is my fate. Saying this, Siming sighed as if losing something regretful. It is just that it seems I cannot fulfill my promise. Faced with his concern, Zelian smiled faintly in response. Fate is as such, destined by heaven, unshakable. He raised his scythe high, preparing to take Siming's head. Then it is time to carry out the sentence. Unexpectedly, just as Zelian was about to strike, Ganli rushed forward, drawing the peach command token. The moment his staff was about to descend upon Siming, he managed to rush over, blocking it with his blade. Revolutionary stood before the demon Zelian, declaring, even with a single thread of a chance to live, I cannot die. Then I will discard even that thread. Facing the fierce wave emanating from the demon Zelian's position, he showed no fear, daring to confront it head-on. This gamble is known only to us three, and the outcome is decided by us three alone. Zelian withdrew his staff, asking in annoyance, what is the meaning of this? Ganli tilted his head toward the roulette table, signaling, look at the current table. It is clear that he has won. He gritted his teeth in rage, speaking each word deliberately. You dare to adjust the betting table yourself? You are altering the heavenly mandate. Do you know the consequences? Ganli would not back down, he declared. My fate is mine to decide. Now, either you kill me. He pointed his blade at the demon Zelian, challenging him. Or fight me. Siming stared wide-eyed at the man who was once his opponent, now standing before him, utterly stunned. No matter his intentions, anyone entering Zelian's space would lose all their power, becoming an ordinary person. Being disturbed by an outsider within his own domain, Zelian was furious. Since you are dead set on seeking death, seeing the brat bravely facing him, he no longer hesitated. Then I will grant your wish. Ganli held his position, offering his entire body to Zelian. As the blade struck down, he nearly ignored the skill's restriction effect. The blade not only failed to split Ganli in two, but also dealt no damage at all. His body quickly knitted itself back together, activating accelerated healing. Siming watched from start to finish, eyes wide with shock. Is no one supposed to be able to use their power? How can he? Zelian trembled as he pointed at Ganli, his hand shaking uncontrollably. There are no exceptions. This skill, I have nothing left. The moment he recognized who he was, all the fierce waves subsided. His voice quivered. It is you. Zelian immediately fell to his knees like a child caught in wrongdoing, confessing, you have inherited the power of the Demon King, my master? He bowed his head respectfully to apologize. Because I was once the contracted demon general of my master, never breaking the contract in 100 years. My space cannot restrict your power. Hearing this from the great demon's own mouth, Siming's mind nearly exploded. Demon race? Demon King? Is this a joke? Does that mean it is not just a legend? Unbeknownst to him, tears had welled up in Zelian's eyes, streaming down to express his reverence. Since your death, I have sealed myself in this space. I have been here waiting for you for 100 years. Even as an SSS-ranked demon, before the Demon King who had returned after a century, he was ready to cast everything aside. May I continue to serve you? Ganli looked at the great demon before him, silent. He did not respond to his plea, letting the silent void speak for his answer. Soon after, both Siming and Ganli escaped from the great demon's second space, returning to the actual arena after a memorable experience. Having gone through life and death hanging by a thread, Siming's personality changed considerably. He accepted setting aside his ego, taking a step closer toward Gan Li. Even his manner of speaking and his choice of words became much gentler than before. He never expected you to have such a background. He knew that even if they fought for 800 rounds, he could not win, so he gave up his stubbornness and surrendered. Zilian was taken by you. I can no longer fight, I surrender. In an instant, the two returned to the main arena, where the stands were packed with concerned spectators. Siming glanced at Gan Li, his tone even. I was initially curious about the demeanor you would show when unleashing your full power. At that moment, the MC's voice rang out. Lord Siming has also surrendered. The Flame Kingdom's demon Lord Siming observed from a high place. The nosy attendant beside him wept. Why would Lord Siming surrender? He is the final hope of our Flame Kingdom. He kept rambling on, ignoring that he was next to the Demon Lord. Like this, Flame Kingdom has lost all face. Both contestants surrendered to that nobody Gan Li. Fortunately, the Demon Lord was a reasonable man and did not flare up at his own countrymen surrendering. He must have his reasons for doing this. This is the first time I have seen Third Brother so relieved. The commentator's voice echoed steadily. The first two matches of this round have ended. The winners are Feng Kingdom's Xingtian and Yun Kingdom's Gan Li. At the same time, at a certain luxury hospital, Fragrant Orchid had sustained considerable injuries from the competition. Her right arm was broken, her neck needed a brace, and her left chest was bandaged. It seemed she was badly hurt this time. Snowchild heard the commotion and turned to look. Wu Jun, lying on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, sneered. So you came too, oh noble Martial Kingdom contestant? Stung in her pride, Fragrant Orchid flared up right in the hospital room. Didn't you lose too? Next time, I will definitely. Snowchild, hearing this, turned her face away in annoyance. Wu Jun replied, I know you are very arrogant. You have always been surrounded by everyone, looking down on no one. I was the same, but surrendering was the wise decision. He recalled the battle and continued. At that time, the aura on that Xingtian guy didn't even seem like it came from the demon race. Just look at him. All three focused their attention on the display screen, the semifinal match schedule, the upcoming battle between Gan Li and Xingtian. Right after the match schedule was a missing persons report. Unexpected situation had occurred. The two contestants, number 5 of the Magic Face clan and number 6 of the Magic Face clan. Number 6, Lekai from the third match had gone missing 2 hours ago at the disabled restroom. After finishing, Lameng pushed her wheelchair out to the door by herself. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman with a seemingly kind expression approached. Let big sister help you. The little girl was a bit surprised by this and hesitated for a moment. Then she agreed to let the woman push the wheelchair, not forgetting to say, thank you, ma'am. The woman laughed affectionately and scolded her. Silly child, just call me sister. At this time, outside the restroom, Laki was waiting. The boy clenched his fists with determination and told himself, keep it up, have to win again. Getting first place will get the money for little sister's treatment. A long time passed and Laki found it strange. He turned his face to look toward the restroom. He then walked inside and asked in confusion, why is she taking so long? When the restroom door opened, Laki was horrified to see the wheelchair lying sprawled on the floor. At that moment on the main road, a blue four-wheeled vehicle was speeding along. Inside, Lameng lay unconscious in the trunk. Beside her were a few old, long iron pipes. The car quickly drove up a hill. The driver was the middle-aged woman who had pretended to be kind earlier. A little later, the car stopped in front of that scoundrel, mad and fake. Seeing the car arrive, he asked in a hoarse voice, new goods are here? The woman stepped out with a cheerful face and said confidently, don't worry, this girl is absolutely prime. Definitely top quality goods. She came to collect a thick stack of deposit money, counting it with a giggle. I've helped you bring so many goods, shouldn't the price be a bit higher for fine merchandise? Mad and Fake hurried over to the trunk, a little uneasy. Let me check the goods first. He grabbed the handle, opened the door, and yanked it wide. Seeing only iron pipes and a white cloth inside the car, he asked irritably, where are the goods? The middle-aged woman was also shocked, drenched in cold sweat, her voice trembling. How is this possible? I definitely drugged her, and besides she's disabled, she can't walk on her own. King Fake flew into a rage upon hearing this, his expression ferocious. You mean you brought someone here and let them get away? Do you know our rules? He dodged to the side flustered. I'll go find her, she can't have gotten far. Immediately, the parasitic worm inside him stirred along with his curses. You have no credibility left. A colossal monster burst out from Fake's body, shocking the middle-aged woman into a scream. It slashed across her neck with its sharp claws, and her head was severed from her body instantly. Not far from there, the heavy footsteps of a person were heard. It was Lameng, struggling to walk while supporting herself on an iron pipe. She walked while thinking fearfully. Good thing when that woman covered my face. I held my breath for a while, so I woke up earlier. After walking a short distance, she suddenly saw a large pit and asked curiously, where is this place? Lameng looked down and was even more surprised to see a group of people surrounding someone. At this time down below, that Xing Tian spoke. This time I gathered everyone because the plan has changed. He announced seriously, someone has noticed us, so we must act first. Hearing this, Lameng immediately hid behind a nearby tree, horrified, and wondered to herself, what's wrong with these people? Why do they seem just like us? She recalled being drugged and taken into the car and deduced, human trafficking here, then the gangsters brainwashed them. No, brainwashing isn't this fast or thorough. Is this sorcery? Everyone seems possessed, it's terrifying. The receptionist standing below also caught Lameng's attention. I've seen that receptionist before, she didn't look like that in the past. What is going on? Remembering the image of the receptionist from a few days ago was completely different from now. Lameng grew even more anxious. Lost in thought, a sudden voice startled Lameng. What are you doing here? She slowly turned her head, her face full of fear as if she sensed something bad was about to happen. A man with a face crisscrossed with stitches stared at her and asked, but the master is meeting with us over there. Seeing that terrifying face, Lapmong was so frightened she dared not breathe deeply. He suddenly realized something and said slowly, you are not one of us. As soon as he finished speaking, that stitched face suddenly split in two. At that moment, his upper body tore apart, revealing a constantly writhing monster. She tried to calm herself, mimicking his hesitant tone as she replied, the master gave me a private task. Hearing this, he stood completely still, staring intently at her. At this moment, someone sent a telepathic message to that sinister man. After listening, he immediately left, his body gradually recovering as if nothing had happened. Lapmong finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down heavily, thinking luckily they hadn't recognized their comrade right away. She struggled to regain her composure, telling herself she must leave quickly. This group was no longer of the demon race. Thinking this, she grabbed the iron pipe beside her and slowly stood up. She leaned on the iron pipe and walked with difficulty, worried she had to inform her brother about this dangerous battle. Looking at the Hala Hotel glittering in the distance, she reassured herself, just walk towards the tall building and she would be back. And so Lapmong took slow steps forward. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman appeared right behind her, smiling and saying, we meet again. Hearing this, Lapmong gritted her teeth and turned her face around. The woman's face became deranged, her eyes wide open as she cursed, you bitch, where do you think you're running this time? As she spoke, something sharp slowly crawled out of her mouth. Sharp claws emerged one by one, and Lapmong, frightened again, collapsed onto the ground. A horrifying monster slowly emerged fully from her mouth, lunging forward with razor-sharp claws. Suddenly, an arrow came whizzing from somewhere. The arrow pierced straight through the monster, causing the woman to fall flat to the ground. Claws scattered on the ground, and the monster's blood sprayed violently. Lapmong immediately turned her head toward the direction the arrow came from. Seeing Lapti standing before her, she cried out joyfully, brother, why are you here? Hearing this, he asked Han, are you hurt? Then he dashed swiftly towards Lapmong. The siblings embraced, and seeing his sister sobbing, Lapti gently comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. But before they could relax, the group of Hinthan slowly advanced. Lapti turned to look and wondered, there are so many of them. That man Hinthan observed him, satisfied, and said, this is a good body. A great shock sent birds scattering from the hill. Lapte's hand was raised high, rings of green light instantly swirling around. After gathering energy, he leaped high, unleashing his skill, Cloud Spindle Sun Song Dance, towards them. Then he used both hands to control the rings of light. The people below immediately leaped up to dodge the attack. Lapti pointed 2 fingers straight ahead, shouting for the arrow to fly. Rings of light around him gradually expanded, blasting powerfully downwards. Where they hit, the ground shook violently, and dust and smoke billowed to the sky. The evil clan could not escape, the attack piercing through them, leaving holes. A magic circle in the air above Lapti began to shoot light beams downward. After a moment, he landed on the ground. Lapti looked up, waiting for the smoke to clear, while Lapmong behind him also watched intently. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in horror and said, their bodies have already recovered. Within the smoke, each member of the evil clan stood up and walked out, as if nothing had happened. After watching for a moment, Lapmong said to her brother, they are like Hinthian, they have the ability to regenerate. Hearing this, Lapti turned his face and stared intently at them. Then, as if understanding his sister, he spoke the 2 words loudly, cloud resonance. The ultimate skill unleashed like a sound wave, distorting the very space. After it was done, he focused his gaze inside them, saying there was something moving. Lapti speculated it seems to be an unknown type of insect. At this moment, Hinthian pointed his finger, ordering all the people to kill the 2 of them at once. 2 of them charged forward, strange monsters emerging from their bodies, and Lapmong noticed they moved in perfect sync. She recalled the scene from before and quickly deduced, it's like a tightly managed system. Thinking this, she told Lapti, they have a very strict hierarchy. We need to take out the leader first. The one whom everyone obeys is that man Hinthian. Lapti's eyes lit up. He gritted his teeth with resolve and replied, understood. After that, Lapti rushed forward like the wind. He left light rings around Jingtian, flew into the sky, and formed a magic array. Laddick pulled his arm and unleashed the skill Bone-Crushing Love Frenzy. With the Cloud System Marksman skill maxed at level 5, Bone-Crushing Love Frenzy could freeze the enemy completely from the inside out. Instantly, that Xingtian turned into an ice statue, unable to break free on his own. The 2 evil clan members also collapsed, losing all combat strength. Lat Meng seeing this rejoiced, realizing they had a mother-insect relationship. Inside Xingtian was the mother insect, and the other insects had to obey his commands. As long as they dealt with the level 1 mother insect, the level 2 insect offspring could not move. Lat Meng smiled gleefully upon hearing this. Suddenly her body jerked violently, her face turning pale. Looking down at her stomach, she saw a sharp object piercing through. She asked in shock, how can this be? Turns out this sneak attack came from the woman earlier, who laughed loudly watching Lat Meng fall. Latic was extremely agitated, glaring and shouting, Lat Meng. That fake Madan also walked over leaning on his iron rod. He blocked Latic's path. Then, pretending to smile kindly, he praised, you are very clever. But the level 1 mother insect was not the only one there, as Madan activated his crowd control removal skill. Many light rings gradually wrapped around his hand, and Latic raised his hand in fear to defend. However, he fired a purple magic ray towards Xingtian. The boy turned his head in surprise to look back. From Xingtian's direction, a creature rushed quickly toward Latic. It clamped its large pincer around the boy's neck. Xingtian raised his arm with the monster coiled around it, and the boy was also lifted into the air. The sharp pincer clamped tighter, Latic's breath grew weaker, and he struggled to turn his head to look behind. His eyes glazed over as he looked at his sister lying slumped with a bloody wound. Tears streaming down, Latic cried in despair, it's really over. That moment a green arrow flew in. It pierced through the monster clamping Latic's neck, and the boy slowly fell to the ground. Xingtian stared in shock at the direction of the arrow, looking confused. Madan also turned his head to look. Lat Meng's wound was gradually healing, and the woman behind her was tightly bound by vines. A foot gently stood on the base of the vine. Jingna appeared with a staff in hand, intently watching the swarm of venomous insects. She asked worriedly, brothers of the Mist Kingdom, are you two alright? Back on the arena floor, the MC regretfully announced that the two contestants, Mian Li and Latic, had not yet appeared, and declared both eliminated. Therefore, the winner of the 4th match would advance directly to the finals. Lin Lei looked at the new arena and exclaimed in surprise, this arena is interesting. He glanced around and said, again choosing the 2nd zone, the place all races yearn to set foot on. He turned to Thuo and said with hidden meaning, that is the origin of magic power. Seizing it will change the entire world. Thuo raised her hand filled with magic power and confidently asserted, you have no chance of going. Linla was not to be outdone, drawing his weapon while taunting, you're just last season's champion. I am the magic energy burst fiercely from Linla's position, and he completely disappeared. In an instant, he teleported behind Thuo, unleashed his full power strike, and emphasized, this season's champion is me. He swung his sword in a destructive slash, but Thuo nimbly ducked her head to evade. She stood on one leg and kicked the other straight into Lin La's face, causing the MC to scream endlessly. This time in the observation room, Bing Yi and Gan Li closely watched the match. Seeing the unfair arrangement, she said, Linla's cloud system power is countered by Thuo's star system. Even though it is a contest between two S-rank individuals, the elemental counter is still very clear. Bing Yi pointed at the counter chart and said, you are cloud system, your next opponent is Xingtian, I don't know his abilities yet. Wu Jun, with his bandaged arm supported by Zhu Nai, arrived and upon hearing the demon lord's words, said, Xingtian has star system power. Seeing him walking normally, she asked in surprise, how are you discharged already? Has your body recovered? He calmly replied, a few minor injuries on the battlefield are normal. Wu Jun turned to ask Gan Li, will you beat that Xingtian? Gan Li replied boredly, it seems you forgot what I came here for. Thunder Dragon at this time also transmitted a message, I haven't sensed Xingtian's aura in a long time. This made him restless, standing up, feeling like something was about to happen. He walked to the window, looked far into the sky and said, the times are about to change. Scene shifts to a distant hill where Xingtian and fake Ma Dan were both tightly bound by Jingna. Lat Meng curiously asked, are you the contestant Mian Lai? How did you appear here? So now they belong to the evil clan. Lam Meng was shocked when he heard this, unable to believe his ears, and asked how the evil clan could appear in Yen country. Jingna raised her hand to release energy, and solemnly explained that according to history, the evil clan would win first place in this competition. They would clarify later. She pointed her 5 fingers at the 2 host insects of the evil clan, telling them to deal with the pests first. Adam Fake gritted his teeth and replied, do not underestimate our evil clan. The host insect inside his body rushed out along with a sharp spike, his voice somewhat hesitant, no one could stop them. On the other side, Xingtian's body also showed a similar scene, his arms turning into sharp fangs. Both evil clansmen immediately charged forward, targeting Jingna's group. She turned to the 2 Wuguo siblings, saying it was fortunate both first-level host insects had appeared, so they would catch them all in one go. Lad immediately replied, okay, let me help you, the boy's eyes full of determination along with his light bow. He shot 2 arrows aiming straight at the host insects, one piercing the tail, one shattering the mouth. He worriedly exclaimed, their recovery ability is too strong. How can they be killed? Jing Nei beside him formed hand seals with closed eyes, preparing to cast. She leaped up and swung her hands, green energy immediately surging down to the ground. Huge vines coiled and rushed to tightly wrap around the bodies of the two evil clansmen. Jing Na landed kneeling and using her staff to keep from falling. She thought to herself that she had been using too much power lately and her body could not bear it. Now even using magic could not destroy the host insects. Jing Na closed her eyes and told herself, then try to directly lure them out. She activated all the power within her body, and the staff suddenly bloomed with pure white flower buds. A circle of flowers appeared above the staff like a canopy. This skill was called Heart Sea Petal Drift. She used a flower-type control skill, opening a sea of flowers, releasing petals to lure the enemy within range. She looked at the two bodies bound by vines and said, "Those stupid bugs will crawl out, leaving the host, then they can be killed," her eyes at this moment flashing with an eerie blue light. Jing Na turned back to remind Lat, "The time is very short, you must aim precisely." The boy widened his eyes in surprise and replied, "Oh, I know." Lat closed his eyes to concentrate, streams of energy and flower petals gently floating around him. This skill was called Cloud Resonance. At the same time, the two evil clan host insects emerged from the hosts, lured out by Jing Na's skill. They looked like ordinary insects, but were fiery red and bloodthirsty, their eyes already hypnotized by the heart lure sea. Lat seized the opportunity, pointed his hand at them and shouted, "Go, Cloud Star Judgment." Two energy arrows pierced through the host insects, tearing them into pieces. The body of Xing Tian that had been possessed by them at this moment collapsed to the ground. The three of them looked over, the body of Madame Fake also lay motionless on its back. Lat happily exclaimed, "The two host insects have been dealt with, they are all down." Over here, Jing Na's body weakly collapsed, faintly glowing all over. Lam Meng saw this and worriedly asked, "Sister, what is wrong with you?" Traces of golden light water appeared on her face. Jing Na murmured, "It seems there is not much time left." Her body showed signs of vanishing. She turned to the two Wu Guo siblings and said, "Come here, I have something very important to say." Scene changed to the arena. The MC's commentary voice, contestant Shuo of Wu Guo has displayed the extremely strong combat power of the defending champion. Although Lin La's element was suppressed, his mobility was very strong. This truly was an early final. At looked over decisively, relying on elemental suppression. She was only his equal, but his goal was always the #1 position, even facing that despicable girl. He immediately charged in with a sharp blade, shouting loudly, "I will attack with full force." Over here, Shuo looked at him with only one eye. As indifferent as ever, Lin La used his ability to create clones and simultaneously charged into attack. Those shadows targeted Wu Guo's Shuo, but she still stood motionless. One clone smiled contemptuously. "You cannot guess where I am, can you?" At this moment, Shuo gently raised her finger, a golden lightning needle and a spark appearing. She softly asked, "Is this your ultimate move?" With that, the electric current in Shuo's hand began to spread around. It struck directly at Lin La's clones, causing them to convulse and scream in pain. After all the clones were destroyed, his real body appeared, his face twisted in pain, his body still entangled with golden lightning. Lin La sat on the ground looking up, his voice trembling as he asked, So you are also a dual elemental user. Did you not use your full power from the start?" Shua raised her eerie arm and coldly replied, "You are not worth my full power." With that, she raised her hand, a purple aura appearing, and Lin La's body suddenly floated in midair. Shua clenched her hand, her eyes flashing with pride, and coldly declared, "This year's level is only this much." With that, his entire body was crushed to the ground by the pressure. Lying flat, the arena surface deeply sunken, dust and smoke everywhere. He lay motionless, his eyes vacant and dull, blood and gore smeared on his face and flowing from his hands. Shuo stood coldly as the MC announced, "The winner is Shuo of Wu Guo." Outside, Lin La's mother screamed orders at the guards, "Carry my son on a stretcher. Wu Guo, I will not forgive you." The audience was astonished by that power, murmuring to each other. Could it be Shuo had always hidden her strength? How strong was she? Exactly. Wu Jun witnessed it and also sighed, so she killed Lin La in the blink of an eye. Huang Lam smiled proudly, her power is naturally beyond dispute. Scene changed to last season. At age 14, Shuo carried the title of the youngest demon, advancing straight to the finals to face the most brutal warrior of the demon race. In less than 2 minutes, she ended the match, becoming the fastest finals finish. Everyone who watched knew Shuo had not used her full strength. Back in the arena, Shuo coldly walked away after her victory. Lin La lay on a stretcher being carried out by guards. Huang Lam admired the national icon as she watched. Probably no one knows how high her limit truly is. On this side, Genli rubbed his chin in deep thought. Just now she had turned her hand into demon armor. It looked somewhat familiar. Bing Yi then turned around and said, "Next it is your turn to go on stage. That Xing Tian is very dangerous. You must be careful." Wu Jun turned back and said in a provocative tone, "Surely you can defeat him." Xiang Lin grimaced sarcastically. That Xing Tian can only be defeated by Shuo. Suddenly, an icon appeared on the screen along with the MC's voice. "May I have your attention? There is breaking news. Contestant Xing Tian is no longer able to continue in the tournament." His body appeared on the TV. His remains were discovered by the security team on the Central Avenue, and the cause is under investigation. Upon receiving the news, Wu Jun exclaimed in shock, he is dead. Ganli also walked over, staring at the screen. Bing Yi turned around and asked, so in the next match you will... The match data displayed on the screen. Our side's contestant was promoted, while the opponent in the semifinals died. In the other match, Jingna and Lucky were disqualified for arriving late, sending Shuo straight to the finals. The screen showed the process of the final round, 2 familiar faces along with the MC's voice. Next we will go straight to the final match. This year's Demon Martial Arts Tournament has had too many unexpected events. The final match will be held live at the scene. To ensure everyone's safety, a massive barrier will be erected around the arena. The pace of the match quickly escalated to a climax at the final venue. At this time, Shua was already standing there, still with her demeanor of looking down on everything. On this side, Ganli stared intently, pondering and judging that this person had the power to kill him in an instant. Under the attention of all the demons, the strongest battle was about to erupt. He squinted and said to himself, this is the final chance for me to be killed. Sai Ming looked down from above, thinking, let the whole world see your true strength. On this side, Lucky rushed over breathlessly, the long distance having tired the boy out. Arriving at the arena entrance, 2 security guards saw Lucky rushing over and raised their hands to stop him. The finals have started, you cannot enter. He did not hesitate, barging between the two and shouting, move aside, I have something extremely important. Knocked down, he immediately pressed his communication device and said, someone has broken in, call the security team quickly. Lucky ran in thinking, Brother Gan, wait for me, but security personnel were already waiting at the wall. He was figuring out how to quickly tell the story, Sister Jingna said, when suddenly a hand appeared on his head. 2 security guards grabbed Lucky by the head, subdued him, pressed him to the ground, and yelled, caught him, caught the one who broke in here. His face pressed hard against the ground, but Lucky still struggled and shouted, let me go. Completely subdued in the hallway, a thought crossed his mind, I need to quickly tell him. Back to the scene in the arena. The 2 contestants stood on the field, the surrounding audience cheering nonstop. Duo stood there, looked over and asked, was it you who said the demons of Yun country are all weak? Genli closed his eyes, raised his hand to stroke his hair and cover his face, acting coolly and lightly replying it was me. Then he pointed at her and asked back, do you have the strength to take the top spot from me? Provoked and her strength doubted, Shu darkened her face, looked over fiercely and declared, 3 seconds is enough. With that, in an instant she vanished from her spot. Where she stood a shockwave appeared, shattering the ground. Her body had already lunged towards Ganli, her demon armor arm materialized, signaling the birth of a true king. The scene transitioned to the past. An image of Feng Liao appeared. He said to his teammates, rest assured, I will lead everyone to victory. He also turned and said to Jing Na, you rest at home, wait for me to return and marry you. At that time she looked at Feng Liao with eyes full of trust, smiling brightly and replying, I know, I will wait for you. Back in the final, as Shu charged without hesitation, Ganli recalled and blamed himself. Unfortunately, I broke my promise. 1 second later, her claws swept across his neck, directly draining 1,000 health. Shu finished her attack and gracefully glided past. The demon armor arm indeed had some power. Ganli slightly turned his head to look behind, thinking she has dual elements and demon armor transformation power. The wound healed quickly. He planned to force her to use her full strength. Shua witnessed this and asked in surprise, are you an A+ level demon? Why is your recovery so fast? Even an S level demon might not have this power. Saying that, she turned around, her demon armor arm glowing, golden lightning appeared as she declared, but so what? With that said, she threw a kick, a lightning arrow flying towards him. Shua swung her leg, her eyes flashing with killing intent, her leg glowing with sharp golden lightning, asserting that I am the strongest demon. As for himself, wanting to die, he had no intention of resisting. The golden lightning arrow pierced through his chest. Along with a massive explosion, the MC commented the situation was one-sided. The Yun country contestant is completely unresponsive. The final will end faster than expected. In the stands, the audience roared, Yun country must win, kill him. Daring to look down on our country, make Yun country pay. Lucky, still subdued, struggled and shouted, let me go, I have something very important. The security guards said to each other, quickly take him out of here. In the VIP area, Xiang Lin coldly and indifferently said, I told you Shua would have no match. Bing Yi covered her mouth, eyes wide in worry, exclaiming Gan Li. Wu Jun looked down at him and said to himself inwardly, Gan Li. Su looked at him with a confused expression. Wu Jun was now contemplative. It seemed he had already made his decision. He recalled once asking Gan Li, why must you return to the human race? Your strength is enough to win the championship. Stand at the peak of the demon race, enjoy glory and be revered by thousands. He only replied coldly at the time, I have no interest in those things. Gan Li continued, to Wu Jun's stunned silence. Perhaps she is alone facing hallucinations and fear, thinking I am already dead. He turned back to look at him with sincere eyes and said, I cannot bear to let her wait too long. Back in the final arena, Ganli lay there battered, the ground shattered, still bearing traces of golden lightning beneath him. He opened his eyes and looked up. A drop of water fell onto his face. Started to rain. Shuo stood to one side looking at her hand. Ganli asked in confusion, "Have you used your full strength?" Hearing this, she turned back in slight surprise and replied, "So still unable to kill you?" Ganli slowly sat up, his clothes torn. He taunted, "Hey, are you that weak? Didn't you want revenge for the evil race?" Ganli's words shocked Jai greatly. She widened her eyes and asked, "What did you say?" He smiled in response. "To become stronger, you had practiced demon armor transformation, that forbidden power of demons, right?" Ganli raised his hand to cover his face. A crimson glow appeared, and he activated the heavenly demon illusion skill. Instantly, a new outfit wrapped around his body. He continued, "But in the future, you won't be able to seek revenge. By then, you will have fully transformed into demon armor, achieving eternal power." That was why in Ganli's past life memory, she fell into darkness, losing all reason when Ji was controlled by chains within the demon armor. The rain continued to fall. Trum's voice rang out, talking about the future of this territory. The evil race would eliminate all leaders, enslave the powerful demons, and the demon race within the demon clan would cease to exist. Those words touched the beast within Ji's heart. She activated 10% demon armor transformation and roared, "Shut up!" The armor spread across her body, her eyes flashing with the red light of fury. Moments later, Ji dashed forward at maximum speed to attack. The blow, fast and powerful enough, created a crimson flash right in front of Ganli. It sent him flying backward. He widened his eyes, blood gushing from his throat, and thought to himself, as expected, "My guess was right." Ganli recalled his past life. He had once met the future Ji, who always wanted revenge for the evil race. That was the motivation that made her stronger, but it also pushed her into the future she hated the most. Ji grabbed Ganli's neck, slammed him hard onto the arena floor, and dragged him along. He squinted, telling himself he had successfully provoked her now. The two left a long trail on the floor, crashing heavily into the barrier. The MC shouted, "This attack is so powerful, cracks are appearing." At that moment, the system announced that the power of demon armor transformation had the effect of reducing the opponent's skills. Ganli smiled, thinking, "Good, the demon armor grants additional power, but she suppresses me, cutting my recovery effect in half." Security personnel quickly reinforced the defensive layer to avoid harming the audience. The MC commented that Jai had launched a stronger blow, leaving Ganli unable to resist. With that declaration, the match was as good as decided. Huang Lin was surprised, saying he had never seen Jai this angry and using her full power. Wu Jun thought to himself that it was finally over. Demon Lord Bing Yi covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Ganli must be in a lot of pain. Surrender quickly." Everyone looked down at the arena floor, where the collision emitted crimson lightning. Suddenly, just as Ji was about to land the finishing blow, his passive reflex was triggered. A counterattack bolt shot out but was immediately deflected in another direction by the demon armor. Seeing this, Ganli smiled contentedly. As expected, even the reflex skill could not harm her. As the demon armor claw was about to descend, he smiled bitterly and blamed himself. "This is better. I can finally keep my promise. Jingna, I'm sorry for making you wait so long." Suddenly, the MC's voice rang out, but it was for an argument. "Hey, don't steal my mic. Who are you?" The audience listened intently to Laki's voice. "Brother Cam, no. Brother Feng Liao, I have something important to say." The boy pushed the MC aside and continued, saying that contestant Jingna, she had a message for you. Jingna's original words were, "Feng Liao, win this match and reach the peak of the demon clan." Ganli's eyes widened in shock. Ki's voice rang out to the audience's astonishment. "You're not returning alone." Wu Zhen and Bing Ji also focused. This was not a solo time travel. At that moment, Ji sank her demon armor claws into Ganli's chest. Blood gushed out and his eyes bulged as he listened to the message. Jai raised her other arm, gathering blood-colored lightning, and declared, "The final blow." At the same time, Jingna's last message, "After you become first, I will come to you." Hearing this, a hand appeared, gripping her wrist tightly, diffusing the danger of the attack. Ji was startled and confused when Ganli suddenly counterattacked. An ice monster appeared, blocking between the two, protecting Ganli while confronting the girl from Cloud Nation. He stood up behind the ice monster, surrounded by thick smoke and dust. Ganli's body gradually recovered, blood continuously returning, and the wounds vanished. He was dazed, thinking, Jing Na is indeed Jing Na. The audience looked at the giant ice monster on the screen, unable to help wondering what it was. On the Cloud Nation side, Huoan smiled. "This is Cam Huoan's skill, which once saved our Cloud Nation." His words drew everyone's gaze. "Do you know? Cam Huoan is about to fight seriously. Cloud Nation is going to win." Indeed, the ice monster launched a counterattack, causing Jai to struggle to defend and creating a red spot at the point of impact. She slid back a distance, her knee cracked, activated 20% demon armor, then looked at Gan Li. "Summoning an ice demon? Are you a rare summoning type demon?" The ice monster slashed down. Jai dodged and counterattacked, asking, "Is this your ultimate move?" But Gan Li didn't care. His mind was only on Jing Na. She might have already reincarnated reincarnated. His gaze was distant, wondering why she didn't recognize him if there was something difficult to say. Gita spoke in self-reproach. I'm sorry, master. I didn't recognize Princess Jingna. Ganli replied, don't blame yourself. No one could be sure of this. Asked further, what should we do? He clenched his fist. Of course, go see her. There are too many things I want to ask and say. Ganli closed his eyes, thinking to himself that if she wanted him to achieve first place, there must be a reason. Then he opened his eyes to look at his opponent, deciding to end the match quickly. In the commentary room, Lucky pushed the mic back to the MC after sending the message. The boy smiled friendly. I'm done. You can continue. The MC, drenched in sweat, replied, okay. Immediately after, he regained his composure, steadied his voice to return to commentating on the battle. The MC's voice rang out. Earlier, no one expected contestant Ganlu to be a summoning-type demon. At this moment, Ji continuously moved to dodge, using a thin thread to wrap around the ice monster. Along with the MC's voice, her eyes flashed, and she pulled the thread with force. The ice demon he summoned possessed immense power, even fighting on par with Ji. After being bound by those chains, the ice monster's body began to crack. Bo increased her demon armor transformation to 35%, pulled her hand back to cause a massive explosion, and shattered the ice monster. She curled her limbs and sat down, her armor growing a tail. The commentator believed she was using the overwhelming power of the previous season's champion. She smiled eerily and said confidently, your demon has been dealt with by me. Is that all your skill has to offer? Demon armor covered her entire body with sharp spikes and a sharp tail. Her head tilted as she made her declaration. Next, you will pay for what you said. At this moment, her demon armor transformation had reached 50%. Anli looked over and said in a deep voice that the side effects of the demon armor transformation had begun, and he did not know if Thuo still had a way to win. Thuo, her rationality clouded by hatred, gritted her teeth and shouted, shut up, nothing can beat me. She was like a bolt of blood-red lightning, powerful and agile, filled with thick killing intent. Thuo charged straight at Ganli, who was standing still, screaming that she would absolutely never be defeated by anyone. A massive explosion in the center of the field sent dirt, rocks, and smoke flying everywhere, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. The energy from the explosion forced the audience to cover their eyes. The MC exclaimed that successive shockwaves created a haze of smoke and dust, making the situation unseen. Bing Yi covered her mouth, saying worriedly that Thuo's speed was too fast, and she didn't know if Ganli could withstand it. Huang Lam sneered. She recalled the first match where Thuo only destroyed the venue to force that Flame Kingdom guy to surrender. In the second match, she didn't know what deal Thuo made with the merchant Sai Ming, but he also surrendered. Huang Lam smiled and said that relying solely on luck could not make one undefeated. She coldly asserted that the brat from their country would be unlucky and would simply be crushed when Thuo used her full strength. Wu Jun chuckled in rebuttal. You who know no fear, Ganli doesn't even need to use his full strength to deal with Thuo. Huang Lam's eyes turned red as she advanced with killing intent. Hey, do you dare to look down on Vu Quoc? Seeing her about to touch Wu Jun, Tuat Nian rushed over to grab her hand to protect him. Huang Lam shouted, what are you doing? He looked down at the field, thinking that after Lati's words, he had understood his choice, so he should win the championship to show the strength of Van Quoc. On the battlefield below, Thuo's figure slowly materialized in a crawling position, her eyes fixed on the smoke. From within the smoke, Ganli's figure vaguely appeared. He had already drawn his weapon and placed it on his shoulder, walking forward calmly. Thuo looked at him eerily and said, regenerated again. To defeat you, I can only kill you in one move. Her demon armor transformation rose to 80%. She stood up, tensing her body with immense force, lightning gathering into intertwining pillars, its power astonishing. Ganli asked, do you want to complete the demon armor transformation? At just 50%, you've already lost control. Thuo was still competitive and replied coldly, so what? Even if I lose my reason, I must win. I cannot fall here. She continued the demon armor transformation. He remarked that her obsession ran too deep, but becoming stronger did not only mean taking the path of sinking into darkness. Ignoring the advice, Thuo crouched down, her hands touching the ground as the demon armor evolved further, making the deadly lightning dense and destroying the arena. Thuo's face was also covered by a demon armor mask. She declared that no one could stop her from reaching the peak of the demon race. As she spoke, she stood up, her demon armor transformation having reached 99%, with only 1% left to complete. Her power grew immensely. Feeling that she could not be persuaded, Ganli said in a deep voice, I understand. He closed his eyes, his hand slightly moving to prepare a skill. As arcs of blue lightning gradually appeared, he raised his sword high, gathering energy to prepare his strongest blow, and said, then let's end this. Ganli withdrew his hand, brought his sword behind him, and was ready. At that moment, Thuo's body, boosted by her speed, rushed forward rapidly. Behind where she passed, everything seemed to shatter. Father and son Hokam and Wujun were watching. Even Lati was astonished by this sight. The MC's voice rang out. The full-powered finishing moves of both. After that attack just now, Thuo gradually returned to her original form, her eyes wide as she watched pieces of shattered demon armor fly away. She thought that in that moment, she had suddenly regained her reason. Her eyes opened to see Gan Li standing proudly. She who considered herself the strongest, youngest, and most arrogant demon, had used all her power to complete the demon armor transformation. Now her armor was shattered and she lay naked, thinking she was easily defeated by him. Thuo looked at his calm back, realizing the true peak of the demon race. She lay there, gradually losing consciousness. Ganli quickly threw a cloak over her to cover her. Bing Yi and Wu Jun rejoiced, commenting that Ganli had won with an absolute advantage. Tuat Nyan and Huang Lam, who were fighting, also gaped and stopped after the announcement. He stood there indifferent, with the sword in his hand. The ice monster pillar carried Thuo away. The MC announced that the champion of this martial arts tournament was Ganli of Van Kwok. High above the arena, a figure in a black cloak quietly looked down. He was of the evil Meta tribe, grinning widely. The plan has changed. Vu Kwok didn't get the championship. Switch to plan B. As he finished speaking, he slithered into the shadow on the wall and disappeared. At the same time, the MC talked about the awards ceremony. The scene shifted to an empty corridor within the arena. Lati handed over a red box and asked, "Ancam, are you ready?" He opened the box and saw a bow with a golden star. Lati said that Sister Jing Na was waiting on the other side. The scene shifted to a different space, under a blazing sunny sky. A pair of mandarin ducks perched on a branch. Below, on the wooden swing, sat a girl with familiar long white hair. Li stood there dumbfounded, hearing that familiar gentle voice. "Feng Liao, you really won." In the clear blue sky, countless flycams were hovering. He stood amidst the bustling crowd, dazedly looking up. Buildings, the scenery, and the people all looked so familiar. Ganli widened his eyes and thought to himself, this place is the sacred flame nation. Turning around, he saw a very familiar young man. It was Wenhua. He ran over to report to Feng Liao that the equipment depot had been inspected, and they would depart tomorrow. He, in his human form, told Wenhua to stay home. This scene was so familiar. When Wenhua looked bewildered, the Feng Liao version smiled. "Tomorrow is your son's birthday. Rest assured, I am enough for the demon lair." Ganli vaguely realized this was the future 1 year later, the day before he had transmigrated. Suddenly, the scene shifted, with smoke and fire everywhere, and buildings in ruins behind him. Ganli stood before a scene of desolate devastation. That was a scene he had experienced in his previous life. Sidhu and the familiar girl gradually appeared before Ganli. She sat there and spoke. "Feng Liao, we finally meet." He asked Lian, "What is this world here?" She answered softly, "This place is the real future world I saw. Sorry for bringing you back here, without permission." Jingna lowered her head, taking a long time to speak the truth. "I did not know how to face that future alone." She recalled the tragic scene of battle, her voice sorrowful. Every time that day arrives 6 years later, the evil race will attack the entire world. The wounded soldiers still stood guard to protect the human race, but humans were completely powerless. That time, even Jingna's desperate resistance was useless. He added painfully, "I have reincarnated many times, but no matter what I did, I was never in time." She trembled, hunching her shoulders. Each time I could only go back half a year. They had been plotting in secret for a long time. At this moment, Ganli's hand slowly reached out. He hugged Jingna tightly from behind, filled with deep empathy. Ganli shed tears, whispering into Jingna's ear, "The one who should apologize is me, for leaving you to go through so much alone." He was pained and moved. "I only reincarnated once, and it felt like being flayed alive. How many times have you gone through it?" Recalling the image of his death and the system, Ganli said, "I thought the system gave me the power to reincarnate, but it turns out you brought me back. How did you do it?" Jingna said softly, 6 years later, the first time I died, my foresight ability transformed into reincarnation, with a half-year limit. I could not change anything, and I have already reincarnated 500 times. As she spoke, she changed the image frames within the barrier. A cave appeared. I had gone to the demon race's territory to find a way to break through. They stepped inside and saw a past version of Jingna standing there. At this time, the demon race was nearly eradicated by the evil race, with survivors becoming slaves. She added, "But I met a strange demon, who was Ganli, controlled by a ghost Ni and powerless there. When he recognized me, he looked up and asked, 'Can you kill me?' According to Jingna, he was a demon, lost all his loved ones, could not die the more he sought death. The stronger and more miserable he became. One person could not resist the entire evil race, could not revive his kin, he lost his motivation. She and him made a deal. He had a secret technique to help return to a further past, bringing him along." He looked at her with trusting and entrusted eyes. "Stop the evil race, I leave it all to you all." Jingna continued, "But the prerequisite was that he must take over that man's body, live the life he no longer wished to endure." Ganli, or Feng Liao, widened his eyes and thought to himself, "Cannot die, the more he seeks death the stronger. The system was left by him to help me become stronger faster. People divide the world into human race and demon race, but in reality there are 4 races: human race, evil race, spirit race, and the demon race." Jingna continued, "Currently we must cooperate with other races to stop the evil race. She reminded, in the previous life, they took first place in this competition, seizing control of the second region. We cannot let the key fall into the hands of the evil race. He rubbed his chin and replied, I am first this time, so that stops their initial step. Ingna said, it is not that simple. The demon race may still have spies. They will change their methods, but the target will surely still be the key. At this moment, the finals ended, and the awards ceremony began. A stage was set up in the middle of the field. The host's voice rang out, let us all congratulate the Cloud Nation on winning the 46th Martial Arts Tournament. Before the ceremony, the handover ritual of the second region key took place between a middle-aged man and Bing Ya. The host exclaimed enthusiastically, please invite the 10 demon lords of the Rain Nation and Demon Lord Bing Yi of the Cloud Nation to come on stage. As the national representative, she changed into a white dress, a crown on her head, and walked up proudly. The people of the Cloud Nation watching on screens excitedly shouted, our Demon Lord is on stage. They were overjoyed, laughing and saying, look at the youngest Demon Lord, the only female one, how exciting. Up above, Wei Ming's decree slightly furrowed his brows in emotion. In nearly 100 years, the Cloud Nation is finally about to rise. Below, a member of the demon race wondered, where has Tian Xiao been gone for so long? In another place, Tanlin appeared, the younger brother of Xinji Xiao. At his feet, Tian Xiao was lying there. Tanlin grimaced and asked, tell me where Ganli is? The young boy lying there had a swollen face but absolutely refused to speak. Back at the award ceremony, Guang and Bing Yai faced each other within a small circle on the stage. He asked, never expected the key to the second region to fall into the hands of a woman. Is there no one left in your Cloud Nation? Bing Yai placed her hand on the orb and replied gently, daughters are also heroes. Uncle Guang once fought shoulder to shoulder with my father. Surely you do not judge people by gender. Those words left Demon Lord Guang speechless. He grumbled, the key is a treasured artifact of the demon race. It must never be lost to you. After the sarcastic exchange, the two demon lords placed their hands on the orb. It shone brightly, forming a connection, a stream of energy swirling around Bing Yi's hand. After a moment, the streams of energy from the orb formed a golden seal on her wrist. Bing Yi withdrew his hand, looked inside, and said, thank you for the reminder, Uncle Guang. I will definitely protect it well. After that, the MC continued to announce that the key handover ceremony was complete, and the award ceremony would follow next. But before he could finish speaking, a sinister black sharp object pierced through his chest, causing the MC to freeze. Everyone screamed in terror, while Bing Ye behind them showed clear worry and fear. Pulling the blade out of his body, the MC collapsed weakly to the ground. A monster wearing a white bone mask appeared, holding a bloodstained blade in its hand. It was an evil tribesman and Apos warrior rank. It stood there, smiling eerily, revealing its sharp fangs, and said, begin the operation. Receiving the order, the other hidden evil tribe members appeared one after another. Among the audience crowd, many evil tribesmen had infiltrated and attacked others. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, the stands fell into chaos with panicked screams and fearful faces. Juntao removed the bandages on his hands and shouted, prepare to act, prioritize protecting the demon lord. Shuir behind him acknowledged the order. The evil tribe members quickly converged on Bing Yi, who stood alone facing them. One among them spoke up, the key to the second area is in her hands. Just then Si King, the commander of the Yan Kingdom army, appeared before Bing Yi and reassured her, rest assured, demon lord, the Yan Kingdom army will protect you thoroughly. Adding to the illusion of Jingna, Ganli asked, the human race must be in chaos right now, right? Xin Jiaxiao launched a coup, even when Hua. Jingna interrupted. When I first time traveled back, my health was too weak. At that time, the two of them were lying on a blue magic circle. I myself couldn't activate my full power then, nor could I stop Xinji Xiao in time. After time traveling, I sat up in tears when I saw Feng Liao's motionless corpse. At this moment, Wen Hua stepped over from behind and asked, is the team leader still unconscious? Jingna wiped her tears, turned around and said, Wen Hua, please call Feng Liao's most trusted comrade here. The trusted comrade arrived immediately. In the previous life, they launched a coup at the engagement party and were stopped by him. This time, with Feng Liao still unconscious, they will be even bolder. Therefore, Jingna used her power to create a puppet for the most reliable comrade. She used the ultimate skill of the harmony system. Deceptive puppet, activate power, summon a wooden puppet to release illusory flower powder for camouflage in order to deceive the enemy. Afterward, during the engagement party, everything proceeded as normal. But the people who attended the banquet and were murdered were actually just puppets that had learned their behavior. What Xinji Xiao's group killed were merely fake puppets within the illusion. As for their real bodies, they protected Jingna and Feng Liao's body as they left the predetermined camp. Xinji Xiao's army's target was Yun country Ganli's nation. So I left your equipment behind and lured him into taking it. Jingna calculated that as long as you confronted them, you would definitely retrieve the weapon. Fortunately, everything still progressed according to plan. Back in the present, Ganli turned around and asked with a smile, Is Wenhua still alive? He suddenly remembered the important person he needed to care about and asked, then what about you? Jingna heard those caring words inquire about her health. The copy ability consumes a lot of mental energy, especially having to copy many people in an instant. She smiled and replied, you don't need to worry. We have all safely returned to the capital now. Jingna slightly closed her eyes, breathed lightly, and continued, when I copied that demon tribe girl, my power had recovered a lot, so I could transfer more strength and energy. Her original plan was to rely on herself to defeat Xingtian and stop the evil tribe's covert actions. But at that time, Jingnei discovered that you had also come to compete, and the original plan changed, so I had to place my hope in Gan Li. Jingna teamed up with Lucky to defeat Xingtian, but after exhausting her strength, the copied body also dissipated. I didn't have time to find the evil tribesman who infiltrated their bodies. Information about him was also very scarce. Back in the present, Jingnei spoke in a low, serious tone. This reincarnation has been too long. My abilities have completely become ineffective. This is our last chance. Gan Li had grasped the gist of the problem and replied, leave the rest to me. I won't let the evil tribe get the key to the second area. He declared confidently, I will deal with all those evil tribesmen. The illusion before them began to shatter, pieces of the scenery breaking apart. Jingnei sighed, it's been so long since I strolled with you like this. I really wish I could continue with you. She looked up, her voice low and sad, this illusory world won't last much longer. Gan Li hugged Jingnei to his chest and said gently, wait for me to defeat the evil tribe, then I will come find you immediately. She replied, I will protect your body and wait for your return. Suddenly Jingnei looked up at him, hesitating, oh right, Feng Liao, there is still one more thing. Turning to the outside world, the evil tribe's blade was sweeping down to strike. They charged into the attack, targeting Sai Ming, the demon lord of Yang Kingdom. But guards appeared, blocking the blow with their shields. He frowned and blamed himself. To have such a major oversight in the organization within our own country is all my dereliction of duty. From the darkness behind him, an evil tribe's hand silently appeared. Just then, a strike flew past Sai Ming's body, knocking back the evil tribesman behind him, causing him to scream in pain. His eyes widened in shock, his face darkening. Sai Ming appeared and shouted, big brother, get up quickly. He immediately scolded, no, you shouldn't have come to protect me. They are definitely targeting the key. He turned to look down at the arena, his voice full of confidence. Don't worry, second brother is down there. Over here, the evil tribe members were sliced across their bodies by streams of purple energy, screaming in pain. Small blades appeared densely on their arms, still retaining some residual energy. The king appeared, blocking in front of Bing Yi, and immediately shouted, protect the demon lord. He looked over, speaking words of self-blame. This time was an oversight by our army. As the leader of the Yang Kingdom army, he felt he needed to bear profound responsibility. As the three of them stood there, a massive black aura rushed straight towards them. As the noble of the fourth rank struggled to defend with a pained face, Bing Yi wondered, what is this? From the darkness, a demon race tail shot out unexpectedly, piercing straight into the body of the resisting fourth rank duke. Right after, the black shadows converging around the tail looked extremely eerie. A member of the demon race appeared, and that man was Wushuang. As a rank 10 star system warrior and mage with illusion abilities, he stood looking at them and smiled eerily. Wushuang launched black hand-shaped shadows flying toward the fourth rank. In an instant, the black energy threads tightly bound him, causing the fourth rank to exclaim, what kind of power is this, sucking so tightly? He pointed at Bing Yi, ordering the other two to move forward and snatch the key in her hand. The demon race tail shot right near her face, then suddenly stopped. A green cross-shaped energy flew in from somewhere. Wu Jun appeared in time, one slash splitting the demon race body into many pieces. Remaining one circled around to attack from behind, he tearfully turned to look. Wu Jun swung his hand to attack again, thinking that all of them could elementalize into shadows when hit. He knew he could not attack them, but they could hit him. Just then, the shadow of the evil clan rushed over again. The strands of black energy reappeared, wrapping tightly around Wu Jun's body. Wu Jun clenched his fists, his body trembling. He told himself, damn it, his body had not recovered since the great battle. Now, the strongest warriors of the demon clan were all wounded. That man Wushuang stood by, laughing eerily. I heard the martial arts tournament will attract all the strongest demons. So this is all your military strength. I thought you were something special. He raised his hand to control the evil black energy, laughing mysteriously and mockingly. They cannot withstand a single blow. The black shadows immediately rushed forward, enveloping Bing Yi's body. Everyone shouted in alarm. Wu Jun glared furiously and roared, stop! Sai King was frozen in place at that moment, unable to move. Above, the demon lord of Flame Country looked down, gritting his teeth in shock. This situation seems bad. Wushuang stood there laughing triumphantly, but his expression suddenly changed. An ice monster was suddenly summoned and appeared. Charged straight down to the ground, diffusing the crisis. From afar behind him, the familiar figure of Gan Li emerged. He had returned with a face full of determination. Carrying the feelings and information from the illusion, he had set himself the mission to destroy the entire evil clan. Ming looked down from above, speaking radiantly. Gan Li, he has arrived. The Flame Country Demon Lord was slightly doubtful. How can one person with a bunch of people deal with such a powerful army? The guard beside him added, that is right, the enemy is too many. Ming stared intently and replied, no, it is not one person. Below, Gan Li stood there preparing to fight. Behind him were the ice monster warriors. Their number was not small, with many different races and sizes. To be precise, this was an army. Some were big, some were small, all kinds were present. They were all gathered together, summoned by Gan Li himself using his skill. He had brought an entire army of evil clan. Gan Li clenched his fists, staring at the evil clan with rage in his eyes and declared, come on then. The arena scene was now split into two extremes. One side was the dark gloom of the evil clan, the other side was the light from the ice monsters summoned by Gan Li. Gan Li stood blocking in front of Wu Jun and Seking. The man saw him, a look of joy appearing on his face. Wu Jun flexed his wrist and said, you finally showed up. Behind him, Seking ordered the Flame Country army, protect the Demon Lord, we are retreating. Wu Jun agreed, speaking to everyone, leave the battlefield above to him. King of Rain Country looked at the person beside him and asked, how is your sister's health? This person was Shan, an S-rank demon, the older brother of Kui. He replied, it is fine, she was not injured, she is about to wake up. That last slash of that other demon stopped. Old Guang looked over, deeply thoughtful. I never thought that in the end, all of us demons could only depend on him. The two looked at the young man's back before them. It has been 200 years, and it is Rain Country again. As for Gan Li, his gaze was extremely determined. On his shoulders rested not only the survival of the demon clan, but also the fate of the human race. The eyes of the ice monster warriors flashed with a dazzling blue light. At the same time, they stomped the ground heavily, creating an immense tremor. The giant bear-shaped ice monster stood there, roaring with overwhelming pressure. Gan Li stood below as if at this moment the demon clan had united once more. The demon people across all nations were also watching the battle on their screens. Haiyan spoke up. The Shadow Troop is the evil clan's powerful secret weapon. All these years, their raids have never failed. He was a little worried. Although Gan Haiyan always brought surprises, the opponent was a high-level being, and he was only an A-rank demon. On the battlefield, the ice monsters attacked the evil clan, but from their bodies, dark energy surged forth and coiled around the ice monsters. They squeezed tightly, causing their bodies made of ice to instantly shatter. From beneath the shattered remains, the black energy, after destroying the ice warriors, immediately spread out around. The evil clan member condensed his physical form into a sharp point of darkness, aiming it directly at Gan Li who stood there. He circled around him, speaking smugly, brat, you do not know your place. The evil clan member Wushuang transformed his energy into two giant hands surrounding Gan Li. Then he made those hands clap together violently. Black energy gradually reformed his body. Wushuang materialized, smiling confidently as he declared, I am S10 rank. Old Guang's eyes widened, he gritted his teeth and said, the power of the shadow is called a legendary power. Looking toward him, he added, it not only has great attack power, but also elemental attributes. Old Guang frowned. Physical attacks are completely ineffective against the shadow. This is the hardest part. That man Wushuang continued to laugh eerily, unleashing slashes and declaring, fool, feel it now. You can only be beaten by me. Suddenly, from within those hands, a small spark appeared and flew out. It was Gan Li's sword, which he had thrown, and it began to split into many pieces. Each piece formed a sharp rapier tip filled with energy. Those pieces shot straight toward where that man Wushuang stood. The sharp points embedded into his body, but the illusion energy made the attack as if it fell into water. However, an unexpected incident occurred. It caused Wu Shuang's eyes to suddenly fill with vigilance and worry. Seeing Gan Li appear and recover, he shouted, what is this? How can you hit me? Your body is covered in blood. He clenched his fist and said to him, my apologies. Then Gan Li raised his fist. True damage would ignore all illusions. He threw a powerful punch, nearly deforming Wu Shuang's face. That was a true damage skill, capable of hurting even intangible entities. After that, Gan Li's consecutive punches landed directly on his face, rendering him unable to resist. In an instant, the mask shattered, revealing a twisted, bony face, and he spoke with difficulty, wait. Demon Lord Wu Guo was astonished. His weapon could deal true damage. Kan, standing beside him, had a similar expression. As for Wu Shuang, who was beaten and bruised, he wondered how this person could be so strong without having used anything yet. Grabbed by the collar by Gan Li, he still could not understand. His ability had far exceeded S rank. Gan Li asked coldly, speak, who is your boss? He squinted with an oppressive gaze, who is the spy in the demon race, who let you in? Beaten but still stubborn, Wu Shuang said, you think I would betray my comrades like your demon race? Gan Li grabbed his face and threatened, I have many ways to make you talk. Looking at the energy fragments on his body, he muttered to himself, locked by the weapon, can no longer turn into a shadow. With his mouth twisted, he still roared, I will not let you interrogate me. The evil race will raise your land. The demon race is just a low-level species. His eyes flashed red, his words full of implication that the evil race would rule the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Shuang's body exploded into pieces right in front of Gan Li. Lao Guang and Shan stood frozen, staring blankly over. Flame Country soldiers also widened their eyes. The evil race was gradually vanishing. Evil race members looked at their own hands. The darkness within them was dissipating. At that moment, the Flame Country army charged into attack, piercing through the fleeing enemies. Someone shouted, "The evil race leader is dead. The army in the shadows has materialized. We can attack them now." Demon Lord Siming clenched his fist joyfully. Thanks to that Yun Country lad, the situation has completely turned around. Victory was near, but Siming, standing behind, covered his face. "No," he said worriedly, "it is not over yet." Something whizzed by. Siming spoke up to ask, "Third brother, what do you see?" He frowned and replied, "Damn it, no time to stop it anymore, the traitor of the demon race." Below the arena, King was controlling Bing Yi, holding a knife to her neck. Stanley asked why it was you, and he coldly replied, "My apologies." She stared wide-eyed at the knife on her neck, looking extremely terrified. The king whispered in her ear, "Come with me." With those words, a teleportation array appeared beneath their feet. Seeing this from afar, Wu Jun shouted in panic. He reached out his hand, trying to rush over as fast as possible. A teleportation pillar of light had already appeared. Wu Jun's hand reached in front of Bing Yi. She was still wide-eyed and unresisting. When he grasped, there were only residual lights. She had been taken away by King. Bang Ji was bound by purple energy ropes. She looked at the orb in confusion. King said the array takes 10 minutes to activate. Anyone who steps in will be teleported, so he had to activate it early. He continued coldly, "By the time the array's duration ends and it disappears, I will have brought people here. No one can enter this barrier." Bing Yi wondered worriedly where this was. Behind her were countless mysterious red eyes. An evil race member appeared from under a hood, smirking and saying, "No one can save you now." Sitting on the throne was the leader of the evil race army, this time Mei Zei. He raised his hand to command, "Come on, hand over the key." Bing Yi questioned King, "You are a key army commander of the demon race. How could you collude with the evil race?" He replied coldly, "Even the strongest demon race is only S-rank. The total number of S-rank archdemons is less than one army branch." King's face darkened, his eyes rolling white as he asked, "Do you understand the evil race's strategy? Just two Huo and nearly turned the demon race upside down. If war breaks out, who can escape?" He sighed, "The tidal wave of the era is surging. Only by going with the flow can one survive long. It is just that you cannot see clearly." Hearing this, Bing Yi sneered, "That is your reason for betraying the entire race. How disgraceful. Has our race given you anything?" Mei Si interrupted, "Why say that? The evil race and demons share the same origin. Cooperation benefits both sides." Grinned hideously, "Just hand over the key to Zone 2, and the evil race will not touch a single blade of grass of yours." King leaned on the orb and said, "To rule a kingdom, one must understand advantages and disadvantages. If war breaks out, it will be the common people who die." Bing Ye lowered her head, her face darkening. If they dared to wage war, why would they only send two Huoans secretly? She looked at him coldly. "The prerequisite for turning the key is the keeper's willingness." She looked resolutely at Mai Si. "I would rather die than hand it over to you." He still remained calm, sighed, and smiled. Interesting. The scene cut back to the arena, everyone standing before the magic circle. Wu Jun lowered his head, his face full of sorrow after the battle. He held his head in self-blame. "It is my fault for being far from the Demon Lord. I never expected that man to be a traitor." Demon Lord Siming ordered the entire army to spare no effort in finding King and Liu Demon Lord. Even if they had to dig up the entire Yang Kingdom, they must be found. Demon Lord Guang turned and told the group of servants from the Wu Kingdom to search together and protect the Demon Lord. Shan bowed to accept the order. As for Siming, he walked calmly, saying he would search within a 10-kilometer radius first. But he was also eager, his eyes resolute, saying he would help too. Then the boy raised his hand before his face to form a seal, and then cast the skill cloud direction. Taking the spot where Lati stood as the center, ripples of waves appeared. They slowly spread across a vast area around the arena. Then they collided with a teleportation pillar located at the god statue within the city. Lati widened his eyes, furrowed his brow, and shouted that he saw them. The boy immediately reported they were inside the shrine beneath the statue, shielded by a barrier above, likely someone's power. Siming and Gan Li looked at Lati in awe, wondering if this guy's ability was that monstrous. He spoke, saying it was too big. None of them had spatial teleportation abilities. Siming added, from their location to the god statue was at least 100 kilometers. There was no way to catch up. Behind Gan Li, a golden lightning bolt appeared. He confidently declared he could catch up. The lightning pillar grew larger and larger, striking directly at the spot where Gan Li stood, emitting incredibly powerful light and energy. Siming looked at the figure in front of him, eyes wide in admiration, saying the oppressive feeling was too strong. He couldn't predict it. Lati asked what that was. The guitar summoned by Gan Li looked down at the crowd. They screamed upon seeing a massive dragon, wondering if it was from the evil race. He spoke to reassure them, telling them not to worry. Ganli grabbed it and said the guitar was his and its speed was very fast. He said to everyone, come with me, finding them will depend on everyone's skills. Then Lati and Siming climbed onto the guitar. The army below admired it, saying such a beautiful dragon, their lord was truly reliable this time. Siming whispered he had never ridden on a dragon's body, but even so, they might not make it in time. Genli reminded them to hold on tight. In an instant, the guitar accelerated to its maximum. The faces of the two nearly distorted from the air resistance. It shot up into the high sky towards the direction Lati pointed, accompanied by the boy's panic scream. Below, everyone watched the trail of dust left behind. Demon Lord Siming asked in astonishment, just how many more secrets did this guy have? And so the guitar tore through clouds and wind, flying forward like a missile. Their target was the god statue where the teleportation array had appeared. Switching scenes to Bing Yi, Mi Kang sat there smiling and asked, did the little demon still want to be a chaste woman? From his hand insects appeared, and he continued, did you not know my insect ability? Mita lowered her head, gazing at the insects crawling around his hand, and he said to her in a cold voice, the key will always be on you. He was level 55, a star-type mage. Bing Yi began to feel fear, pursing her lips tightly while listening to the threats from Mita. He said he would pour the entire swarm of worms into her body. His mouth opened wide in a hideous laugh, saying that when that time came she would be at his mercy to control. Suddenly, a large patch of water appeared on the ceiling along with a strong tremor. The group of evil race members looked up. Purple lightning bolts appeared, and the signs of cracking grew more numerous and dense. The king frowned as he looked up in astonishment. The barrier he had erected was cut through by someone with just a single sword strike. The one who did it was none other than Gan Li. The guitar, with its speed, had arrived and was flying in the sky. The god statue, after receiving the slash, had been split in two. Sai Ming and Lati exclaimed in both shock and awe, a single slash of 999, the divine statue. Gan Li turned back to tell the two, get ready. As soon as he finished speaking, the guitar changed its trajectory, switching from flying horizontally to diving straight down. It charged straight into the evil race's lair, creating a massive explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. The evil race members were still staring blankly upward, not understanding what happened as debris from the god statue fell down. The guitar and Gan Li appeared right there. He grabbed its horn, looking down with a commanding presence. T was still just a boy. After experiencing what just happened, they were excited. It was too thrilling. Sai Ming added, and also too fast. Gan Li stood there with the guitar's deathly gaze facing Mita. He raised his voice and said, found you all. He looked at him and then said to Bing Yi, the hope of your demon race has arrived. The king reached out his hand, gathering energy, and then declared, rest assured, he is only an A+ rank demon. And I am the S-rank champion of the previous tournament. He raised his hand to face level, confident and decisive, saying dealing with him alone was enough. As soon as he finished speaking, his face met Gan Li's fist, causing it to distort, blood spurting out as teeth and lips mixed together. In almost an instant, he had closed in and delivered a powerful blow while saying, when was it your turn to speak? Sei King was sent flying to the side by the punch. He lay motionless, half of his face bruised to the point even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Then Gan Li turned his gaze toward Mita and called out, you evil race scum. He saw the scene that had just happened and became serious, reassessing his opponent, no longer smiling. At the same time, he looked at him and declared, I am the one looking for someone. The group that came with him had also landed by then. On the other side, Mita looked at him and asked, is it you? Gan Li was blocking in front of Bing Yi. His voice rang out. Taking first place had ruined their original plan. He laughed coldly. Someone was delivering themselves to his door. Perfect. No need to go looking. As soon as he finished speaking, his body emitted a sinister and strange aura, black and purple energy intertwined. Seeing this, Sai Ming reminded him he could predict the future of those at the same level or below, but the opponent was someone he could not foresee. He affirmed with certainty that that man was at least SS rank. They were completely no match. The key beside him asked if the three of them could protect the Demon King and escape. Gan Li immediately called for his guitar. Then he coldly ordered, you protect the three of them. Leave that evil clan bastard to me. Sai Ming panicked upon hearing this. You are only A+ rank. He tried to add that no one could. Regardless, Gan Li ignored him and immediately stepped forward. On this side, that Mayashi was still laughing smugly. He did not expect a fist to appear right in front of his face. Punch crossed two ranks to defeat the opponent. Sai Ming's voice had just faded, and his second punch sent the evil clan general flying. The three people on this side were astonished, wide-eyed, and open-mouthed at what had just happened. Suddenly, small streams of black energy flowed down Gan Li's hand. The insect appeared behind him, coldly saying that it was merely hitting a form he had materialized from elemental energy. Afterwards, the black energy streams continued to converge, forming the shape of a giant insect. He slowly appeared before him, saying that he was an SS rank mage. He could not catch the entity, but his punches hurt a lot. Mai Isi returned to his original form at this moment, rubbing his nose and saying he had angered him. His eyes flashed red with a deadly gleam, confidently declaring that Lord Mai Si was very angry, and the consequences would be severe. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire evil clan army's eyes lit up in unison, looking towards Ganli's group. That great mass of them simultaneously lunged to attack him with sharp claws and fangs. Ganli remained calm. In the human world, only 1 in 10,000 people obtained awakened power. Most talented people only stopped at A rank, B rank, C rank. Evil clan minions attacked relentlessly. Among awakened people, only 1 in 10,000 possessed the Chosen One constitution. They alone had the potential to advance to S rank. The advancement occurred only once and immediately reached S rank. There were many unfair things, not everything could be achieved through effort. That was why S rank was so rare. Ganli stood there observing, coldly thinking that only upon reaching the demon realm did he discover that demons were like humanity. He told himself this body had felt an endless potential from the start, a natural constitution with an S-rank advancement. While he was lost in thought, Sai Ming saw someone about to ambush and shouted a warning, while Ganli thought to himself that he had not felt this feeling in a long time. Standing amidst the evil clan, he was ready for battle, telling himself he would no longer be like a headless fly letting fate control him. Icy laughed loudly, shouting an order. All the demons here were his first-tier brood. Any of them could easily kill them, die. He ordered them to use their strongest attack, tear him apart. Immediately they lunged with sharp claws and fangs. He still had not reacted. His whole body was gradually being covered by the brood. Old images flashed back with blood and death, along with a fleeting thought. He would not walk towards death again. Laki's face appeared with shining eyes. Sai Ming spoke. I told you we should not have come here. Laki shouted, Brother Cam. Tingya had used everything to exchange for his chance at rebirth, even if it meant suffering the pain of 10,000 insects gnawing or falling into hell. Ganli told himself he would not let any mistake happen. Bing Yai looked over and said, Wait, that Gan Li. The scene before them was a mountain of evil clan corpses piled high. Suddenly an explosion occurred right there, blasting everything away. The golden energy halo grew larger and larger. Icy at this moment was also stunned, looking over, unable to believe what had just happened. From the hazy smoke and dust, Ganlu's figure emerged. He walked forward coldly, his whole body without a single wound. Successfully advanced to S rank, all stats were enhanced. His eyes flashed, telling himself that from now on he would only be a 100% victor, gaining the skill that any attack would deal true damage. Now he confidently faced the evil clan general with his new skill, Restorative Harmony. Ganlu spoke, actually dealing with you. A+ rank was enough, but now he just wanted to end it quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand grabbed his neck, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Interwoven were streams of energy aimed directly at the fatal point. Isai's initial arrogance crumbled. He gritted his teeth along with the broken mask fragments, wondering what was happening. A notification appeared. True damage had taken effect. Ganli dashed forward swiftly, still holding his neck and dragging him ahead. He withdrew his hand and slammed Mi Si hard onto the ground with full force, a powerful shockwave throwing up dirt and rocks, revealing his true insect form. Bing Yi exclaimed in admiration, Ganli is amazing. Le also rejoiced, Brother Cam is so strong, just one blow captured his true form. Sai Ming said with wide eyes to think he advanced to S rank so easily. Not just a weapon, his fists also dealt true damage. Mai Si lay motionless, death lightning coursing through his body, weakly asking what kind of monster he was. He did not know true damage nullified his elementalization. Mai Si's eyes went wide, staring intently at him before wondering what kind of freak he was. Ganli stood looking down and declared, next is time for an extraction. On this side, Tu King, after taking a punch, was sitting motionless. Sai Ming walked over and said his fate would be handed over to the boss for military discipline. It would be best to give them a reasonable explanation. He did not react violently but accepted defeat, calmly responding that victory makes a king, defeat makes a bandit. On this side, Lap Ti scratched his head and announced that the man named Trung had been dealt with cleanly. On the other side, Ganli stood before the demon, bound by countless intertwining iron chains. At this moment, he stood beside Bing Yi and coldly asked who was the real mastermind behind this plan. He stubbornly replied that they would get nothing from him, because the evil race had no hidden agendas like you demons. Ganli asked back, knowing the plan failed, why had no one come to rescue him? He was just a pawn to them. The demon firmly stated that he was born a pawn, and he gladly accepted that role. These words made Bing Ye lower his head slightly. Ganli recalled that the entire evil race had been under militarized management since birth. From a young age, they were thrown onto battlefields to slaughter each other, fostering ideals of violence, the survivors being the elites from the elimination. Therefore, they were natural warriors and death soldiers. The evil race was united in loyalty to a single king. That king was their supreme leader, the evil emperor. Back to the present, Ganli thought the evil emperor's strength was immense and he was extremely arrogant, so he did not hide his attacks. But this time was different. He mused that this attack style reminded him of the one who would truly become king 6 years later, the one who hid within the human race, quietly controlling the upper echelons, very secretive, and the illegitimate child of the evil emperor, with a human. Then he looked down and uttered a name. The demon seemed to know this person, his expression shifting slightly. Afterwards, he calmed down and said not to waste their strength anymore. Ganli saw that reaction. It seemed his guess was correct. He stepped forward and continued, not expecting him to have started planning so early. Right now, he is probably still hiding within the human race, right? The demon hesitated, then thought to himself that only he knew the master's background. He looked at Ganli's deduction. The source of his power was very suspicious. In the future, this demon clan member would become a great enemy. He could not be allowed to live. Thinking so, his eyes narrowed and he shouted loudly, "Did you think my methods were only this?" He continued, "There is one final assault team that will set foot on Yun country from the west, an S-rank leader enough to level that country." Ganli quickly raised his hand to shield Bing Yi. He warned that their Yun country was likely already in ruins. The demon self-destructed, creating a terrifying explosion, leaving behind a mocking remark that the world would be the evil race's territory. Bing Yi worriedly said that the evil race still had an army entering Yun country. They had just been through a war. He quickly cut him off, telling him not to rush for now, to think of a way to contact Yun country first. The scene shifted to a few hours earlier at Yun country by a clear blue seashore. A boat docked, a person stepped off, hand clenched tightly, speaking in a grumpy tone, finally arrived. That was Tan Lin, a level 55 mage, younger brother of Xinji Xiao. He gritted his teeth and said each word, wanting to tear Ganli limb from limb for killing his brother. At a nearby seashore, a large ship was unloading goods. A team of evil race soldiers observed silently. One spoke up saying it seemed Yun country had just been through a war. The S-rank leader continued, "They still have the mood to gather at the square, how convenient for a clean kill." At that moment, someone behind them spoke up asking who they were. Tian Xiao asked with worry and anger what they were doing here. The evil race leader merely glanced sideways. The scene was at the dock, surrounded by many stacked cargo boxes. Tian Xiao's face contorted, turning blue and purple, his mouth struggling to call for help. The leader ordered to chop him up and throw him into the square. Tan Lin was now behind him, speaking in a deep voice, "Demon race." He asked them where Ganli was. The leader was startled, turned around, and stared blankly at Tan Lin. He asked back, "You want me to deal with you?" The group of subordinates laughed and said the boss learned fast. The laughter had not yet faded when a slash appeared, splitting the leader's head in two, his eyes clearly showing incomprehensible worry. Tan Lin continued asking, "Tell me quickly, damn it, I am not patient." The evil race group immediately charged to attack him, simultaneously yelling to kill this bastard. Tian Xiao lay there, struggling to speak, asking what was wrong with these people. The boy's eyes were a bit dull, one purple eye unable to open. Tan Lin stood alone, using his abilities to take down the entire arrogant evil race group. He stepped forward to stand before Tian Xiao and asked, "Hey, you." Tan Lin clenched his teeth tightly, frowned and demanded to be told where Ganli was. The boy tried to smile and replied that "You saved me, thank you." Hearing those words, he was stunned, his mind going blank. Tan Lin's eyes went wide. He asked blankly, "Thank me?" He slowly helped the boy up. By chance, the evil race landed on Yun country, only for their entire army to be wiped out by a surprise. Back to the present, Bing Yi stood there, eyes wide open. Everyone was already there waiting, along with the announcement that the demon lord had returned safely. Most memorable was a few days ago at the pre-match banquet. Everyone kept raising their glasses and drinking to the bottom. The Alliance's wine feast was divided into 3 levels and 9 ranks based on the scale of the 18 nations. Last time, Archdemon Bing Yi was classified under a small nation and could not sit at the head table. Yet now, she had occupied the most honorable position at the main feast table. Archdemon Sai Ming raised his glass and said, "If not for Cloud Nation this time, the entire alliance would have collapsed." He proposed everyone raise their glasses to toast Archdemon Liu Bing Yi of Cloud Nation. As for Thunder Nation, the country with no achievements in this battle, they would lose the right to sit at the main table. Linla could only sit at a lower table and raise his glass. Bing Yi gently lowered her head in hesitation. "Today might be the most suitable day for me to say a few words." The remaining archdemons then focused their gazes on her. Images of memories began to surface. A large bonfire lit in the middle of the ancient forest. The woman holding the wine glass said, "The demon race was originally a single entity, with the aspiration to build an equal alliance. She was the ancestor of the Liu clan Liu Yun, who proposed the 18 clans swear an oath together, to forever stand on the same battle line, without any distinction of rank." The young archdemons back then all listened attentively. She said this was idealism, difficult to achieve, but what if it could succeed? Back at the feast, Bing Yi raised her wine glass high and proposed changing the celebration to a bonfire party. That way, everyone could participate. Thus, amidst the night inflamed nation, flickering flames rose into the sky. Right in the middle of the palace courtyard, a large bonfire was quickly prepared, with everyone chatting and laughing cheerfully. As the new leader of the allied forces, Bing Ye announced new regulations. The triennial martial arts tournament would be changed to a sports tournament, and the 18 nations would have the right to request the deployment of the allied forces. As for Ganli, he was sitting on a rock outcropping in the forest, looking towards the distant glow of the fire from the palace, and that crucial key had been entrusted to that strong young man. Now it lay behind the cloth wrapped around Ganle's hand, which he kept on behalf of everyone. Everyone agreed. Over here, Linla raised his glass and said, "This plan is not bad. Let us use the All-Alliance Martial Arts Tournament as a foundation." He smiled and requested to make a movie, with himself as the lead role. The entertainment industry was his true path. This movie would surely be a sellout. The person beside him asked in surprise, "Won't you invite brother hero Gan to participate? He is the real attention grabber." Linla mused. "That's right, I must invite him to participate. My acting fee will be for him, but he can only play the role of being defeated by me. The main character must be me." Then he stood up, looking around and asking, "Right, why hasn't that guy shown up all night? Normally, in this victory celebration, he should be the main character." Scene transition to a high-rise hotel. Chan looked outside and asked, "Your wounds aren't fully healed. Why are you getting up?" Leng coldly walked forward and replied, "I have business." Her face darkened, remembering the scene of being defeated and stripped naked. She told herself she must find him. Chihao's face reddened, thinking he had to fight him again. Scene transition to Ruma or Teen. Bing Yai stood in front of the door, thinking, "It's time, isn't it?" Images of Ganli from previous battles appeared before her eyes. She reminded herself, "Without you, I would have died countless times already." Bing Yi gently placed her hand on the door handle. "My life has long belonged to you. Whether you accept or reject it is fine." She opened the door and stepped in with a bold thought. "Today I must speak my heart." Inside the luxurious standard room of Wu Jun and Gan Li, the two girls Xiang Lin and Su were wrestling on the bed. The two were fighting, one scratching the other's face, the other choking her neck. Zhu shouted that Wu Jun was hers. Xiang Lin replied that she wasn't competing with her. Zhu angrily asked why she was in his room then. Bing Yi stood there witnessing this, her eyes wide as she asked, "Aren't those two in their own rooms?" Scene transition back to the forest. Gan Li stood on top of guitar, while below, Wu Jun was approaching. He turned around and said, "I didn't expect you could discover me here." Wu Jun gently approached from the forest side. He spoke up, "This place is the highest point in Flame Nation, aside from the idol, suitable for takeoff." Gan Li leaned down and asked, "Do you want to take the last chance to kill me?" He replied, "You probably won't return after you leave, right?" He answered frankly, I am a human that you despise. My mission is complete. I should not entangle with the demon race anymore. Rest assured, I will not bring any troops." Wu Jun interrupted, "I know. After this battle, I no longer despise the human race." Ganli continued to listen attentively. He said further, "Always, an individual of one race cannot represent the whole. The demon race has good people and also bad people. The same goes for the human race." Wu Jun lowered his head and thought, "The human race also has good and bad people." Then he affirmed, "You are my friend." This caused Gan Li to freeze for a moment, deeply moved. Wu Jun looked up and smiled, "Even if next time you come with the identity of a human or a demon, if you return, I will stand at the highest place to welcome you." He asked, "Are you planning to return to the human side?" Gan Li looked into the distance and replied, "No, I want to go to the immortal demon realm for a visit." Hearing this, Wu Jun's face showed a hint of surprise. He pondered and then exclaimed, "That place is the territory of the spirit race." And he smiled again, "That makes sense. If it's you, no place is impossible to go." Tar began to spread its wings wide. Ganla's voice drifted down, calling to Wu Jun. From above, he said, "Soon I will be getting married among the human race." Ganli smiled and extended an invitation. "Remember to come and participate then." After that, Guitar shot up into the high sky, spreading its wings to carry its master to where he wanted to go. Wu Jun stood on the ground, using his hand to shield his face from the smoke and dust left by Guitar's trail. He looked up and said, "Thank you for saving Cloud Nation, saving the entire demon race." Wu Jun placed his hand on his chest and then bowed slightly, showing his highest respect to him. Along with that was the affirmation, "The demon race will forever stand behind you." Ganli and Guitar simply glided through the wind like that. Scene transitioned to a bit in the past. When Ganli was still in the illusion realm, Jingna once said, "Oh right, Feng Liao, there is one more thing about how you can return to your own body." Hearing this, he froze in surprise, his eyes wide with astonishment. After that, she asked in panic, "Didn't he just need to die to return to his own body?" The system appeared and explained, "Actually, I made that up. The more dangerous this body is, the stronger it becomes, so I let you seek death to get stronger quickly." Ganli panicked and yelled, "So if I had accidentally died for real before, everything would have been lost." The system chuckled and continued, "The demon race's levels are all below SS. It wasn't truly dangerous, you've already overcome it." Jingna also laughed along, but he acted annoyed. "The system is also a liar, everyone shouldn't believe it." She continued, "Rest assured, I have found a way for you to return to your body. First, we need the most important item. The thing Jingna mentioned is called Spirit Exchange Grass. This type of grass only grows near the third area, the Immortal Demon Realm, meaning it can only be found in the Immortal Demon Realm of the spirit race. Surrounding the Immortal Demon Realm are massive storms that completely isolate it from the outside world. The storms are extremely sharp, even the hardest steel shatters instantly upon contact. This causes very few spirit race members to go outside, forming a closed-off state. At the same time, other races cannot infiltrate the spirit race by any means. After 6 years, the only place not yet defeated by the evil race is the immortal demon realm of the spirit race. Jingna said to Gan Li with full confidence, others cannot enter, but you and Gita will surely find a way. He placed his hand on her cheek and said, the spirit race is your father's race. You also really want to return, right? Jingna entrusted, if you pass by his grave, please help me place a bouquet of flowers. Back to the present, Gan Li looked into the distance and said, we have arrived. A dragon and a person were flying together before the storm. He looked up, held onto the horn with one hand, and smiled, asking, ready, guitar? It replied with a steady gaze, of course. Then Guitar spread its wings wide, and the two of them overcame the difficulty together. It flew in a circle to gain momentum, then shot straight up into the high sky. Remembering when they were young, Feng Liao and Jingna hugged Guitar's neck and cheered excitedly as it soared into the sky. Back then, Jingna once wondered how high Guitar could fly so they could wipe across the clouds, and right now it had easily launched above the clouds. Looking down from above, the eye of the storm could be seen. Ganli reminded, the storm layers are all beneath the clouds. That is our destination, the immortal demon realm. With that, Guitar continued flying, its target the gap right in the eye of the storm, avoiding the surrounding, dangerous winds. He smiled and exclaimed, I have arrived. The scene transitions back to the Flame Kingdom. At the number 1 prison, Siming was standing before Tu King, the traitor to the demon race bound there by chains. He questioned, your meaning is that the evil race's next invasion target is the spirit race? That man sneered and replied, that is correct, my beloved younger brother. Your foolishness ruined my plan. Tu King lowered his head and continued, I had already infiltrated inside the evil race's system. If I had reached the highest level, I surely would have found a way to protect both the demon race and the spirit race. Siming heard this and shouted, your method of protection is surrender. Everyone will forever live under the evil race's domination. He still justified, what else could be done? Do we truly have the capability to oppose them now? Escaping disaster this time was also because a certain Gan Li suddenly popped up. So then, what about the spirit race? Tu King gritted his teeth and continued, back then we loved the same woman, and together we couldn't protect her. Now her homeland is about to face calamity. Who can stop it? This time our race's actions together with the demon race. This battle is completely different. Extremely powerful leader of the evil race, the evil overlord will personally dispatch troops, and all of the spirit race will turn to ashes. The scene shifts to a forest with trees reaching the clouds, where red-bottomed monkeys were in pairs. Down below, Ganli looked far out at the sea and remarked, this is the immortal demon realm. It's huge. The spirit race's air is much cleaner. He smiled and continued, a beach this vast, if it were our human territory, there would probably be ticket sellers everywhere. Guitar spoke up, are you mocking the human race here? That is a great taboo. Be careful of being dealt with. Suddenly, something made Ganli's hair stand on end, his face showing clear fear, his eyes wide and pupils contracted. He frantically turned around and asked, what's happening? Gita replied, I sense an extremely large energy source, very dangerous. Ganli continued, I also sense this energy at least SS level. No SSS level, no. He thought worriedly, this enormous energy source, even my previous life had never sensed anything like it. Suddenly Luo, which was in his hand, fragmented into many pieces. Ganli looked on in astonishment as it split into many pieces, and then left his grasp. It was being pulled forward by something. Then its pieces quickly combined together, and then suddenly lay perfectly in the hand of some extremely mysterious person. A man sitting on a rock holding Luo looked over and asked, hey, you demon race brat, why have you come to this place? He lowered his head to glare at Gan Li and asked further also, why is this blade in your hands? He looked over in shock and wondered to himself, is this a human? No, I can't identify what race it is. Why did Luo come to this place? His eyes awaited Ganli's answer, only knowing that his power was immensely strong. He stood there looking over and wondered to himself, who is he? The strange man stood up, still holding Ganli's blade in his hand. He reached out his hand and shouted, Luo, come back. Seeing the blade tremble, he asked it, do you want to return to his side? Looking at Luo's expression, he asked further, is that your new master? And he firmly gripped it and pulled it up. He looked at Gan Li and declared, let me see if he is worthy. He stood there, pursed his lips and thought, the opponent's strength far exceeds S level. His identity is unknown. He seized Luo and Guitar, and I couldn't even react. Then he raised his hand and charged forward, at the same time deciding to use all his power. Ganli's 5 punches flew toward his face, but he remained calm. The man simply leaned slightly, dodging with ease. He raised his hand to deflect the boy's arm, throwing him off balance. At the same time, a powerful punch to the stomach sent him reeling backward in pain. Blood spurted from his nose and mouth, his eyes wide as he thought to himself. The force was terrifying. He had never met anyone this strong. Before he could steady himself, the man's foot stomped straight onto his face. He withdrew his leg, the immense force sending Ganli sliding across the ground. He grimaced, his eyes flashing as he looked over, wondering silently if that man was a spirit race member. Ganli had not given up yet, charging in to attack with more punches. The man squinted, realizing the boy's ability was from an S-rank little demon. Time passed quickly, the scenery shifting from bright sunshine to late afternoon. The sun sun gradually disappeared behind the mountains. Watching the calm old man, Ganli recognized both his speed and strength. All his stats were top tier and he left no openings despite fighting the whole while. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked at the man over 50 with a fit physique, thinking he had to find a way to win at least once. Before he could figure out a plan, another fist came flying at him. This time the man struck him with immense force, sending him sprawling backward as blood gushed from his throat. Just as his body was still suspended in the air, the man's foot kicked hard into his stomach. He kicked Ganli flying into the sea, muttering to himself that the boy had taken a beating for so long and was still unscathed. He had real skill. Fell into the sea in pain, but as soon as he surfaced, the man was already there. He raised his fist, judging that the boy's recovery ability was constantly healing him. He commented again, but his combat strength was too ordinary. Ganli suddenly smiled, his eyes flickering with a hint of surprise. From beneath the water's surface, something was rising. An instant later, they flew up with chains aimed at the white-haired old man. It was a summoned ice monster, and in a flash, the chains wrapped around him. After taking a beating for a while, Ganli smiled and said this was his home turf. Thanks to him, each ice puppet had almost drained his blood to summon. The ice monster gripped the chains and pulled hard. These things were called Mei. The fierce blood battle ensued as he was hung suspended in a web of ice chains. Ganli looked up and continued. All the soldiers were ambushed beneath the sea, waiting for this opportunity. He stood before the old man asking, each ice puppet possessed S-rank power, bound tight by S-rank chains. You cannot escape, he calmly remarked, not expecting the boy to understand military tactics, feigning weakness to lure me out to sea, and then unleashing full force for a counter kill. Then suddenly he made a request for the boy to kill him. He calmly brushed it off, saying there was no enmity between us. Riding the ice puppet toward a certain direction, he continued, coming to the spirit race was just to find something. And so Ganli continued moving toward his blade, gently pulled the blade out of the ground. He turned back to look at him with determination, saying he had taken back Luo, and they owed each other nothing. As he walked, the old man suddenly appeared right behind him, walked alongside, adjusting his glasses, and asked, "Oh, what are you looking for?" He was startled, his eyes wide as he asked how you got here. Ganli quickly glanced toward the sea. The sharp chains shattered, and the powerless ice puppets fell. The sight stunned him. They were all S-rank, the very things he had been confident about controlling. He stood frozen, realizing that in just a moment, he had destroyed all the ice puppets, and he had never been able to suppress that man. He judged that this old man had yet to reveal his full strength. The man leaned down and said, "If we were the same rank and age, I would not be your equal." Then, the old man reached into the ground and pulled something up. Holding a wine jug in his hand, he declared that the second round would now begin. Looking at the wine jug, Ganli frowned, wondering what this was. The old man smiled, handed him the wine bowl and said, "Accept the challenge, the second battle between men." The scene shifted to that night, a campfire lit in the middle of the forest. The man asked, "What purpose does a demon like you have in coming to the spirit race?" Ganli thought cautiously, why did this old man suddenly drag me into a fight and then insist on drinking? The two had met for the first time and still did not know each other's identity. On the other side, a photo album opened, showing a family picture. Pingya sat looking at the photo, thinking Feng Liao, "You have already arrived at the immortal demon realm." She looked at the photo and prayed for her father to bless Feng Liao with smooth sailing. She could not believe the old man was Tainga's father. Back in the immortal demon realm, Yu Feng asked, "Who are you, and why did you duel with me?" He replied that he was just an ordinary old man of the spirit race, wanting to protect the spirit race in his remaining years. The two did not know that this fateful meeting was only the beginning of a tragic song. He added, "But lately, I have been dreaming a certain dream." Jingna's father continued, "I dreamed of a demon race standing before the spirit-slaying mountain, ready to destroy the entire spirit race. An image of Ganli appeared, and that demon seemed to be you." Nyaok listened, then widened his eyes in surprise, asking, "You dreamed I would destroy the spirit race? Are you joking?" The man replied, "My prophetic dream has never been wrong." Nyaok wondered why he had not put all his strength into killing him earlier. Jingna's father explained, "Because I knew I could not change the destined future." Those words made Nyaok even more confused. He remained silent, looking over with a dazed expression. The man furrowed his brow slightly. "What I can change is only your mindset." Ganli broke out in a nervous sweat, saying, "You are truly full of jokes." The man picked up a bowl of wine and downed it in one gulp. He looked at Nyaok and explained, "No matter how strong an individual is, they are just a grain of sand in the desert. No one escapes fate. You and I are both trapped in a cage." Jingna's father asked, "Now that you have reached this level of power, what do you intend to do here? Can you lower your guard now?" Ganli looked at the wine bowl, thinking to himself, that man has no killing intent. He must know a lot. The two clinked their glasses, and Nyaok mused, "If I talk to him, I might save myself some detours." Ganli stated the purpose of his trip bluntly. "I came to find the spirit transformation herb." A moment later, the wine jug and bag of nuts lay scattered beside them. The two leaned their backs against the rocks. Jingna's father said that spirit transformation herbs were not hard to find, and there were plenty in the spirit race's demonic dungeon. He warned, your identity as a demon race member will be a problem. Jingna's father raised his hand and his wrist glowed. The racial divide was becoming increasingly severe. The old man extended his hand in front of Gan Li, a string of beads coiling around it like a snake. He said, this disguise effect will let you blend in with the spirit race. The two horns transformed into spirit race ears. Gan Li was surprised. Why are you helping me? He replied, I am not helping you but the spirit race. A prophetic image appeared. Gan Li stood atop a pile of skulls holding a sword. The elder instructed him, if that scene repeats, you must fight to protect the spirit race. I gave a drop of water, you return a stream. Nya could only force a bitter smile upon hearing this. This old man was really good at scheming. Gan Li clinked glasses and said, all right, I promise you. Once I obtain the spirit transformation herb, I will owe the spirit race a favor. The next morning, he slowly opened his eyes, a few small birds flying in circles before him. Gan Li was in a disheveled state after a drunken night of revelry. He sat up, rubbed his head and wondered, how much did I drink last night? Where have I ended up? He sat on a mining cart, someone lying beside him. He mumbled with a headache, I can't remember anymore. I drank myself stupid. Regaining his senses, Gan Li looked around in surprise. Is this a mine cart? Why am I here? Just then the cart screeched to a halt, producing a grating sound. A man raised a stick and knocked it against the wooden side, shouting loudly, we've arrived, get off and prepare to work. He was the manager of the Eastern Sea Spirit Race mining team, a C rank. Adjusting his glasses, he yelled, hurry up and get to work. Seeing one person not reacting, Barcy walked over and knocked his stick, still sleeping, huh? Then he looked at Gan Li and asked, are you new here? Hurry up. Gan Li quickly replied, yes, I am coming right away. For him lay a mine with oddly stacked geometric shapes. The space inside was like a spatial water stain. The miners filed in one after another. Arriving before a door, Barcy turned back to remind them, get ready to go in. Nya was handed a worker's hat and thought carefully, this is a mining team. That spatial door is the entrance to the demonic dungeon. This was a D-rank demonic dungeon, similar to the human race's spatial entrance. Stepping inside meant entering a world of demonic beasts. Heard that some demonic races also came from there. He walked while recalling, in my past life, I often entered demonic dungeons to kill monsters and level up. In front of them were guards leading the way. Two guards were Eastern Sea Spirit Race B ranks, Kwang Mu and Kwang Tri. One of them said, Princess, stay behind me. The girl called a princess held the brim of her helmet, shouting loudly, Father has been controlling me all the time. She said, it has been so long since I last went out and you two still want to restrict me? I am a C rank mage. I can easily handle these small fry. This person was Princess Padong, a C rank. Barcy, standing behind, chimed in, that is enough. It is just a D rank demonic dungeon, nothing dangerous. He turned back to remind, you two follow me, and do not leak the fact that the princess sneaked out. The steward added a threat, if you spoil the princess' fun, you two are as good as dead. The person standing behind Gan Li replied timidly, yes. Nya put on a serious face and pondered, why do I feel a faint sense of danger in a low-level demonic dungeon? In the demonic dungeon, there were many low-level demonic beasts, similar to wild beasts in the real world. Most demonic beasts had no intelligence and could not escape the dungeon. At that moment, a low-level demonic beast appeared. The princess stepped forward and announced, leave it to me. Lunged, but the staff in her hand began to glow. The crowd of demonic beasts was just experienced bags. The beast fell dead before everyone after the attack. The steward clapped and laughed in praise. The princess is so talented. Atong laughed loudly and replied, Uncle, see, I did it. Just as everyone grew careless, a sharp demonic beast claw cut straight into Barcy's arm. Blood splattered onto the princess's face, causing her to freeze with wide eyes. A sharp weapon appeared like a hazy blade. Before them stood a demonic beast with sentience, holding a weapon in its hand, bearing sharp teeth, exuding killing intent. The whole group cried out in shock. The princess asked about the steward's arm. Everyone wondered how a humanoid demonic beast could exist here. The beast opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, its bloodlust clear on its face. The man beside him calmly observed and thought this D-grade demonic dungeon was unusual. Gan Li focused and realized the boss was at most C-grade, but now a B-grade monster had appeared. He glanced and judged. It was even a humanoid monster. Gan Li squinted in concentration. The dungeon definitely had problems, but he could not act rashly yet. He remembered Old Hao's warning. The disguise effect only lasted a maximum of 3 days. He warned sternly not to use abilities carelessly, or the disguise effect would weaken. To avoid exposure, Gan Li had to place his trust in Princess Batong's group, hoping they could handle it. The monster tilted its head, motionless as if searching for the right prey. Suddenly, its body shifted slightly, crackling spiritual energy surrounding it. Demon Beast charged, releasing a bright energy beam from its mouth. The target was the princess's group. Everyone shouted warnings. Kwang Mu and Kwang Tri stood blocking in front, raising their weapons to stop it. Princess frowned. Defense was useless. They had to destroy him. Kwang Tri immediately shouted, and they charged together. Before they could counterattack, the dust cleared, and the demon beast appeared with its arm holding a weapon raised high. Sharp spikes suddenly pierced through the dust from behind. A series of spikes stabbed straight into the demon beast's body. It turned out Princess Padong had just attacked. Demon beast grimaced in pain, but the ice spikes on its body were cracking. Kwang Tri widened his eyes in realization, fear showing on his face. Immediately, he gripped his sword and charged forward without hesitation. Kwang Tri swung his sword and sliced off the demon beast's head before it could break free. Its head fell before everyone, the princess and Passy staring blankly. Kwang Mu stood frozen. Kwang Tri turned back and sighed in relief. It was his first time encountering a B-grade boss. Madame Batong asked the butler Han about his arm. He brushed it off, answering that the bleeding had stopped. Madame, she remarked, the princess had truly grown up. Kwang Tri cautiously noted the final boss had appeared too early, but luckily it was killed. Ganli silently deduced from his past life experience, this was not the real boss. When he saw more monsters emerge, he believed the humanoid one was just a minor monster. Indeed, it was not just one. Everyone noticed the appearance of many others. Countless humanoid demon beasts wielding weapons were now appearing right before them. Kwang Tri asked what was going on. Kwang Mu fearfully wondered why there were still more. The trembling miner said they were doomed. They would all die here. Madame Batong held her magic staff and apologized, taking all the blame and telling everyone to leave. Madame, she interrupted. It was not her fault. Everyone wanted to mine the ore but misjudged the dungeon. The group formed a circle, backs facing each other defensively. The princess weakly said she had used all her power, and now there were 4 of them. Ganli casually assessed, the spirit race was quite united in danger. The miner shouted fiercely, determined to fight to the death. Ganli silently praised his courage. Suddenly the demon beasts fell silent, looking at each other. Then they all rushed quickly towards the group. The 2 bodyguards quickly stepped in front of the princess. Sword energy slashed out densely, fragments flying everywhere. Both were hit, the armor on their bodies shattered. Pieces from that flew in all directions. The twin-blade demon beast took down a bodyguard, blood spurting from his neck. They leaped towards Batong, the butler anxiously shouting for the princess to be careful. The 2 stood rooted, the princess dazed, Pacey grimacing. Before they could do anything, the monster's hand grabbed his head and twisted it hard to the side. They pressed the butler and the young princess down to the ground. In the mine, 2 bodyguards were down, 2 important people were captured. 4 demon beasts. 2 miners stood petrified like statues. Ganli had not shown his skill for fear of exposing his identity, his companions trembling as the demon beasts roared. Dazedly assessed, no one had yet understood their own true capabilities. Princess Peitong had her face pressed to the floor, wondering if she would die here. Kwang Tri lay motionless, covered in blood. Kwang Mu was the same, the 2 seemed to have perished. The butler was no better, his body completely restrained, his life hanging by a thread. The miner with the axe in hand was almost hopeless. But with a spirit of unity, he charged forward shouting fearlessly. Ganli was startled and silently praised him for having courage but lacking strategy. Seeing that, the princess strained to shout a warning. The fiend scoffed with a disdainful snort. A sharp sword strike slashed down, dragging a streak of crimson death. The miner's eyes went wide in shock. The fiend had been cleaved in 2. Its face twisted into 2 lumps of pulpy flesh after that swift slash. This left the princess and everyone lying there utterly bewildered. The miner himself, having witnessed it firsthand, could barely believe what had just happened. One behind this shocking spectacle was Ganli's A-grade ice puppet. The miner looked over, puzzled about the ice demon, while the monsters grew increasingly uneasy. Seeing their comrade taken down, they immediately howled in fury. Ganli silently assessed, having expended a fair amount of effort. He calmly mused that it was no major issue, then activated blood ice armor, consuming 10% of his health.